And just like that, the sensation struck Jeffrey again. A powerful, disorienting wave of nostalgia washed over him, a longing for a place he had never seen. This wasn't a new experience. It had been happening constantly. He couldn't even recall when it began, a phantom memory, whispering that he had been born and raised in this very spot. His trance was abruptly shattered by the receptionist's voice. She offered a quick apology for the wait, and confirmed his purpose, registration with the Adventurers Guild. He drifted toward her desk like a ghost. A numb nod was all he could manage as she began typing his details into the system. Then, it flared again. That unsettling certainty that he knew her. After a moment, the girl flashed a professional smile. She announced that his status window was ready. A blue holographic interface hummed into existence before him. It required a hand scan for authentication. He raised his right hand, but the moment he did, his eyes snapped wide open. The dam broke. That overwhelming sense of déjà vu finally crystallized into truth. He didn't just feel it. He remembered everything. The receptionist noticed the shock plastered across his face and asked if something was wrong. But her voice was a distant echo. A flood of memories, a lifetime of conquest, crashed through his mind. This place wasn't reality. It was a game he used to pour his very soul into. A game where he reigned supreme as a top-tier professional legend. The world of Grand Seven, a realm where adventurers traversed 7 massive continents, fighting to forge peace between warring nations. It was a fantasy kingdom, MMORPG, and somehow, he was trapped inside the code. His mind refused to accept it. Confusion gnawed at him. Why now? Why were these memories surging back at this precise second? He was just a normal boy, trying to become an adventurer to support his family. Now, his entire reality lay in ruins. The world he was born into was nothing more than the video game he had mastered in a past life. Panic should have consumed him. Instead, a slow, wicked grin spread across his face. This wasn't a nightmare. It was the ultimate cheat code. The girl's voice cut through his thoughts, laced with concern. Hey, are you okay? He was trembling, his body vibrating with the shock of the revelation. He quickly stammered an apology. Then, the grin returned. He cracked his knuckles, adrenaline flooding his veins. He spoke, the terrifying confidence in his voice, surprising even himself. Why did the memories unlock now? Logic offered no answers. But the why didn't matter anymore. With this knowledge, with these memories, he could climb to the absolute peak of this world. With a flick of his wrist, he authenticated the account. His stats shimmered into view. Class. Undecided. Only his base attributes appeared. They were versatile, blank, and waiting to be molded. The receptionist gave an awkward bow, wishing him a safe journey. He stepped through the shimmering portal. The world twisted, depositing him into a scene ripped straight from a fantasy novel. He stood before the baptismal altar. The scenery left him breathless. It was a flawless, pixel-perfect recreation of the game's starting zone. His sharp gaze scanned the main island. This was the legendary hub where groups of 5 newbies always spawned. For now, everything mirrored the game script perfectly, but he couldn't get complacent. This was his reality. There was no autosave function here. If he died, it was permanent. No respawns. With this forbidden knowledge, he wasn't just playing the game. He was destined to become a living legend. Suddenly, a booming voice shook the air. The baptism ceremony commences in 30 minutes, it thundered. Arm yourselves immediately. Jeffrey's lips curled into a smirk, just like the tutorial. In a flash of light, he was teleported to the main island. Pandemonium erupted instantly. The other adventurers scattered like rats, desperate to secure the strongest gear. Greed took over. They brawled over swords and snatched shields from weaker hands. It was a pathetic display of desperation. Watching the chaos, Jeffrey remembered this free-for-all was scripted. The forced profession selection, a brutal system. Your future class depended entirely on the weapon you managed to grab during the baptism. But resources were scarce by design. These rookies were practically foaming at the mouth, fighting for anything that looked flashy and powerful. While Jeffrey calmly analyzed the battlefield, a loudmouth brute nearby wrestled a spear away from a girl, roaring in triumph like he'd won a war. Jeffrey didn't even glance his way. That indifference bruised the brute's ego. He glared, already marking our hero as an arrogant target. Ignoring the noise, the protagonist walked toward the scrap heap. His eyes locked onto a rusted dagger. Without hesitation, he claimed it. The stats were garbage, and the loudmouth exploded with laughter. Are you joking? A dagger with 1 attack point? He sneered, waiting for Jeffrey to realize his fatal mistake. Jeffrey just offered a cold, knowing smile. To a normal player, this was trash. No sane adventurer would touch it. But common sense didn't apply here. Not when the world was broken. Why care about the opinions of NPCs? They were background noise. He knew the hidden mechanics, and this simple dagger was the key to everything. The announcer's voice boomed again. The baptism had begun. 5 minutes, it warned. Eliminate as many monsters as you can. Right on cue, the swarm arrived. Giant insects flooded the island, honey centipedes. A rare breed found only in this specific zone. The MC knew the truth. One drop of their venom could end a player in seconds. The loudmouth smirked one last time. "Try not to die, trash," he taunted. Jeffrey didn't bother responding. Why talk to a dead man walking? Typical tutorial fodder. The trial exploded into motion as the monsters charged. Jeffrey stood his ground, a confident grin forming on his lips. Their movements were identical to the game's AI. Same patterns, same fatal weaknesses. A centipede lunged straight for his throat. He looked the beast in the eye. Too slow. The dagger flashed. With one fluid motion, he sliced the monster clean in two. Ping. System notification. Honey centipede defeated. Silence fell over the crowd. Jaws hit the floor. One hit. One kill. The loudmouth stared, his jealousy burning brighter than ever. Impossible. A trash weapon shouldn't scratch that armor. But every game has exploits. It was a location-specific glitch known only to the elite. Strike a honey centipede's weak point with a basic dagger? Instant death. This specific glitch was a flaw buried deep within the original game's code. Only Jinfrey possessed this forbidden knowledge, and he was currently milking the exploit for every ounce of experience points. While he farmed effortlessly, the so-called elites were fighting for their lives against mere trash mobs. One spearman managed to skewer a pair of insects, but his victory roar was premature as he began bragging to the crowd. Witness this. That is the absolute dominance of a spearman. Jinfrey watched with cold, dead eyes, noting that screaming on a battlefield didn't prove strength. It only maximized one's aggro range. Furthermore, the spearman class was barely mid-tier in the professional meta, hardly worth the arrogance. As if summoned by his stupidity, a massive centipede locked onto the loudmouth instantly. He barely scrambled away from the death strike, dodging a follow-up attack while flashing a manic grin at the beast. Adrenaline surged through him. This visceral reality blew keyboard gaming out of the water, but as the beast lunged again, he planted his stance and launched a counterattack with explosive force. The monster dissolved into a shower of digital dust. And with that final kill, the trial ceremony concluded. Judgment time had arrived. The system would now bestow classes based on their combat performance. A survivor with 7 kills faced a pathetic selection screen, with only 3 bottom-tier options: Hunter, Potion Maker, or Shield Maker. Rage twisted his face, mirroring the despair of the girl beside him whose dreams of the summoner class had just evaporated. The four-eyed weakling with 0 kills? The system purged him from the adventurer program without mercy. However, the arrogant loudmouth had slaughtered 15 of the flying pests, unlocking the coveted swordsman class. With his ego inflated, he glanced toward Jinfrey, who was fixated on his holographic interface. The swordsman strutted over, ready to gloat about his new title. One look at Jinfrey's screen, and his arrogance crumbled into dust. The display was a golden wall of text. Every single legendary and hidden profession was available to him. While others struggled, Jinfrey had annihilated a staggering 33 monsters during the trial. The swordsman's face drained of color as he staggered back in horror, stuttering desperately, trying to convince himself that his own swordsman class was still an achievement. Jinfrey gave him a dismissive nod. Statistically, landing swordsman with only 15 kills was a mere 2% miracle. The fool had burned a lifetime of luck on a single roll. In the original game, the meta was a binary dictatorship, swordsman or summoner, but Jinfrey was done following the herd. He selected a path that defied all logic. The system locked it in: class, potion maker, special trait, synthesis. His starting gear materialized instantly. A server-wide announcement blasted his baffling choice to the entire crowd. Silence fell. They stared at him as if he had lost his mind. The swordsman broke the silence, screaming, "Is he brain dead? Who throws away a god-tier start for that?" Jinfrey ignored the noise, a knowing smirk playing on his lips as he opened his inventory. To a noob, it was trash. In the hands of a regression veteran, this class was a game-breaking cheat code. Those 33 kills weren't just for the high score. He had been precision farming, grinding for specific loot drops. His inventory gleamed with the spoils: 5 honey centipede stingers, 9 wings, and 3 vials of venomous blood. These were exclusive, S-rank materials, obtainable only in this specific tutorial zone. The swordsman stood there, mouth agape, unable to comprehend the level of play occurring before him. Jinfrey activated synthesis. He tossed the stinger, the wing, and the blood into the crafting slot with his starter junk dagger. The light of creation blinded them as he forged a weapon that defied the world's balance: the centipede dagger. Rank: unknown. Attack power: 66. Durability: 1,500. It possessed 3 skills, 2 of which were sealed by ancient restrictions waiting to be broken. For the moment, his arsenal was severely limited. He possessed only the active skill Perception, a terrifying ability that inflicted triple damage on any enemy's weak point. In this reality, An adventurer's power is usually shackled by their class and level. Gear is typically just a tool for basic offense and defense. However, legends speak of special equipment so broken, they defy the very laws of the system. Among the elite, these game-breaking items were known as hidden weapons. Ritual complete. He warped instantly to the first continent. Standing in the rookie city where every legend begins, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. It was exactly as he remembered. Accepting a fresh apple from a passerby, he retreated to the shadows to strategize. He had the class. He had the god-tier weapon. Now, he needed the master plan. The objective of this game was brutally simple. 7 continents. 7 S-class dungeons. The mission? Slaughter every final boss standing in his way. To achieve the impossible, he needed absolute power. That meant one thing. It was time to hunt. Rookies are expected to crawl through F-rank dungeons. But he wasn't here to play nice. He skipped the tutorial and marched straight into hell, the C-rank portal. The Forest of Guardians. His target? The main boss itself. The moment he materialized, a crimson warning flashed. Ding. He was locked inside. Escape was impossible without a clear. He pulled up his status window, and the numbers were grim. 122 HP, 30 mana, strength sitting at a lowly 21, defense was 27, intelligence 30, agility 19, and his luck, a pathetic 11. He scanned the perimeter, his combat instincts flaring. Recommended level? 17 to 30. For a fresh spawn with 0 armor, this wasn't a dungeon run. It was a death sentence. To test the waters, he engaged a level 17 devil plant. He drew his new dagger. The 16-level gap was suffocating, but his gut told him otherwise. One decisive strike was all he needed. Warning! The system shrieked of an incoming attack. He vaulted sideways, the air whistling past him as he narrowly cheated death. The beast was fast, but he had memorized its attack pattern years ago. There, the flower bud. He launched into the air, his blade tracing a deadly arc to split the core in 2. Critical hit. The system confirmed the strike. Perception flared to life. The devil plant didn't stand a chance. A victor's smirk curled his lips. Boom. In a flash, he rocketed all the way to level 10. 1 kill, massive gains. Now that is efficiency. In this game, health and mana surge with every level up, plus 5 bonus points. With 45 fresh points to spend, he didn't hesitate. Every single point went straight into defense. His strength was already lethal enough. He glanced at the blade in his hand. The real MVP. The reason he could defy logic. With perception and a weapon boasting 66 attack power, B-rank dungeons were now officially on easy mode. But he knew the dagger's true. Nightmare potential was still asleep. He grinned into the darkness. The real grind starts now. The boss was on a completely different dimension of power at this stage. Time dissolved into a blur of bloodshed, until he hit a dead end, boxed in by a trio of level 20 vipers. A 1% spawn rate for 3 at once. A statistical nightmare that froze the blood in his veins. As the first serpent struck, he twisted his body aside, noting their ferocity was exactly as the legends described, pure nightmare fuel. But in that heartbeat, a shadow loomed. The second snake struck from his blind spot. He arched his back, fangs grazing his throat by mere inches, before exploding into a desperate sprint. His mind spiraled. Focus! He screamed internally, crushing the panic. He had danced with these devils before. He knew their anatomy better than his own. He spun on his heel, charging headlong back into the fray. The target? A soft patch of tissue on the neck. A critical hit there guaranteed triple damage. He aligned his blade for the kill, but the beasts were learning. One coiled around the other, a living shield. Their coordinated defense defied all logic, leaving him paralyzed with shock. The third viper seized the opening. Fangs buried deep into his shoulder. Roaring through the searing agony, he unleashed a savage counterswing, severing the monster's head in a spray of gore. A golden light flashed. Level 13 achieved, but crimson warnings flooded his vision. HP critical. He needed to escape the kill zone and recover. Now, a single strike had brought him to death's door, but he had calculated this very possibility. Dumping all his points into defense at level 10 was a stroke of genius. He was hanging on by a thread, but he was still standing. The conditions were primed. Dagger skill 2, centipede, activate. His agility exploded to a mind-bending 190. Time seemed to slow. He effortlessly weaved through the monsters as they rushed him. This was the second skill, a passive ability known as divine speed. When at the brink of death, it amplifies the user's agility by a factor of 10. As severed heads thudded against the forest floor, the system chimed again. Level 17. He glared at the corpses, muttering, "I refuse to die here." The adrenaline faded. He collapsed beneath a tree, gasping for air. A ragged, heavy sigh escaped his lips. The experience gain was massive, but he had paid for it with a brush with death. Logic dictated he heal up, but that would deactivate this insane buff. Discarding power this absolute? It would be a total waste. He had to ride the razor's edge a little longer. But recklessness was no longer an option. He resumed the hunt, moving like a phantom in the shadows. A bizarre aberration crossed his path. It was dismantled in seconds. Glancing at the mounting pile of corpses, a smirk curled his lips. Perfect execution. With this skill active, slaughtering mobs felt like child's play, making the mortal risk worth every second. His leveling speed was about to break the sound barrier. Once the boss fell, he could finally attempt a new synthesis. The grocery list was long. Fresh water, thorny grass, a massive blueberry cluster, caterpillar skull jelly leaves, a blood flower, and a chestnut seed. A ridiculous fetch quest for a simple D-rank item, as he got lost in the absurdity of it all. A massive bear lunged from the shadows. He decapitated it without breaking stride, instantly returning to his train of thought. The sheer volume of ingredients? It felt less like a battle and more like a cooking simulator. Honestly, it was these little details that really killed the immersion, but complaining would get him nowhere. He was racing against the clock to gather everything before the boss spawned by the waterfall. The first two ingredients were easy pickings. Then, jackpot. A massive cluster of blueberries appeared. A smirk tugged at his lips. The grind was flowing perfectly. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the air, shattering the silence. He spun around. Two figures stepped out from the tree line. Recognition struck him like a physical blow. He knew this face. They had crawled out of the same dirt-poor village. The stranger's face twisted into a cruel sneer. Well, look who it is. Jinwoo stood frozen. The name surfaced from the depths of his memory. Julius. He could practically hear the mockery in Julius's mind. No way a loser like Jinwoo became an adventurer. Julius had launched his hunter career 2 or 3 years ago, so why the hell was he wasting time in a low-tier dungeon like this? The bully scoffed, scanning him with judgmental eyes. Don't tell me you actually chose Potion Maker? That is pathetic. And that weapon? Absolute trash. His lackey chimed in. Who is this scrub? You know him? Julius laughed. Yeah, unfortunately. We were kids together. His family was the poorest in the entire village. Bottom of the barrel. Just ignore him. He has always been a total freak. Dad kicked the bucket and his mom is bedridden. Tragic. The friend muttered a weak insult as they laughed. Smack. Jinwoo felt his blood boil. Of all the people to meet here. His father died when he was young, and his little sister was sacrificing everything to care for their mother. This life, becoming an adventurer, was his only shot at survival. But Julius's voice, dripping with venom, snapped him back to reality. Yo, are you deaf? We are talking to you. And wipe that dead look off your face. Man, it looks like you haven't had a beating in a long time. He lunged forward with sudden violence, grabbing a fistful of Jinwoo's collar and yanking him close. Now, how should I discipline you? He growled. Before he could strike, a deafening roar tore through the cavern, forcing all three to whip their heads toward the noise. The lackey's face went pale with terror. It is a monster. The dungeon boss. A colossal level 31 Cyclops materialized directly in front of them. Panic exploded in Julius's eyes as he screamed at his partner. Move! What are you doing? We have to run. But Jinwoo's voice was cold. Too late. It has already locked onto you. In a heartbeat, the Cyclops charged, closing the distance on the frozen lackey. One brutal swing of its massive club, and it was over. The man was obliterated instantly. Jinwoo and Julius stood paralyzed by the sheer violence. Julius's legs gave out, and he crumpled to the floor. A raw, guttural scream tore from his throat. The Cyclops' massive eyes swiveled toward him. A system notification flashed in Jinwoo's vision. Alert. This monster possesses the all-seeing eye. This is bad. Jinwoo's heart hammered against his ribs. Fighting a boss with this level gap is a suicide mission. Its defenses must be impenetrable. If he did not think of a plan now, he would end up just like that guy. Reduced to a red smear on the stone floor, his eyes locked onto the club hurtling toward him. He dodged the crushing blow at the final second, his mind racing. To make matters worse, this beast has a target lock skill. Right on cue. A translucent system window flashed before his eyes. He had become the Cyclops' primary target. Locked under that all-seeing eye, no prey could ever escape its gaze. Realizing he was out of options, steel sang as he unsheathed his dagger. The monster charged instantly. Its massive club crashed down exactly where he had been standing a split second before. Jinwoo leaped aside, the devastating impact shattering the very ground beneath him. It is anticipating my every move, he realized. But thanks to his divine speed stat, he could just barely stay one step ahead of the Reaper's scythe. Hiding in the distance, Julius could only watch with his jaw on the floor. Is that really Jinwoo? How is he moving like that? Meanwhile, Jinwoo knew the truth. He could not win this battle solely on the defensive. It was time to go on the offensive. He waited for the next swing, then vaulted directly onto the massive wooden weapon. He sprinted up the shaft of the club, racing toward the monster's colossal hand. The beast roared in fury, swiping to crush him like a bug, but he launched himself high into the air, soaring above its head. The monster's neck was completely exposed. This was his chance. He plunged his dagger down with every ounce of his strength, and the moment steel met skin, his worst fears were confirmed. 0 damage. The blade merely scraped uselessly against the creature's impenetrable hide. Irritated by the sting, the Cyclops swung its club in a blind rage, forcing Jinwoo to abandon the attack and leap back to the ground. Damn it. Fighting with a level difference this massive is no joke, he thought, gasping for air. All the while, Julius was cowering in some nearby bushes, but the bully had not fled. He simply could not look away. How is he so fast? Julius wondered, his mind reeling. Is he using some kind of high-level buff? Jinwoo dodged another heavy blow, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. At this rate, I will never get an opening to craft it. He quickly ran a mental checklist. He possessed the large blueberry cluster, the thorny grass, and the blood flower. The last few ingredients had to be close. If it were not for this damn boss monster, he would have gathered everything by now. His gaze suddenly darted across the cave and landed squarely on Julius, or more precisely, on the bushes shielding him. And there they were, the 3 final ingredients he needed, practically waiting for him. In a flash, Jinwoo bolted straight toward the spectator. Where are you going? Julius shrieked in absolute terror. Jinwoo ignored him, swiftly snatching the 3 plants before taking off again. He was in luck. A small underground lake sat nearby, offering his final ingredient, water. Wading into the pool, he immediately activated his synthesis skill. He crafted an E-rank poison. Once it entered a target system, it would steadily drain their health every single second. Witnessing this, Julius yelled out, "Are you a complete moron? Don't you know Cyclops have a super high resistance to poison? That low-rank garbage won't do a thing to it." Jinwoo just shot him a cold smirk. Oh, I know. His real plan was to fuse that new toxin with a C-rank poison he had looted from a snake earlier. He activated synthesis again, creating a far more potent D-rank poison. The bully was stunned by his skill, but Jinwoo was not done yet. For his final trick, he synthesized the new lethal toxin directly with his dagger. The weapon began to glow with a faint toxic aura. It had gained the poison attribute. Jinwoo gave the blade a confident swing through the air. A small, dangerous smile touched his lips as he felt its true power. Julius remained frozen in shock, trying to process how Jinwoo had just performed 3 syntheses in the middle of a boss fight. The ground trembled as a thunderous roar shattered the silence. The beast had found its prey. Jinwoo spun around to face the behemoth, his dagger gleaming in the dim light. "Sorry to keep you waiting." His killing intent was sharp. "Let us begin round 2. The Cyclops wasted no time. With a guttural snarl, it swung its massive club, smashing it into the water with cataclysmic force. But the attack hit nothing but air and water. Enraged, the monster began swinging wildly, turning the swamp into a chaotic kill zone. Jinwoo became a phantom. He weaved through the destruction deftly, closing the distance in a heartbeat before aiming his blade straight for the jugular. He knew the monster's defense patterns by heart, so he unleashed a storm of steel against its thick neck, hammering it with a relentless barrage of strikes. Paralysis venom surged into the open wounds instantly. A holographic system alert flashed before his eyes. The Cyclops was afflicted with severe poisoning. Its health bar began to melt away like snow in a furnace. But suddenly, the behemoth roared and violently flexed its massive muscles. With sheer brute strength, it forcibly purged the toxins from its bloodstream. Jinwoo did not even blink. He instantly launched a fresh assault. If the beast wanted to heal, he would just poison it again and again until it broke. The moment the venom took hold, the monster would roar and expel it from its veins. However, this resistance changed nothing. Jinwoo kept the pressure on, attacking relentlessly, and trapping the giant in a vicious cycle of pain and recovery. It was a brutal war of attrition, and slowly but surely, the monster's stamina began to bottom out. The moment for the final execution had arrived. He vaulted high into the air, gravity seeming to lose its hold. He locked onto the target, the Cyclops' massive, singular eye. His dagger sank deep. The system screamed, "Critical hit!" Vital point struck. His perception skill dominated the exchange. A roar of pure, unadulterated agony ripped from the giant's throat, shaking the very trees. As the skill sealed its fate, the towering behemoth crashed to the earth with a thunderous boom. A pleasant chime rang out in the silence. The system confirmed the kill, notifying him that a massive wave of experience points was flowing into his gauge. Meanwhile, Julius cowered behind a rotting tree, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. Was this truly the same weak hunter he knew? The transformation was terrifying. When Jinwoo's cold gaze shifted toward him, Julius felt his soul leave his body. He scrambled up and bolted, screaming for his life. Jinwoo watched him disappear without a word. He swiped the air to open his status window. Level 23 achieved. He banked the 90 points immediately. He knew exactly where they needed to go. But stats could wait. There was a far more pressing matter at hand. He opened his inventory, his heart racing as he checked the boss drops. 350,000 gold and a D-rank Cyclops fang. A grin of pure ecstasy split his face. He already knew what to do with the money. Half would go straight to his mother. This was the beauty of grinding solo. No splitting the loot, no sharing the glory. And best of all, he had secured the ultimate prize, the C-rank Cyclops eye. It was a grotesque, alien object, so he did not linger on it for too long. A satisfied smirk spread across his face. Only one ingredient remained. Once he had it, he could finally craft the gear that would take his power to the next level. Mission accomplished. He turned his sights toward his next hunting ground, the D-ranked flat plains. He stretched his aching muscles. He remembered the layout of that place all too well. Every player's ultimate endgame was to topple the highest-ranking bosses across the continents. He had to start at the bottom. But to even stand a ghost of a chance against the elites, he needed the weapon hidden within these very plains. To solve the riddle of the fallen goddess, he required the Cyclops eye and one final artifact. That was the reason he was here. The path to power was long, and the grind never stopped. The moment the beasts sensed fresh prey, a wave of killing intent exploded. They swarmed him instantly, hungry for blood, but he slaughtered them in a heartbeat. Stepping over the corpses, a dark vow took root in his soul. He would purge every last abomination from this world. He would carve out a destiny of peace for humanity with his own two hands. His family deserved a life of luxury, and he would deliver it. Once he ascended to the absolute peak and claimed his rightful power, he would silence the doubters forever. Anyone who dared look down on him would learn the true meaning of regret. Another pack of hounds fell before his blade, reduced to nothing but experience points. A golden light engulfed him level up. Meanwhile, back in the starter town, the Adventurers Association dropped a bombshell that shook the streets. Every pair of lips was moving, whispering about the same legendary feat. A rookie had slaughtered 33 monsters during the baptism trial. It was unheard of. He didn't merely survive the test, he completely obliterated the previous record. Shockwaves rippled through the adventurer community as the news spread like an unstoppable wildfire. The guild officially released the name Jinfrey Van Ride, a young man with raven black hair and eyes like piercing blue ice. Current status: active within the newbie zone. The rising star was somewhere close, but not all news was good. A party of corrupt adventurers had just been dragged in by the guards. Their crime? Illegal poaching of cobalt birds. Back in the wilds, Jinfrey cut down another beast, but a nagging suspicion gnawed at him. He had been grinding in this zone since dawn, yet he had not spotted a single target. His inventory was overflowing with other loot, but the specific prey he needed was nowhere to be found. It defied all logic. Cobalt birds were common spawns in this area. Their total absence was more than just bad luck. In this world, every continent is anchored by 7 distinct dungeons. These labyrinths range in brutality, from the lowly F rank to the nightmare-inducing A rank. There is even a C rank dungeon nearby, the lair of a formidable boss monster. Yet, the cobalt birds should be swarming right here, within the confines of this D rank dungeon. Wasting time was not an option. He sheathed his weapon and sprinted back to the city to gather intel. He marched straight for the local shop, but froze. The store was being ransacked in broad daylight. 2 low-level thugs were casually walking out the front entrance, dragging heavy sacks of stolen goods. When Jinfrey stood in their way, they violently shoved him aside and strutted down the street, laughing about their haul. Jinfrey stared at their retreating backs, his eyes cold. Do these idiots have a death wish? Drunk on their own arrogance, the thugs plowed through the crowd, slamming into a mother and her young daughter. The impact sent the little girl tumbling toward the stone stairs, a scream of pure terror ripping from her throat. Death seemed certain, but Jinfrey moved like a phantom. In a blur of speed, he snatched her from the air just inches from the ground. Safe. He turned his gaze toward the fleeing robbers, his eyes burning with a terrifying pressure. Even from a distance, the thugs felt that chill and scrambled away in fear. The trembling mother rushed over, pouring out her gratitude. She pulled her daughter into a tight embrace, trying to soothe the child's sobbing. The shopkeeper stormed out, face red with rage. Damn them! That was the filth from the Mountain Hounds Guild, he spat. Jinfrey raised an eyebrow, prompting an explanation. The merchant quickly filled him in. A new guild had taken over the district, ruling through fear and violence. They were extorting every honest merchant in town, demanding heavy tribute for protection. They had raided his stock dry. But worse, the shopkeeper leaned in to whisper a darker rumor. The mountain hounds were the ones responsible for hunting the cobalt birds to near extinction. The puzzle pieces snapped together in Jinfree's mind. He couldn't believe his luck. The intel he needed had fallen right into his lap. Beside him, the shopkeeper sighed, defeated and broken. "Those bastards have no honor," the old man lamented. "They are nothing but animals. They hurt women and children without blinking. If this continues, I'll have to board up my shop forever." As Jinfree turned to leave, a cold realization settled over him. The real battle was just beginning. This wasn't mere street trash. It was a corrupted adventurers' guild that had forsaken its honor. Challenging an entire guild alone was nothing short of a suicide mission. But witnessing their slaughter of the cobalt birds and innocent civilians sparkled a blazing inferno of rage within him. It was personal now. He would etch a lesson of regret into their very souls. Without a second thought, he vanished into the shadows, trailing the scumbags. He tracked them to their wretched hideout, ready to dispense justice. Inside, the air reeked of arrogance as one thug boasted to his crew. The fool babbled about their stolen loot, claiming their guildmaster planned to expand their dark dominion. Adventurers? More like a guild of thieves. Jinfree scoffed internally, his hawk-like gaze sweeping the room. Where were they hiding the essence of the cobalt birds? His eyes narrowed. There it was. Amidst the pile of ill-gotten gains, a crate glowed with the azure shimmer of severed feathers. Jinfree ground his teeth, killing intent flooding his veins. These were the parasites responsible. The sole reason the skies were empty of the magnificent birds. Oblivious to the predator watching them, a thug turned to his comrade. He whispered of a terrifying rumor from the association, a lone wolf who slaughtered 33 monsters in under 5 minutes. The other scoffed, dismissing the feat as impossible nonsense and tavern gossip. While they laughed, Jinfree tuned them out. His mind raced like a supercomputer, calculating the perfect heist path. A chill ran down his spine. Cold steel pressed against his neck as a voice dripped with malice from the shadows. "Just what do you think you're doing in our territory, rat?" Jinfree froze, his heart hammering against his ribs. The realization struck him like lightning. These weren't amateurs. They were all thief-class users, utilizing high-level stealth arts. No wonder his presence had been completely erased until the final second. He threw his hands up, feigning panic. "Whoa, easy, just a lost traveler." But the assassin's eyes remained cold. "Funny," the rogue sneered, tightening his grip. The last spy from the rival guild used that same excuse. "Want to know his fate? Or shall I demonstrate it on your corpse?" The thug lunged with a twisted grin, but Jinfree was already a blur of motion. He sidestepped the clumsy strike, his own dagger manifesting in his grip like a phantom. Steel flashed. A slash to the hamstring buckled the enemy, followed instantly by a pommel strike to the skull. Consciousness faded instantly. The body collapsed, crashing into a stack of crates with a thunderous noise. The sound shattered the silence, drawing the entire den's attention like moths to a flame. Seeing Jinfree standing over their comrade, their expressions twisted into masks of pure bloodlust. "Another rat from the rival guild," one roared. Jinfree waved his hands, desperate to defuse the situation. "Hold on, I don't seek bloodshed," he shouted. "I only came for the cobalt bird feathers." Then, his gaze drifted to the bloody dagger still gripped in his hand. "Right," he muttered. "That definitely doesn't look good." The air grew heavy as a thug stepped forward. "You stalked us here, scum." Jinfree's patience finally snapped like a twig. "Fine," he sighed. "If words won't reach you, then perhaps my blade will. Let's do this the hard way." The entire guild roared, charging at him like a tsunami of steel. Jinfree flowed like water, parrying the lead swordsman before smashing a fist directly into his nasal bone. Blood sprayed as the man shrieked, clutching his ruined face in agony. "Quit whining," Jinfree scoffed coldly. "I need to wrap this up before the reinforcements arrive." Dealing with this mob of trash mobs was becoming a tedious chore. "Die, you fool." Another assailant launched a cowardly ambush from the rear. Instinct took over. Jinfree dropped low, driving a devastating kick into the attacker's sternum that sent him rocketing backward. But there was no time to breathe. A spear thrust aimed at his heart pierced the air. Jinwoo seized the weapon's shaft with an iron grip, shattering the charge's momentum instantly. He drove a heavy fist into the man's gut, triggering a Crimson System alert. A critical hit to a vital point. His perception skill roared to life. An echo of agonizing pain washed over him from the connection, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. "Oof, my bad," Jinwoo muttered. But there was no time to rest as another thug lunged, screaming filth. Jinwoo weaved under the wild swing and slammed his pommel into the man's jaw, sending him crashing into unconsciousness. A heavy sigh escaped his lips. This senseless violence was exactly what he tried to avoid. All this chaos, just for a handful of feathers? Distraction nearly cost him everything. A shadow moved silently behind him. This opponent was different, lethal. No amateur battle cries to give him away, but Jinwoo was no novice. Survival instinct screamed, and he spun around, intercepting the strike just in time. The attacker's eyes widened, then narrowed into a smirk. Not bad. Few can react to a blindside like that. Jin Woo glared, his guard up. That signature stealth skill. Familiar. Then, the realization clicked. It was the same arrogant trash who had shoved that innocent girl earlier. The man stepped back, radiating superiority. I am Suveo, deputy head of the Mountain Hounds. Ring a bell? Jin Woo stared blankly. Nope. Am I supposed to care? That insult sparked an explosion of rage. Suveo charged. Wait, I know you. You're the pest who blocked my path. I should have crushed you back then. Jin Woo casually swatted aside the furious strike, his eyes scanning Suveo's equipment. Stolen. Every last piece. Wielding a legendary tier weapon, yet wearing trash armor? Pathetic. Suveo smirked, bragging that despite being under 20, his combat prowess was elite. He mocked Jin Woo, claiming his strength came only from lucky item drops. A barrage of taunts followed, trying to break Jin Woo's focus, dismissing his blade as a mere shiny toy. True power lies in the user's skill, he lectured, as if stating a divine revelation. Jin Woo fired back a venomous retort, provoking Suveo into another reckless lunge, which our hero sidestepped effortlessly. But the enemy wasn't just attacking, he was analyzing. I see right through you, Suveo scoffed. Your class is obvious. That rag you're wearing. It's the starter set for a potion master, isn't it? A garbage class for a garbage player, he sneered. But that weapon, that's a treasure. That blade is the only reason you're alive. The greed in his eyes was unmistakable. He intended to kill and loot. Jin Woo's gaze turned icy. The air shimmered as multiple daggers materialized, hovering with deadly intent. You've never faced a real adventurer, have you? Jin Woo asked coldly, leveling the floating blades at his target before unleashing them. Suveo's weapon became a blur of steel, deflecting every projectile with terrifying speed. He gloated, declaring that victory belonged to the one who deciphered the opponent's class first. Your only trick is some synthesis skill, he declared confidently. I dominate you in raw power. And you? You don't even know what I truly am. Jin Woo tilted his head. Are you a thief? Instantly, Suveo vanished into stealth. His composure shattered. He had been exposed instantly. From the shadows, he frantically denied it, shouting that he was a summoner class. But his desperation screamed the truth louder than words. He was definitely a thief. Jin Woo sighed. Fighting a stealth user was going to be a massive headache. Hesitation meant death. He exploded into motion, pressing the attack instantly. But before his strike could connect, the air rippled behind him. Two figures materialized from thin air. Their blades were already slashing down toward his neck. Stealth users, his instinct screamed. They had masked their presence completely. He contorted his body in midair, barely slipping past their coordinated death trap. He scrambled back to create distance, flailing in the chaos. When, thud, the hilt of his dagger slammed directly into the deputy leader's most precious jewels. A blue system window popped up. Critical hit. You have struck the opponent's vital point. The perception skill triggered instantly. He could practically see the waves of soul-shattering agony exploding through the man's nervous system. The deputy leader unleashed a scream so high-pitched, it shattered the glass of nearby buildings. Then, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed out cold. His subordinates scrambled toward him in sheer panic. Seeing their leader on the ground, foaming at the mouth with whites of his eyes showing, sent a chill of absolute terror down their spines. Jin Woo scratched his head, offering a hollow apology. Whoops. My hand slipped. But then his expression darkened. He stepped forward, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. This isn't over. Unless you want to end up like him. He extended a hand. Hand over the cobalt bird feathers. Now, trembling with fear, the thugs scrambled to grab the loot box. But suddenly, the ground rumbled. A massive mob of reinforcements flooded the street. Leading the pack was the instigator from before. He pointed a shaking finger at Jin Woo. There he is. That's the maniac who ambushed us. He's got to be a spy from a rival guild. Jin Woo let out a nervous sigh, trying to de-escalate. Hold on, you've got the wrong idea. But words were useless. Dozens of weapons were unsheathed in unison. Clang! A thug snarled, stepping forward. You've got guts attacking the mountain hounds. Then, his eyes snagged on the fallen figure on the ground, foaming and twitching. Horror washed over him as he recognized the face. Is that the deputy leader? What did you do to him? He screamed for an answer, but the deputy leader remained comatose, lost in the realm of pain. A murmur rippled through the crowd. He took down Sue? Impossible. But another goon shook his head. No way. The boss must be drunk again, he insisted, desperate for an excuse. That's the only explanation for him losing to a kid like this. Sober Sue is invincible. Jin Woo forced an awkward smile, sweating slightly. He definitely wasn't drunk, Jin Woo thought, just drunk on his own arrogance. Suddenly, The crowd parted. A heavy pressure descended as the guild leader stepped forward. He had come to investigate the chaos. Immediately, his lackeys swarmed him like bees, all shouting at once. Jinwoo analyzed the newcomer. Is this the top dog? The guild master? The master's voice boomed. Who dared to touch my men? Every finger pointed straight at Jinwoo. It was him, boss. He even one-shotted Su. The guild master turned. His gaze was heavy, scanning Jinwoo from head to toe, measuring his worth. My subordinates are idiots. I know that, he rumbled. But to beat them this badly? What kind of grudge do you hold against our guild? Jinwoo shrugged. I'm not with anyone. I work alone. The master's lips curled into a smirk. You? Alone? You dismantled my entire squad solo? When Jinwoo nodded, the master threw his head back and roared with laughter. Then, he dropped a bombshell. Join us. Jinwoo froze, stunned. The guild members' jaws dropped. They erupted in protest, veins popping with fury. Boss, you can't be serious. Quiet. The master raised a hand. Under normal circumstances, I'd crush you and force an apology. But a warrior capable of taking down Su? That is a talent I simply cannot allow to slip through my fingers. He sauntered over, draping a heavy, overly friendly arm around Jinwoo's shoulders. What is the matter? Has the cat got your tongue? Or are you just struck speechless by your own good fortune? Come, we shall all share a drink, he proclaimed, to honor your induction into our brotherhood. But Jinwoo's patience had officially evaporated. Violently, he tore the man's arm away. Are you out of your mind? He snarled, his voice dripping with venom. I came here for one thing only, the cobalt bird feathers. Who in their right mind would pledge loyalty to a third-rate trash heap like this guild anyway? Now, if you are done wasting my breath, hand them over. Fork over the feathers, and I vanish. But the third-rate insult cut deep. The guild leader's face contorted, twisting into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. What did you just dare to say to me? Jinwoo didn't blink. He doubled down, labeling the guild exactly what it was. Third-rate. A pack of scavengers who only preyed on the weak because the truly strong would crush them like insects. Consumed by blind fury, the giant lunged, his massive weapon cleaving the air. Our protagonist vaulted sideways a mere split second before the devastating blow smashed into the earth, gouging a deep crater into the solid stone floor. The man was absolutely livid, yet through the red haze of his wrath, he recognized a chilling truth. Jinwoo was the first person to ever evade his strike. Murder was off the table. No. He would beat this brat within an inch of his life, then sell him as a slave to the highest bidder. Jinwoo's mind raced, calculating the odds. That raw, devastating power. This was no common bandit. And just like that, the air grew heavy with killing intent. The battle reignited. The guild leader charged like a raging bull, but our boy moved like a phantom, dancing just beyond the reach of death. He created distance, thinking fast. He could not risk revealing his true professional class skills here. This needed to end, and it needed to end immediately. He launched forward, ducking under a wild swing before vanishing and reappearing behind his enemy, delivering a sharp, precise strike. The man frantically clawed at the point of impact, but his face twisted in confusion when his fingers found no blood. The force had been immense, yet Jinwoo had struck him only with the flat of his blade, a humiliating mercy. Our protagonist stood motionless, a silent statue waiting for the next move. With a guttural grimace, the brute sheathed his heavy weapon. That was the tell. Jinwoo's theory clicked into place the moment the man activated the skill, Massacre. It was a terrifying ability that doubled attack power for 3 minutes, the signature move of a fighter class. Witnessing this power-up, the guild members roared like animals, cheering their tyrant on. The leader glared, his eyes burning with infernal intensity, before launching himself forward, his bare fists now lethal weapons aimed to kill. But the punch meant to liquefy Jinwoo's skull obliterated the wall behind him, a testament to our hero's godlike reflexes. The stakes had just skyrocketed. One clean hit from that buffed state meant instant death. In this world, there were no respawns. Suddenly, the fighter was upon him again, a fist screaming toward his temple, promising eternal oblivion. But Jinwoo? He was faster. He raised his dagger high, bringing it down in a blur of silver light, striking his opponent's vital points for a massive damage multiplier. The guild leader crumpled to the floor, lights out. His subordinates stared in paralyzed silence, jaws unhinged, their minds failing to process the impossibility of what they had just witnessed. Wait a second. A trembling whisper broke the silence. Is that not the rookie from the news? The description matched perfectly. The basic potion maker's robe, the raven black hair, and those unmistakable, piercing azure eyes. A tidal wave of panic washed over them. It can't be, they shrieked. That is the blue-eyed Jinwoo. Jinfrey opened his mouth to speak, ready to explain himself. But panic had already set in. The entire crew scrambled, fleeing for their lives as if a demon were chasing them. He watched them go, completely baffled. How on earth did they even know his name? And were they seriously going to abandon their unconscious leader without a second thought? He scratched the back of his head, bewildered by their cowardice. Whatever, dude. It didn't matter. He only came here for the feathers anyway. Time to cash in at the store. Once his business was done, he warped straight to Seeger Falls, a B-rank dungeon. He tore through the level, slaying the dungeon boss, a level 35 Baphomet, with ease. But honestly, he felt a little underwhelmed. The fight with the Cyclops had been leagues more intense than this weakling. Now, it was finally time to visit the fallen goddess. He approached the colossal statue, staring up at the hollow void where her eye used to be. Solve the riddle. Claim the loot. With a smirk, he pulled the Cyclops' eye and the cobalt feather from his inventory. I am here to help you reclaim what was lost, he murmured, his voice echoing in the silent chamber. It didn't take a genius to figure out the missing piece of this puzzle. Sure, plenty of amateur players would have guessed that the giant eye belonged in the empty socket, but the real 500 IQ play was spotting the tiny, hidden gap in one of her stone wings. It was the perfect slot for the cobalt bird feather. The moment he slid it into place, a system message flashed before him. The fallen goddess's wish has been fulfilled. Suddenly, the stone statue began to glow with a blinding, ethereal light. A single, shimmering tear of light formed in the statue's eye. The system announced that the goddess could no longer hold back her tears of pure gratitude. As if guided by destiny itself, the tear fell, landing perfectly into a golden goblet at the statue's base. And from that holy vessel emerged the second secret weapon, Lucifer's celestial halo. This item was absolutely broken. It increased luck by 100 and boasted a staggering durability of 2000. The first skill was a passive ability, mind reading. The second passive was tyrannical sense. With this, he could pinpoint the location of any living being within a 5-kilometer radius. The third skill remained a mystery, locked away until specific conditions were met. Jinfrey held the halo in his hands, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Yeah, this was no easy find. He gave a respectful nod to the goddess and equipped the legendary item. It shimmered into existence, floating ominously right above his head. Immediately, he felt like he was dead. He waved a hand through the spectral ring, annoyed. He was trying to keep a low profile, not look like a beacon. Walking around with a glowing halo would make him look less like a cool adventurer and more like a total weirdo. But now that he had the weapon, it was time to step up. Time to hit the S-rank dungeons. He arrived at the imposing gates of the AG Volcano dungeon, only to hit a wall. This was the big leagues now. The guild rules were absolute. You needed a full party of 7 people to even think about entering. Great, now he had to find a group. The lore was clear. After you clear an S-rank dungeon, the main demon boss can respawn anywhere else on the map. But clearing your first one nets you a unique title. That title is basically a golden ticket, granting access to the second major region of the game. Jinfrey was eager to get there as fast as humanly possible, but his thoughts were shattered by hushed, urgent voices behind him. One adventurer nudged his buddy. Dude, look over there. The air suddenly crackled with heat, vibrating with the energy of a fire mage party. Jinfrey's head whipped around, his interest instantly piqued. His eyes locked onto Fra Ashbury, a level 45 adventurer rocking the mage class. He instantly fired up his mind-reading ability, and the feedback hit him like a truck, a tidal wave of pure desperation. She was hell-bent on tackling an S-rank dungeon, no matter the cost. Yet, her squad was missing a vital piece. A smirk curled on his lips. The newbie halo was working its magic perfectly. Suddenly, the girl surged to her feet, announcing to the group that she had made up her mind. They were calling it a day. That was Jinwoo's signal to strike. He slid into their path, a confident grin plastering his face. Looks like you guys are a man down, he said smoothly. Count me in. Instantly, every pair of eyes locked onto the glowing halo hovering above his head. He caught their stares and offered a wry smile. No mind reading needed to guess their thoughts. He could feel their silent mockery. The male party member shut him down cold, claiming he had no idea where the rookie got that impression, but they were finished recruiting. He suggested Jinwoo go find another squad to bother. But activating his mind reading, Jinwoo picked up a completely different frequency, intense anxiety. The guy was terrified because their teammate was currently laid up in a hospital bed. The truth was clear. Their last mission went south, leaving them critically short-handed for the big dive. Jinwoo's eyes shifted sharply to the girl. I'd rather hear it from the party leader herself, he challenged, noting the tension etching lines across her face. If she was this desperate to enter the dungeon, why was she shutting him out? She snapped back that it was none of his business, but he felt that wave of uneasiness spike again. He tuned his senses deeper. She was consumed by worry for her father, who had vanished into an S-rank dungeon 1 month ago. His entire party had simply disappeared. And just like that, the puzzle pieces clicked. She wasn't being arrogant. She was worried about Jin Woo's safety. She took one look at the newbie halo and wrote him off as a walking casualty. He recognized that look. It was pity. Steeling himself, he spoke with authority. My apologies. I should have led with this. My name is Jin Woo, and I also have business inside that S-rank dungeon. The name struck a chord instantly. The male crew member's jaw practically hit the floor as he pointed a trembling finger. Wait a minute, he gasped. Is that the Jin Woo from the news? The rookie who slaughtered 33 monsters in his baptism trial? But he doesn't look that tough. This has to be a mistake. Jin Woo just smirked again. It all made sense now. He was trending on the Adventurer newsfeed. He hadn't realized his debut had caused such a massive splash. Fra, meanwhile, wrestled with her instincts. Was this a fluke, or did it seriously feel like he was reading her mind? She wasn't the type to buy into hype, but this guy's aura was something else entirely. He carried himself like a man who had already stared into the abyss of this world and knew exactly how to conquer it. It sent a strange, buzzing electricity through her veins. At that very second, a system window flashed before Jin Woo's eyes. Target. Fra is experiencing a thrill. A surge of pure excitement and anticipation coursed through her as she held his gaze. Their eyes met, and she made the call. You're in. Her teammate stood frozen, completely floored. She rose from her seat and strode toward the gate with purpose. But if you slow us down, she warned coldly, we will leave you behind without a second thought. Jin Woo was ecstatic. Everything was falling into place. He was finally going to breach that dungeon. Moments later, the world shifted. They stood inside the dungeon, heat blasting from the edge of a blistering volcano, and naturally, they shoved Jin Woo to the very front of the formation, the classic meat shield position, the perfect spot to be a monster's first snack, while the leader herself hung back in the safety of the rear. Shadows whispered betrayal in the backlines. One party member leaned close to the leader, his voice a venomous hiss. Are you certain? I don't trust this outsider. The leader didn't even blink. Chill. The strategy is absolute. We point him at the danger. If the situation turns to hell, he becomes the bait. Meanwhile, the man tailing Jin Woo finally spoke up. Hey, are you the real deal? That legendary guy from the news? Jin Woo hadn't seen the broadcast. He remained silent, offering only a stoic scowl in response. Ding. The system flashed a warning. Player Arthur harbors inner conflict. Trust level, 0. His companion sneered. Don't be a sheep. You can't believe every rumor you hear, man. Look at him. Does that halo scream Apex Warrior? Hardly. Jin Woo's patience snapped like a twig. They mocked the halo, blind to the fact that its utility stats were god tier. Suddenly, the artifact pulsed. Skill 2 activated. Sense danger. A dark wave of mana washed over him. He felt it, a legion of monsters storming down from the peak, hunting them. Impossible. He whipped around, eyes blazing. Mages, barriers up. Now. They froze in confusion until he roared, Move! The volcano is erupting. Arthur shot him a dirty look, but then the earth groaned, confirming the nightmare. The roar swallowed the world. Jin Woo screamed over the din. Run, the mountain is coming down. Watch for debris. Arthur reacted on instinct, casting Reflection, creating a shimmering dome to shield them. Jin Woo analyzed the threat. It was a literal meteor shower of stone. No running from this. Hold the line, the squad leader commanded. She stepped into the fray, mana surging, chanting, Meteor blaze. A sun-sized fireball manifested above her head, staff raised high. With a savage swing, she unleashed the inferno into the avalanche of rock. Boom! The boulders vaporized instantly. Jin Woo watched, impressed despite himself. A high-tier pyromancer. She deleted that massive landslide effortlessly. But fate is never kind. The floor beneath them dissolved, the ground splintered, and Arthur fell screaming into the chasm. Jin Woo moved like lightning, grabbing Arthur's wrist at the precipice. Arthur stared into the void, sheer terror choking him as he dangled over the endless black. However, gravity demanded its due. The ledge crumbled. Jin Woo lost his footing, and they both plummeted into the abyss. Miraculously, they didn't splatter. Something soft broke their fall. It was a tangent-sized, fluffy bat, sleeping at the cavern's bottom. Jin Woo exhaled. We're alive. Ding! The halo rejoiced. Luck increased by 100 points. But their living mattress began to stir, unhappy about the rude awakening. Crimson eyes snapped open. Jin Woo's instincts screamed. Run! They scrambled off just as the beast exploded into a frenzy of rage. Jin Woo shouted the intel. Don't attack. It reflects all damage back at the caster. We need a strategy, not brute force. I know that. Arthur spat back, arrogant as ever, but Jin Woo cut him off. Incoming, the bat unleashed a deafening shriek that tore the air. Jin Woo became a blur, lunging at the mage. He tackled Arthur aside, just as a barrage of stone spikes annihilated the spot where he had stood. Jin Woo slammed Arthur against the wall, his voice dripping with ice. "I told you to be careful. Unless you actually want to die in this hole today." A low, guttural snarl ripped through the air as the beast prepared its next strike, tension thick enough to choke on. Arthur stared down at the smoking crater in the stone, his eyes wide with disbelief. A cold dread washed over him. If Jeffrey hadn't shoved him aside, he would have been flattened into a meat pancake instantly. Terrifyingly, this monster wasn't even S-rank. As the bat shrieked and dove again, the main character whipped out his dagger with lightning speed. In one fluid, artistic motion, he silenced the beast forever. Arthur stood frozen, his mind screaming in denial. Did he really just one-shot that monstrosity? Far above the chaos, Freena channeled her mana into the rift, desperately scanning for any spark of life. Her squadmate's voice trembled beside her. "What do your senses tell you?" "He's safe," she exhaled, the heavy weight of terror lifting from her chest. "Arthur is still breathing." Her mind immediately jumped to Jeffrey, that mysterious stranger. "He risked everything to save my brother." She couldn't shake the memory that he was the only one who sensed the earthquake before it even hit. The squad clamored to descend into the abyss, but Freena's command cut through the noise like a blade. "No, the real battle awaits us ahead. We cannot waste a single drop of mana here. Our mission is to slaughter the demons and restore peace to this bleeding continent. We march to the summit. They will catch up, so cast aside your worries. Arthur is my flesh and blood, and I trained him personally," she declared with a steel facade. But internally, her heart was breaking. Silently begging the gods to guide him to safety, she sent a silent prayer for her father's survival as well. Meanwhile, deep in the cavern, Jeffrey realized the squad captain was Arthur's older sister. The revelation that their entire party was on a desperate search for their father barely registered with him. With a mental shrug, he decided family drama wasn't his problem. It was time to move. Arthur scrambled to keep up, shouting, "Hey, the demon is at the peak. Where are you going?" Jeffrey stopped dead and turned, his gaze piercing. "Do you honestly plan to fight a boss of that caliber? Do you have a death wish, kid?" The question hung heavy in the silence. "I'm heading to the monster's nest," Jeffrey stated, his voice void of emotion. A system notification popped up. Arthur was drowning in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. The boy craved strength. Seeing the hunger in his eyes, Jeffrey dropped the hook. "If you want true power, follow me." When they finally arrived at the heart of the nest, the atmosphere grew suffocating. Arthur laughed nervously. "So, this is where the nightmares hang out, huh?" They were instantly encircled by a massive flock of level 41 phoenixes, an army capable of freezing anyone's blood. Arthur scanned the threats, realizing with horror that these beasts were leagues above the cave bats. Without a word, the protagonist drew his dagger, the steel glinting in the dim light. He exploded into motion, a blur of lethal intent. He carved a bloody path through the fiery birds while Arthur watched, paralyzed by the display of dominance. The kid thought, taking on one is hard enough, but a whole flock? This is absolute suicide. Suddenly, a phoenix dive-bombed him from the blind spot. Arthur reacted on instinct, hitting the dirt to dodge a blast of searing hellfire. He scrambled back to his feet, adrenaline flooding his veins. He drew his own dagger, eyes locking onto the phoenix, circling high above like a vulture. Realizing melee was a death sentence, he swapped his blade for his bow. Waiting for the perfect split second, he loosed an arrow that pierced the phoenix's skull instantly. Triumphantly, he shouted over to Jeffrey, "Don't worry about me. I can handle a one-on-one fight." He turned to brag to his mentor, but the words died in his throat. He was completely floored to see Jeffrey standing casually atop a massive mountain of phoenix corpses. In the time it took Arthur to kill a single bird, Jeffrey had annihilated the entire flock and was already calmly roasting meat over a campfire. Arthur stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief. It was impossible. Had Jin Woo really slaughtered every single monster in the vicinity? Unbothered, Jin Woo continued his grotesque feast. The flesh tasted faintly of chicken, but suddenly, his stomach gave a violent lurch. Gluttony had its price. He had gorged himself too far, and to make matters worse, the system granted 0 buffs for his trouble, but there was no time to regret it. Instantly, his danger detection skills screamed in his mind, warning him of a tidal wave of terrifying magical energy crushing down upon them. He shoved one last chunk of meat between his lips, turning around with a scowl. "You have got to be kidding me. Why now of all times?" From the abyss, a nightmare emerged. The dungeon boss. A level 45 salamander, radiating pure malice. Jin Woo was caught completely off guard. The nausea from his feast intensified, twisting his gut into knots. A debuff hit. His stats plummeted as he retched violently. Arthur sprinted to his side, panic in his voice. "Hey, what the hell is happening to you?" Jin Woo wiped the bile from his lips, his gaze sharp. "Focus, Arthur. Stay on your toes. This beast grows stronger by devouring humans. Those earlier monsters were mere insects compared to this predator." The salamander struck. Arthur barely raised his shield in time. but the impact tore a vicious gash across his arm. "Arthur!" Jinwoo roared, his composure cracking with genuine concern, asking if he was okay. Arthur responded with a wet cough, spraying crimson onto the ground. "This thing. It's in a league of its own." Jinwoo stepped forward, shielding his companion, his eyes narrowed into slits of cold steel. "Fall back. I will end this. Just find cover. Now." The salamander hissed, thick, corrosive saliva dripping from its maw onto the sizzling stone, its hunger palpable. It was already savoring the taste of its next fresh meal. Jinwoo smirked, noting the beast's strange movement. "What's this? Looks like I'm not the only one with an upset stomach. It looks bloated. Like it can't fit another bite." Suddenly, the beast began to heave violently. Jinwoo watched, stunned. Was the boss actually sick? With a sickening sound, it unleashed a torrent of bile. Foul-smelling slime, gore, and disgusting clots flooded the chamber, mixing with human bones and glimmering loot. But amongst the filth lay a single sword. Arthur froze. He recognized that blade instantly. It belonged to his father. Before the reality could even sink in, before he could process the horror, Jinwoo moved. He had to finish this battle now, before the stench made him lose his lunch again. But Arthur collapsed to his knees. His voice trembled, a broken whisper. "That armor, that sword, they're my father's." A system window flashed before Jinwoo. Alert. Character Arthur has been consumed by uncontrollable rage. Logic vanished. His mind held only one desire: avenge his father, slaughter the beast. The boy's face twisted into a mask of pure fury as he glared death at the salamander, screaming a vow to kill it. He snatched his father's blade from the filth and charged blindly into the jaws of death. "Wait!" Jinwoo shouted, a knot of dread tightening in his gut. It was suicide. The salamander simply flicked its tail, sending Arthur flying across the room. But the boy was relentless. Bloodied and broken, he staggered back to his feet, screaming like a madman. "Die! Just die!" Before he could throw his life away, Jinwoo tackled him to the hard stone with a roar. "Didn't you hear me?" he bellowed, pinning the boy down. "I told you to wait." Arthur thrashed wildly, eyes white with madness, screaming for release. But Jinwoo was an immovable mountain. "Are you trying to die? You can't kill that thing alone." Arthur spat back. "Let go of me. Open your eyes," Jinwoo yelled, shaking him. "Are you out of your mind? Think about your family. If you die here today, who will look after them? Is this what your father would want?" The words struck home. The berserk rage faded from Arthur's eyes, and his frantic struggles instantly ceased. Seeing the boy return to his senses, Jinwoo softened his voice. "This isn't an enemy you can face alone." The fight left Arthur's body. His shoulders shook as he broke down in helpless tears. "I know," he choked out, sobbing. "I know I'm weak, but I can't just walk away. My father is dead." The system chimed again. Status update. Arthur's rage has turned inward. He is consumed by his own powerlessness. Jinwoo slowly released his grip and stood up, murmuring a quiet apology for shouting. He turned his gaze back to the darkness. The salamander was waiting. "You have awakened as a hunter, haven't you? Hardly the ideal class for a tank role. Check your inventory. Do you possess anything of value?" Arthur wipes the sweat from his eyes, replying that his stash is meager: just arrows, healing potions, and downy bat hair. That last item makes him pause. He stares at it in bewilderment. He definitely did not loot that. A faint, knowing smile plays on Jinwoo's lips. That would be the passive skill of your hunter class. A true hunter never leaves a single scrap of useful material behind. Arthur is still visibly confused, but Jinwoo cuts him off sharp. "We can discuss the mechanics later. For now, listen closely. I have a strategy. The two of us are going to end this salamander, but this stays between us. This monster is a nightmare of an opponent. We need to move in absolute stealth." They slide into position, and as the massive salamander begins to shamble toward them, Jinwoo gives the order. "Hit me with a buff, now." The kid mutters an incantation, and a surge of golden power floods into Jinwoo, a battle inspiration effect that will hold for 5 minutes. In that window of time, his muscle strength and speed are jacked up by 30%. The salamander hisses, sensing the sudden shift in power. Arthur nervously holds up the clump of bat hair. "We are really using this later, right?" Jinwoo confirms with a sharp nod. "Thanks for the boost. My stomach finally feels settled. Just follow my lead." With that, he explodes into action, blurring forward as the monster braces for impact. His dagger flashes in the dim light. He knows this beast possesses an absurd health pool, so he must stack as much damage as possible, fast and lethal. He weaves in and out with his poisoned blade, striking true again and again. The venom instantly begins to rot the creature from within. The plan is simple. He keeps the monster's rage focused on him while it fights the poison, granting Arthur the perfect opening to strike. A sharp whistle cuts the air as an arrow embeds itself deep in the monster's head. Jinwoo shoots a glance at the boy, projecting his intent. Now, it is your turn. Hit the weak spot. The forehead. Jinwoo grins. Bringing a ranged attacker was the right call. Making a shot with that precision from a distance would have been impossible alone. Arthur is already knocking more arrows, eyes locked on the target. As Jinwoo refreshes the poison stacks, the boy lets a volley fly straight into the creature's skull. It lets out a choked, gurgling roar, a clear sign that their strategy is working perfectly. But suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. The monster enters rage mode. Instantly, the beast's stats spike by another 30%. Scorching flames erupt from its body, the heat waves rolling over Arthur's position. At that exact moment, our main character rushes back into the fray. He smirks, thinking that while the salamander's power has boosted, this is precisely where the bat fur comes into play. As the salamander's massive tail whips around to crush him, he shoves the clump of fur forward, dampening the devastating blow. He grins. Good thing we came prepared. In this enraged state, its weakness has shifted. It is no longer the forehead. Now, the weak point is the front legs. Jinwoo had already briefed Arthur on this critical change, and right on cue, Arthur aims directly for the kill zone. The instant an arrow pierces the leg, Jinwoo's dagger flashes in a deadly arc, severing the other limb. The poison spreads like wildfire through the monster's system. A system notification chimes. Mind's Eye has been activated. As the monster screams in ear-splitting agony, they descend upon it, a whirlwind of blades and arrows striking from all sides. Victory is within their grasp. The colossal salamander teetered on its last legs, and Arthur, sensing the shift, ceased his relentless assault. Our hero closed the distance, noticing the inferno that once cloaked the beast had dwindled to a mere flicker. This creature was hovering on the edge of oblivion. But danger lurked. If it managed to siphon the surrounding flames, it would kickstart a terrifying regeneration. Right on cue, a crimson system alert flashed. Self-resurrection mode activated. The salamander's health bar began a menacing tick upward. As the flames around it roared back to life, a cold dread washed over Arthur. This fight was far from over. If that monstrosity fully recovered, there was no way they could put it down in the next 5 minutes. They had to end this now. He took aim, shouting a frantic warning to Jinfrey, who just glanced at the raging monster and cracked a smile. Bet, he scoffed, already charging in. Let's finish this oversized lizard for good. The salamander lunged. Jinfrey sidestepped, jammed his dagger into its jaw to wrench it open, and with perfect timing tossed in a small furball. "Arthur, light it up," he yelled. "Already on it," came the reply. And the second the furball was in place, an arrow was loosed. A perfect shot, piercing deep and lodging straight into the monster's gullet. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened, and Arthur's nerves began to fray. But then, Jinfrey calmly started a countdown. The second he hit one, the creature's body swelled like a grotesque balloon and then just exploded. Turns out, the fur from a downy bat absorbs damage, only to unleash it with triple the devastating power. A notification pinged. The fighting spirit buff had expired, and with it, the stomach debuff was finally cleansed. The shattered remains of the salamander crashed to the ground, and the system confirmed the kill, flooding him with a delicious torrent of experience points. With the battle won, they ascended to the summit to rendezvous with the others. The moment Jinfrey saw them, his radiant halo vanished instantly. "Brother," Phryana cried out, her voice trembling with worry. He didn't waste time. He stepped toward his sister, presenting their father's sword with heavy hands. His whole body trembled, fighting back a tidal wave of tears as he choked out the words, "The salamander." It coughed this up. His sister immediately pulled him into a powerful hug. "This isn't on you," she whispered fiercely. "You fought so hard." At that, the dam finally broke. He wept openly, sobbing that it was Jinfrey who had truly done the impossible. Her gaze snapped to Jinfrey, who was kneeling in the dirt, digging with his bare hands. It clicked for everyone at once. He was making a grave. Silently, they joined him. Phryana's tears fell freely as they built a stone cairn, placing the sword in the center to bid their final goodbyes. Jinfrey stood apart from the group, watching Arthur's grief and finding himself lost in a painful memory of playing with his own sister. He recalled the exact moment their mother burst into the house with devastating news, until Phryana's voice snapped him back to the present. "I need to thank you," she said, her voice heavy with emotion. "For my father, and for Arthur." He just brushed it off, claiming he hadn't done anything out of the ordinary. "Arthur can handle himself," he added. But the young warrior shook his head. "I'm not a fool. I know exactly how skilled you are. If you hadn't been here, I'd be dead." "No cap," Arthur confessed, looking him in the eye. "You're way stronger than the stories say. This is unreal." Jinwoo instantly shifted gears, his mind sharpening like a blade. "Listen closely," he commanded. The true nightmare is still waiting for us. At the very peak of this mountain, the ruler of this entire continent sits on that throne, he warned darkly. The steel bear. Freyina's grief hardened instantly into ice-cold resolve. I will slaughter it, she vowed. With their new purpose set, they began their ascent, carving a bloody path through every beast foolish enough to block their way. At last, they conquered the climb and stood upon the volcano's searing peak, scanning the hellish landscape for their prey. Without warning, the magma lake began to boil. A pillar of apocalyptic fire blasted into the heavens. The squad stood frozen, watching a living nightmare rise from the inferno. A colossal beast. 3 heads. Level 50. The Steel Bear Emperor. It unleashed its signature skill, Steel Waves. All 3 maws opened to release a synchronized, bone-shattering roar. The sonic force was agonizing, forcing the hunters to cover their ears as their eardrums threatened to burst. They knew instantly that this beast was in a realm of its own. Suddenly, a voice dripping with malice rumbled from the creature itself. Have you come? It laughed, the sound shaking the earth. To offer me your deaths? Everyone, fall back immediately. Jinwoo roared. His command was instantly justified. The bear unleashed a cataclysmic torrent of scorching breath. Freyina saw the central jaw gathering mana and screamed, Do as Jinwoo says. Retreat to a safe distance. Now. She sprinted for cover but froze mid-step. Jinwoo. He wasn't moving. What are you doing? She shrieked in pure terror. He simply flashed his trademark smirk. In the next heartbeat, the monster's firestorm swallowed him whole. The team scrambled behind cover as a tidal wave of annihilation washed over the mountain. When the flames finally died down, Arthur scanned the scorched earth. Jinwoo was gone. Jinwoo! He screamed into the thick, choking smoke. The bear only chuckled a deep vibration of cruelty. It seems your friend was too slow. In that heat? Not even his ashes remain. The party emerged from the shadows, despair crushing their hearts. Their leader was dead. But the main character does not fall so easily. As the smoke finally cleared, the bear's triumphant laughter died in all 3 of its throats. There, in the exact center of the impact zone, stood Jinwoo. Not a single scratch. The beast froze, utterly stunned. The phoenix meat he consumed earlier. It wasn't just a snack. It was a lifeline. The fire protection triggered. And somehow, Jinwoo walked out of hell alive. He just smirked, dusting off his shoulder and mocking the god beast. Is that all you've got? The bear stared him down, fear flickering in its eyes. This human was an anomaly. Arthur nearly collapsed with relief, while Freyina stood trembling, unable to comprehend how he survived such destruction. There was only one explanation for tanking a hit like that. Absolute fire resistance. And that was exactly why he had gorged himself on that meat. It was all calculated. Consuming 50 units of phoenix meat grants high-tier fire resistance for exactly 7 minutes. It isn't total immunity, but it negates the damage to near zero. However, the condition was met. He was on the edge, pushed to the brink, his ultimate trump card awakened, skill activated, divine speed. He drew his dagger as his stats skyrocketed. The bear actually grinned. It finally acknowledged him. This human was no pushover. This was the most excitement it had felt in centuries. But then, the entire volcano began to quake. The monster had unleashed its domain skill. A wave of superheated atmosphere blasted across the battlefield. A system window flashed red. Warning. Fiery waves have inflicted burn status. Now, their health points began to tick down. Second by agonizing second, Freyina screams out, ordering everyone to take cover behind the boulders immediately. If the scorching heat warps their armor, they will face catastrophic damage. The team scrambles desperately for safety, diving behind the rocks. Arthur grits his teeth, thinking they had prepared perfectly for this volcanic hellscape. But surviving the environment is one thing. Slaying the demon guarding it is an entirely different nightmare. Yet amidst the chaos, Jinwoo stands unmoved. His fire-resistant skill negates the searing heat, making the flames feel like a gentle breeze. The main character locks eyes with the beast, his gaze as cold as the void. He signals he is ready. The steel bear scoffs, acknowledging that Jinwoo is built far differently than the frail humans cowering behind rocks. It cannot believe a mere human dares to withstand its holy fire head-on. Such arrogance, the beast snarls. It is time you learned your place. Flames erupt violently around its massive frame as it plunges back into the molten abyss. A teammate whispers in terror, it is starting. Meanwhile, Jinwoo simply shifts his stance, bracing for impact. His sharp eyes remain locked on the bubbling surface of the lava lake. His mind narrows to a single point of focus, tracking the monster's presence beneath the magma. Without warning, the titan explodes from the flames. Its razor-sharp claws slice the air, missing his face by mere millimeters. It is a lethal special attack. Jinwoo instantly raises his daggers in a desperate guard. The resulting shockwave slams against the party's cover, leaving Friana trembling at the monster's godlike speed. The monster lands and glances back, a wicked glint in its eyes. It mocks him, suggesting that such defensive moves will only lead to his demise. Now, it has Jinwoo's full attention. The beast leaps fully from the lava, towering over the battlefield. It announces that this warm-up is getting boring, and it is time to truly shake the foundations of this dungeon. As it sinks back into the fire, its voice echoes ominously. "Think you can parry this?" The voice now resonates from deep underground, sending waves of panic through the party. Arthur screams, "Jinwoo, what is happening?" But the hunter tunes him out, closing his eyes to seek the truth. Suddenly, the earth shatters as the bear bursts out directly behind him, jaws wide for the kill. The party screams, convinced he is dead, but thanks to his mana detection, he sidesteps the ambush with phantom-like grace. Everyone's jaws hit the floor. Even the beast pauses, stunned by the miss. The protagonist slowly turns, sizing up his enemy, realizing the monster is already calculating its next strike. "Not bad," Jinwoo says calmly. The bear roars back, "Do not get cocky, human. I know your entire playbook. That was merely luck." It vanishes into the earth once more, its voice promising that his fortune is about to expire. "You can keep defending, but you will never find an opening to strike back." Jinwoo just smirks, shifting into his combat stance. Less talking, more dying. With his mana detection skill active, the entire battlefield is mapped in his mind. Possessing divine speed, his reflexes are unmatched. He closes his eyes, urging himself to remember. He has run this exact combat simulation 1,000 times before. The ground beneath his feet begins to fracture, and Arthur cries out in panic. The bear explodes from the earth with volcanic force, only to find empty air where its prey stood. Jinwoo has already launched himself skyward, diving straight down like a hawk. He swings his dagger in a devastating arc. The attack is so swift, the beast cannot even register the impending pain. And then, the hunter delivers the coldest line imaginable. "Who said I would not have time to counterattack?" The beast is left speechless, while Arthur screams in pure awe at the display of skill. The monster points a trembling claw at him, seething with rage. "That was just one attack. Don't get ahead of yourself. You are not getting in my way." That line throws Jinwoo for a loop. He has never heard such words before. As the beast dives back into the searing lava, he forces himself to focus, knowing now is not the time for questions. He has to pull it together. The second the monster bursts from the magma again, Jinwoo lands another perfect critical strike. Cursing, the beast thinks, "How? How did he know exactly where I would pop out?" Jinwoo cracks a cold smile, thankful for his heightened battle instincts. And right on cue, the dagger's poison finally kicks in. Feeling its power drain away like water, the bear goes absolutely berserk. The MC calmly explains, "You are not the only one who knows you have 0 poison resistance." He continues, stating he has no problem exploiting an enemy's weakness, since that is literally how you win a fight to the death. Watching from afar, a squad member just mutters, "He is an absolute monster." Fra thinks about how even massive elite raid parties are terrified of demons like this, yet Jinwoo is standing here with unshakable pride and dominance. Jinwoo taunts his enemy one last time, "You better hurry up. Soon, you won't even have the strength left to attack me. Because of the poison, you aren't going anywhere." Driven by pure, blinding rage, the bear lets out a final deafening roar, and the entire volcano begins to erupt along with him. "Don't tempt fate," he warned, just as another blistering wave of heat slammed into the hunters. Arthur yelled for the team to keep their distance immediately. Fina commanded a full retreat. Otherwise, the inferno would incinerate them instantly. They had to pull back to a safer position. The young warrior was gutted, frustrated by his inability to fight by Jinwoo's side. While the enraged beast unleashed a colossal torrent of fire from its maw, the monster recoiled, stunned that its hellfire had 0 effect on the hunter. A flicker of panic crossed its eyes. This fire-breathing was just the warm-up, our hero realized. Things were already going off script from the game's original scenario. What power was that? The bear demanded, "How did you sense my attack?" Jinwoo shot back with a smirk. "A little late to be asking that now, isn't it?" The demon just chuckled darkly. "That knowledge won't save you," it hissed. "You can't possibly handle us attacking all at once." Jennifer's face went pale. This definitely wasn't part of the plan. A wave of dread washed over the squad. Then, the impossible happened. The bear blurred, splitting into 3 identical monsters, and our hero could only stare in disbelief. "Okay," he thought, his heart pounding against his ribs. This definitely wasn't in the game. With that, the 3 clones dove straight into the molten lava. He observed that even with triple the numbers, their attack patterns remained identical. But knowing what is coming and stopping it are 2 very different things. This was going to be tough. Suddenly, a demonic voice echoed from right behind him, snarling, "You are first." He spun around instantly. As a beast erupted from the ground beneath him, he threw himself sideways, barely dodging the crushing blow. He realized his foresight skill was the only thing keeping him alive, but he was walking on a razor's edge. One more hit, and it was game over. Just then, a second beast lunged at him. He dodged again, a desperate leap, thinking this entire fight was an absolute powder keg. "Thanks for the entertainment," the lead bear sneered. "Don't you worry, your pathetic little friends will be joining you in death soon enough." He tried to focus, but a third demon materialized directly behind him, roaring. "It is over." Jinwoo had no time to react, but Fra did. A blinding flash of Arctic light erupted, followed instantly by a devastating explosion of frost. A jagged glacial spike materialized, skewering the demon's paw to the ground. She emerged from the obsidian shadows, her voice dripping with absolute disdain. 3 against 1? How tragic. And who exactly are you calling worthless? The demon roared, fangs bared in primal fury as it launched itself at her, screaming, "I will kill you." But Jinwoo was already moving. Like a phantom, he intercepted the attack in a blur of motion. A clean, fatal strike sliced the air. The demon's head severed, flying through the darkness. Jinwoo turned his gaze to the girl. "Consider the debt settled." A grim smile touched his lips. "Now, let us end this. 2 targets remain." A blue system window materialized. Active skill. Inner sense has been triggered. Target. Steel Bear has been defeated. Arthur pumped his fist into the air, screaming in triumph. It worked. At the center of the carnage, our protagonist stood, panting heavily, weapon in hand. 2 left. The thought had barely formed when the next Steel Bear vaulted toward him, roaring with vengeance. "How dare you slaughter my kin?" Jinwoo pivoted sharply as the beast closed in, its voice a guttural threat. "I will tear you to shreds." In that split second, our hero raised his blade, steeling himself. He braced, blocking the ferocious assault head-on. Behind him, Phryana was already weaving a complex magical sigil. She shielded herself from the shockwave. Jinwoo glanced over his shoulder. "You could have just used your ice magic, you know," she scoffed, her aura flaring with intense heat. "My fire affinity is far superior to my ice," she retorted. "Are you certain you can handle that range? The heat waves will be intense." She confirmed her protective buff was active, though she admitted it would not last forever. "Understood," he replied. "Do not move an inch." Instantly, he activated divine speed, rocketing toward the dungeon boss. "Take this!" he roared. He blurred past the beast, rushing toward Phryana before suddenly plunging his blade deep into the monster's chest from behind. The beast gasped a strangled confusion before the system alert chimed. Active skill. Inner sense activated. The second Steel Bear has been defeated. Our hero stood over the massive corpse, tilting his head as a suspicion gnawed at him. The poison should have finished it. Yet, one of them survived and escaped. His eyes scanned the bubbling crater of magma. He turned back to Phryana. "I will handle it from here. You must get to the safe zone." "Wait," she insisted. "Let me assist you. It is time I unleashed my solar flame ability." She cast a brilliant, blinding symbol over him. The system interface lit up immediately. Buff, solar flame applied. Attack power tripled. Fire resistance massively boosted, including equipment stats. "Triple my attack and fire resistance?" he thought, feeling the raw energy surge through his veins. She displayed the glowing sigil on her skin. "This buff locks my mana. I cannot cast anything else for a while. This is the limit of my support. I will not be a burden now." With a firm nod, she turned and walked toward the exit. Jinwoo smiled. "My thanks to you, Master of Flames." Meanwhile, deep within the lava, the final Steel Bear seethed. "Damn it," it growled, clenching its claws in the magma. "I let my guard down. I will recover my strength in the depths. Then I will grind those insects into paste." But at that very moment, a cold voice cut through the molten rock. "How much longer do you plan to nap down there? Don't you agree it is finally time we ended this little game of hide and seek?" The massive Steel Bear looked up in horror. Standing right there, bathed in the scorching heat, was the protagonist. The beast's mind raced in disbelief. Wait, this is boiling magma. How could a mere mortal possibly survive down here? Yet, our hero stood unfazed, his nonchalant gesture screaming, "I'm perfectly fine." The demon's confidence shattered instantly. "There is no way. A puny human cannot possibly defeat me." But before the thought could finish, the protagonist's blade flashed, slicing the monster into a million scattered pixels. High above on the crater's rim, the rest of the party huddled in fear as one member screamed in terror. "It is an eruption!" Frina gazed into the fiery abyss, shaking her head grimly. "No, that is." But before she could finish, Arthur shouted a name into the void. "Jinfree!" Suddenly, Jinfree vaulted over the ledge. The team swarmed him instantly, shouting, "Is he unhurt?" Jisoo cried out, panic trembling in his voice. "Is it over?" The teammate beside him roared. Someone get a recovery potion over here. Now, another demanded. It is done, Jinfrey confirmed calmly. Arthur pressed him, breathless. The demon. Is it truly gone? Jinfrey gave a simple, confident nod. Yeah. Arthur whipped his head toward Frina. Sister. She looked back, eyes wide with unspoken questions. Yes, he continued. Perhaps this victory can finally be a worthy tribute to Father. Instantly, blue system windows materialized in the air. Level 50 Steel Bear has been defeated. Rewards and experience distributed. A sly grin tugged at the corner of Jinfrey's mouth. Excellent. His mind was already swimming in the thought of that sweet 800,000 gold reward. The holographic notification scrolled, detailing the legendary loot drop. Reward, 800,000 gold. 1 hard bear claw, S rank rarity. 1 huge bear fang, A rank rarity. A rare claw and fang, Jinfrey thought, satisfied. This was exactly what he had been hunting for. Frina turned to him, her voice trembling with gratitude. Jinfrey, how can we possibly repay you? Arthur jumped in, energized. For real, without you, we would be toast. We would not have even reached the summit. Gratitude practically radiated from him like a shining aura. But Jinfrey just waved it off coolly. No need for thanks. It was not all my doing, Frina insisted, unable to let it go. Since we worked as a team, I honestly feel ashamed taking any reward for a kill you secured, she confessed. He replied, do not be. You absolutely earned your share. That buff you cast on me, it was the game changer in the final moment. She smiled, a warm thought crossing her mind. Maybe without my help. He really could not have pulled it off. Her eyes flicked to her inventory window as she added, but I still want to give you something. From the items I gathered here. A medium homothermal stone, B rank rarity. Jinfrey's brain short-circuited. Wait, what? Then, his face lit up with pure joy. Awesome! She stared at him, completely baffled by his sudden excitement. He jabbed a finger at his own system window. You want to trade that stone for my hard bear claw? Her eyes widened in total shock. Trade? But that claw. You can only get that S-rank item on this continent. Jinfrey spread his arms wide. To him, that homothermal stone was worth more than any S-rank treasure. But if you are sure, she stammered, flustered. Then I do not mind. I can just give it to you. He perked up, voice buzzing with excitement. For real? He grabbed the system window, his mind racing at 100 miles per hour. Holy crap. I actually got the homothermal stone. Frina watched him, thinking this man was a total enigma. Just then, a system alert chimed. You sense Frina's favor. A wave of warmth washed over her. She smiled softly as she watched him. But from the shadows behind them, Jisoo glared, muttering with pure, unadulterated irritation. Damn it! A crimson system window fractured his vision. You sense intense envy. The source was obvious. Jisoo's eyes were practically glued to Frana. Jinfrey sighed. This love triangle is getting suffocating. But distractions didn't matter now. His gaze hardened. The prize was secured. The legendary homothermal stone now sat in his inventory. One objective remained. Next destination. The second continent. The infamous City of Desires. A fast forward in time puts him amidst a chaotic sea of people. So this is it. He took in the sights of the first great continent. In the heart of the central metropolis, Robbery, Fry, stood before him, her expression soft. A wave of nostalgia hit her. It was their first time returning to their homeland since the incident. With the family drama regarding their father settled, she forced a smile. Let's meet again soon, okay? Then, Arthur stepped forward, eyes burning with determination. Jinfrey, watch me. I'm going to train until my bones break so I never fall behind you again. Seriously, brother, thank you for everything. Jinfrey responded with a stoic, acknowledging nod. Yeah, stay strong. With the farewell spoken, he turned his back, walking toward a different path. Emotional attachments faded instantly. His mind was already calculating the next variable in his equation. He scoffed in disbelief. The homothermal stone, the sole reason for visiting this continent, was acquired with almost laughable ease. Even with his regression memories guiding him, the precision of this timeline was terrifyingly perfect. Fate was finally on his side. Priority 1. He accessed the banking interface and wired a massive sum to his family. Transaction complete. Target locked. After a grueling trek through the untamed wilderness, the massive dimensional rift separating the continents loomed before him like a scar in the sky. The players gathered around the gate erupted into chaos. Yo, look, is that him? The monster who soloed the Demon King? No way. It can't be. Jinfrey ignored the fame. Basic alchemy gear? Check. Every piece of the puzzle was aligning. Just as he prepped his inventory, a golden hologram shattered the air. System alert. First demon subjugation confirmed. The system had officially acknowledged his god-tier achievement. Next stop, the second continent. He stepped into the swirling vortex, his avatar dissolving into a stream of brilliant data particles. The crowd gasped in unison. Whoa! He actually warped! Did we just imagine that? Nope. That was a legend in the flesh. In a blink, reality reformed. He materialized in the beating heart of the second continent, the city center, also known as the Prison of Desires. He shoved a hand into his pocket, his demeanor cold as absolute zero. Touchdown. Instantly, an urgent window flashed in his peripheral vision. New message received. Amelia. He scratched his neck, brows furrowing. Huh? How is the signal reaching me across continental lines? A video feed flickered to life, floating in the air. Hey. Big brother. Seeing her face, a wave of brotherly concern washed over him. Amelia? Is everything okay? I don't know how to ask this, she stammered, terror visible in her eyes. I just saw the bank notification. This amount is insane. Where are you? What did you do to get this? Her voice trembled with panic. Please tell me you didn't do anything illegal. Jinfrey waved his hands frantically. Whoa, chill out. No, absolutely not. He bit his lip, thinking fast. He had to keep his life as a high-stakes adventurer a secret. If she or Mom knew he was dancing with death daily, they would collapse. Suddenly, Amelia's voice cracked through the speakers, snapping him back. Hey, are you even listening to me? He softened his expression, masking the tension. Yeah, I'm here. Listen, it's totally legit work. Safe and sound. I promise. She sighed, relief washing over her. But then a shadow fell over her face. It's about Mom. She's not doing well. The call cut out. Jinfrey slumped onto a nearby bench, the sudden weight of the world crushing his shoulders. The treatment bills were going to be astronomical. Time was running out. He needed a miracle, and he needed it now. Suddenly, the chatter of two nearby players caught his attention. We gotta hit the auction house. Word is, they're selling a god-tier item. A high elf's tier. The protagonist's eyes widened, electricity shooting through his nerves. A high elf's tier? He frantically pulled up the item database. There it was. An elixir containing the essence of a universal panacea, a divine remedy capable of curing literally any illness in existence. It was practically a myth on the second continent, but if he could secure it, his mother would be saved. The upcoming auction was his only shot. However, that arena belonged to the whales. A high elf tier item would sell for millions. Getting his hands on it would be an absolute nightmare. It didn't matter. He had to enter that bidding war and win. But first, he needed capital. Serious capital. The scene cuts to the freezing snowy plains, a rank E dungeon on the great second continent. He trudged through the drifts, eyes scanning the endless white horizon. Usually, high-level dungeons are the meta for gold farming, he muttered under his breath, but he had a different play in mind. A sly grin slowly crept across his face. Bingo. He spotted a level 62 stray cat wandering the snow. He immediately reached into his inventory. Got just the thing for you. He held out the trash loot he had grinded on the way over. The cat's eyes went wide, locking onto the treats in his hand. It let out a contented, happy purr. The protagonist dropped to his knees like a loyal servant, offering up a snowy plain vine, a vibrant red flower, and a frozen fish. All for you, your highness, he cooed. He pointed to the red flower. That one makes a super plush bed. 5-star comfort. So, do we have a deal? In a flash, the happy feline dropped a glimmering coin into his palm. System alert. Item acquired. Kitten's gold coin. Rank A. Description. A sparkling token that doubles all gold drop rates. The cat clamped another coin between its teeth. The protagonist extended his hand, hardly believing his luck. For me, you're too kind. Internal fist pump. Yes, with the kitten's gold coin active, I am absolutely broken. He inspected the coin closely. It was a hidden mechanic, rewarding players who vibe with the cats instead of fighting them. Now, the real grind begins. He went on a rampage. Slash and loot. 80,650 gold. Bam! Another stack. 152,000 gold. He was literally printing money. After wiping another mob, he checked his stats. He had soloed the dungeon boss too. The payout was insane. 1,111,000 gold. Doubled. That should cover the entry fee. The system tallied his haul. Total, 12,664,000 gold. He smirked. It was enough for the auction. But why settle for just enough? He needed a safety net. Back in the city, he strolled into a dimly lit building, the VIP area of the casino. The air reeked of desperation. This was where greed went to die. A lawless zone where morals were checked at the door. Here, it is eat or be eaten. These people would sell their own mothers for a single chip. Suddenly, a loud cheer erupted from a nearby table. Boom. Another win. Who can stop me? The guy swigged a drink, eyes wild. He was a known loser. A perennial failure. But tonight? Tonight, he was on a heater. The system pinged. Target, Ente. Current holdings, 10,220,000 gold. Source, cheating. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Look at this clown. He thought he could win dirty? All right then. I'm going to drain him dry. Ente spotted him staring and sneered. Yo, what's up? Fresh meat? Think you can take me? Don't go crying to mommy when I clean you out. He is really feeling himself right now. The main character struts up, laughing it off. Hey, take it easy on a newbie. It's my first time here. Yeah, right. He scans the rulebook. Download complete. Meanwhile, the staff watched him like a jackpot. Fresh meat. Just another sucker for the grinder. Antoine flashes a greasy, predatory grin. No sweat, my friend. Let's just play a little roulette to warm up the blood. I'll take that action, the main character replies, his confidence unshakable. I am already up 10 million today. Suddenly, a system alert pings in his mind. The house is dirty. The main character knows it instantly. Called it, he thinks. These clowns are definitely going to cheat. Honestly, it is kind of cute. Welcome to the queen of the casino, the dealer announces. 2 balls, 2 numbers. Double the risk, double the glory. Hit one number, take half the pot. Hit both, double your money. Miss everything, the bets ride, and we spin again. No copying numbers allowed. Antoine slaps the felt with arrogance. Let's roll. Ladies first. The main character doesn't hesitate for a second. Red 36, black 8, 10 million gold. Antoine freezes, his smile shattering. Excuse me? The dealer's brain short-circuits in sheer panic. Did this kid just say 10 million? The main character leans over, elbows deep on the table, radiating pressure. You guys deaf? Or do I need a megaphone? Red 36, black 8, 10 million on the table. The clock is ticking, and the balls are slowing down. You do not call your numbers before it drops. You forfeit. House rules. He dares him to call it. Can he even speak? Meanwhile, the worker is sweating bullets. What the hell is this? A glitch? Why did he pick the exact numbers we rigged? The main character smirks, eyes gleaming. Cat got your tongue? The game is almost over. Antoine shoots a desperate look at the dealer. Help! Do something! Say the numbers. He is screaming internally, totally losing his cool. But here is the kicker. Thanks to the skill Divine Halo, the main character reads them like an open book. He knows the script before they even open their mouths. The dealer is not just a croupier. He is a hunter, using the skill Sniper Eye. A pro skilled enough to manipulate the drop. Then clack, clack, stop. The crowd gasps. Impossible. 36 red, 8 black. A perfect match. The main character crosses his arms, looking bored. Guess it is my lucky day. See, he knew the dealer signaled the winning numbers to the shill beforehand. He just intercepted the signal and beat them to the punch. Antoine explodes. You have got to be kidding me. That is impossible. Suddenly, the floor manager steps in. Manager Oliver, the boss demands answers. Then the worker points a shaking finger at the main character. He is a cheat. He rigged it. Nobody guesses a 10 million gold drop perfectly. That is a 1 in a million shot, huh? Oliver clasps his hands, smiling that fake, venomous corporate smile. Well then, maybe we should discuss this in my office. The main character feels the vibe shift instantly. Murderous intent fills the air. Oh, they are all in on it. Then, the mask drops completely. Oliver points a trembling finger. Grab him. Make him squeal. Boom. The main character flips the table before they can even blink. Chaos erupts. A goon lunges from behind. Don't you dare. Wham! The main character chops his neck with lethal precision. Lights out. Next target. The dealer pulls a bow. Antoine flashes a knife. Die, you filth. The main character spins. Crack. He kicks Antoine square in the face. The only crook here is you, pal. He dusts himself off, looking untouched. Who wants seconds? Oliver's smile vanishes into thin air. Damn, this kid is a tank. A trembling lackey stammers behind him. Manager. Wait. He points, eyes bulging. That face from the news. That is the rookie who set the initiation record. Number 33. Oliver's blood runs cold. Is it really him? It is. He is already on the second continent. The guy who soloed the steel bear in record time. Why is a monster like him here? Oliver drops to his knees, slamming his head on the floor. My deepest apologies. We didn't know. He is bowing, but his mind is racing with terror. If it is him, we can't win a fight. We are absolutely cooked. The main character flashes a demonic grin. Oliver sweats profusely. How can we make this right? Glad you asked. The main character leans in, his voice whispering like a nightmare. I am taking every single dime in this vault. Oliver shrieks in despair. Everything! The main character casually pulls up a system window. Oh, and I will be needing a VIP pass to the auction. Oliver chokes, air trapped in his throat. The auction, too? Small price to pay for calling me a cheat. Don't you think the main character's eyes gleam with a predator's light? Pay up. He pivots, cold as ice, dropping the ultimate threat. Refuse. And the Public Security Association pays you a visit. Nobody wants that kind of heat, right? Oliver shrieks, totally breaking under the pressure. He gets the message loud and clear. Send it all. Every single dime. Cut to the digital underworld. Inside the elite Second Life auction house, our main character checks his HUD, a wolfish grin spreading across his face. He secured the bag today. With any luck, that high elf's tear is coming home with him. He takes a seat, savoring the sweet taste of victory. That stolen invite was his golden ticket to power. He breezed past security to snipe the one item he actually needs. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Oliver is on his knees, spiraling into madness. Oh God. He cleaned me out. Literally zeroed my account to dust. Suddenly, he snaps his head up, eyes wide with realization. Boss, up on stage, the auctioneer waves a hand, soaking up the spotlight. Sorry for the delay, folks. Let's get this show on the road, he teases the hungry crowd. Tonight's lineup is absolutely legendary. 11 treasures glow ominously behind the glass. First up, a massive greatsword, radiating raw, unbridled power. A collector's dream. The host's voice booms across the hall. Rank a rarity. He gestures to the blade. Bidding opens at 2 million gold. But our main character isn't looking at swords. He is running the recipe for his mother's cure through his mind. 3 impossible ingredients. The High Elf's Tear from the 6th Continent's hidden dungeon, the Ice Tokemera Fang, and the ancient Red Earth. If the RNG gods are smiling and all 3 are here tonight, he wouldn't have to grind for them in the abyss. He could finally breathe. Then, something catches his eye. Pure dragon sake. If he snags that too, he is set for life. But the host's voice cuts through his thoughts like a blade. Next up, the Ice Tokemera Fang. Dropped by an S-rank nightmare on the 2nd continent, starting at 50,000 gold. The main character does not hesitate. He taps bid. Okay, we have a bid wait. Price jumps to 100,000 gold. Accepted. Hold on. He did not bid that. Someone just doubled him instantly. Our hero whips around, stunned. 100 large for a fang? Who is this guy? It is Oliver. He smashes the bid button again, a twisted sneer on his face. Oh, look who it is. The humble servant returns. But he is not here to buy. He is here to grief. He will not let our hero take a single thing without a fight. The main character realizes the trap. Did he steal the funds back? No matter. The High Elf's Tear is the main event. He has to conserve his stash. That is the priority. He holds back. The gavel bangs. Sold. The Blue Snake Guild takes the fang for 1 million gold. The room erupts in terrified whispers. It is true. The Blue Snake Guild is in the house. The server's biggest whales. The most powerful faction on the continent. If they want it, it is theirs. Bidding against them is just burning money in a furnace. Our main character clenches his jaw. He knows the score. They have infinite pockets. Their reputation is unmatched. Beside Oliver, Simon Bloodberry leans in, eyes narrowing. That is the guy? Oliver nods, sweating profusely. Yeah, he heads the casino department. Total trash, but he is going to ruin that kid. Oliver adds, salty as hell. He only got in here because of that invite. We cannot let him exploit the system. Simon smirks. Is that so? Well, I am not about to fold to some random player, especially when my guild runs this city from the shadows. Time to teach him a lesson. The host points to Lot 7, Ancient Red Earth, S-rank rarity. Found only on the 3rd great continent. We start at 7 million gold. The main character tries his luck. The host gasps. Whoa, a massive jump to 50 million. The Blue Snake Guild wasn't just bidding, they were flexing. Oliver threw in a counteroffer, purely out of spite. He didn't just double it, he quadrupled the price. The main character stared, utter disbelief etched across his face. He knew they had deep pockets, but this was obscene. Who quadruples a bid just for entertainment? Sold. The Blue Snake Guild swept the board again. They secured the ancient Red Earth for a record-breaking fortune. Oliver shot a glare at the protagonist, laughing like a maniac. Suddenly, the system chimed with a notification. Warning. A worthless soul is attempting to troll your bids. Cold sweat began to trickle down the main character's neck. Obtaining the High Elf's Tear just went from difficult to virtually impossible. His opponent wasn't a man. It was a mega corporation. Trying to win a bidding war against them was nothing but a pipe dream. Wait. Maybe he could snipe a different item? But once again, the Blue Snake Guild crushed all opposition. The Mermaid Scale sold for 40 million. The Bloody Assassin's Knife snatched for 20 million. And then came the knockout blow. Pure Dragon's Sake sold for 300 million gold. The protagonist ground his teeth in fury. It was a financial slaughter, a total shutout. Not even his angelic halo skill could save his wallet now. Oliver pointed a finger right at him, cackling wildly. You absolute clown. You can't beat a guild with one man's pocket change. Victory is mine. The protagonist let out a dark chuckle, eyes flashing. Guess I'm the only one with a brain in this room. The auctioneer threw his arms wide, soaking in the thick tension. And now, the main event, the final lot of the night, legendary for its ethereal radiance. We are talking about the single most breathtaking artifact in existence, a treasure that has stolen countless hearts. Lot number 11, the Tears of a High Elf. Opening bid, 50 million gold. The protagonist didn't hesitate for a second. 500 million. The crowd gasped in unison. Opening at 500 million? That was absolute insanity. The protagonist crossed his arms, eyes locked on the prize. I didn't come this far to lose. Let them try to block me this time, if they even can. Oliver scoffed, clearly irritated by the defiance. Doesn't matter. The end result is the same. I'll just bury him in gold. He slammed down his bid. The host's jaw dropped to the floor. Unbelievable. The Blue Snake Guild offers 1 billion. Wait. The gavel hovered in midair. They've hit the cap. Blue Snake cannot bid any higher, Oliver shrieked. Excuse me? The protagonist smirked. Serves you right. The host looked nervously at the enraged guild leader. My deepest apologies, but the Blue Snake Guild has maxed out their purchase limit. Oliver roared. Purchase limit? What kind of nonsense is that? The host raised a trembling hand. House rules, sir. Maximum of 5 successful bids per party. You've already swept 5 items. To prevent a monopoly, you are locked out. Oliver slammed his fist down, shaking the table. That is the dumbest rule I've ever heard. I'm a regular here. First, I've heard of it, but the protagonist knew exactly why this wasn't a normal auction house. It was a pop-up event, a rare gathering run by the adventurer community. Basically, a hidden quest that most people missed. The anti-monopoly rule was absolute here because the loot was god tier. He should have known better. Clearly, the guy did zero research on this place. The protagonist shook his head with pity. Total noob. Do you understand, sir? Oliver kept screaming. The host cut him off. And time. Sold to the gentleman with the halo effect. The High Elf's tears are yours for 500 million gold. Applause erupted throughout the hall. The protagonist crossed his arms, looking annoyed. Seriously, stop calling me Halo Guy. Oliver was fuming, veins popping on his forehead. That punk played me. He thinks he can look down on me? I let him slide at the club, but I'm done playing nice. You're dead. With a trembling finger, he singled out the protagonist. Unstable mana crackled violently around his hand. The man behind him let out a terrified shriek. Holy crap! The protagonist just sighed, utterly unimpressed. What a pain in the ass. He stood up, fists clenched and ready for war. You want to throw hands? Let's take this outside. This is a public space. Don't drag innocent bystanders into your mess. You want a piece of me? Fine. The street is waiting. Now cancel that spell before things get ugly. But internally, panic set in. This is bad. If I strike back, I might accidentally kill him with one hit. Oliver sneered, overflowing with arrogance. You fool. Suddenly, Simon's voice sliced through the tension like a blade. Leave it. Oliver froze instantly. But Sir Simon remained ice cold. If we start a brawl here, the entire adventurer community will turn against us. Oliver tried to protest. But if we walk away, our guild looks weak. Simon's gaze darkened, chilling the air. I do not repeat myself. We are leaving. Now. Move. Simon strode out with authority. Oliver hung his head in defeat. Yes, sir. Later, the protagonist slumped in the hallway, checking his system interface. Well, that was chaotic. Still, a triumphant smile crept onto his face. He had successfully secured the High Elf's tears. He figured that other guy probably snagged the remaining panacea ingredients. I just need to raid the dungeon now. If I hustle, I'm set. But losing the pure dragon sake stung. Man, that sucks. It's an incredibly rare item. You can only get it from that nightmare quest on the 5th floor. That booze would have unlocked the secret gear way faster. He sighed heavily. Whatever. Those jerks ruined that plan. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him. It was Mira, that light above your head. I've never seen an aura like that. He looked up, startled. Who is this girl? We haven't been introduced, she began. So, pardon the intrusion. But what's your beef with the Blue Snake Guild? Do you know the Guildmaster? The Guildmaster? He echoed. The long-haired guy from before? That's him? He runs the Blue Snake branch on the 2nd floor. The protagonist waved his hand dismissively. Never met the guy. That was just personal business. Who are you anyway? She smirked. Just an adventurer. One who happens to be hunting the Blue Snake Guild. Ping. A system notification popped up in front of his eyes. Mira is investigating the Blue Snake Guild per the adventurer community's request. The protagonist froze. A community request? Hold up. That chick is from the League of Eight. We're talking the elite of the elite. 8 S-rank legends, personally approved by the community. They take requests from other adventurers and rake in massive bounties. Basically, they have it all. skills, clout, and stacks of cash. The League of Eight. Hadn't heard that name dropped in a hot minute. Way back, I cleared a dungeon and hit their rank just for the lulz. Looks like they finally left the building. Shouldn't she be following them? She said she was bouncing, but then she paused. Hey, quick question. Where did you snag that halo? She put her hands on her hips, striking a pose. I stared at her, shook. Does she know about the secret gear? That kind of loot is straight up contraband in the adventurer world. If I get exposed, I am toast. Got to deflect. Fast. I scratched the back of my head, playing dumb. Well, that's when it happened, right on cue. The system pinged. Enthusiast equipment detected. Mira's eyes were glued to my special gear. She wasn't suspicious at all. She was obsessed. That halo is adorable. I need one. She kept staring like a total creep. What? Is there something on my face? I threw my hands up defensively. It's a long story, trust me. She stared a beat longer, then closed her eyes and waved me off. Whatever. I'll figure it out myself. And just like that, she vanished into the stairwell. Interesting, I muttered, watching her silhouette fade away. My mind was racing. That equipment, it was from the League of Eight. Truly wild to see it here. One exchange was all I needed. She is a veteran. Her aura far outstrips that of a standard S-rank hunter. As she walked away, she glanced back one last time. She had never seen gear like mine before. Not even on the 7th floor. Just who the hell is this guy? We cut to the 2nd floor, the Moonlight Wasteland. An A- rank dungeon. I stood over the fallen corpse as the system flashed the victory screen. Level 80, giant goblin boss. Defeated. Yes. I let out a cheer of triumph. Time for the loot drop. Ding! Goblin Thief Glove acquired. A blue system window popped up with the stats. Rank ability unlocked. I can now stun an enemy and swipe any item right out of their inventory. Swiped. The grind is going smoothly, but my main target is still the Ice Tokomaru Fang in the S-rank dungeon. However, before I challenge that, I need one last hidden piece. I looked ahead, time to make these guys talk. I spotted my marks, Oliver and the Blue Snake Guildmaster. I need their pure dragon's sake to unlock new items. I tracked them with spell detection. Now, I am just a shadow stalking them, waiting for a single slip-up. I glanced at a tree nearby. Wait, is Mara here too? Of course. She is hunting the same prey. Suddenly, she peeked out from behind the bark. She assumed I was tailing Blue Snake. But she wondered, what is Mr. Halo doing here? Is he watching us? My eyes widened. Did they just walk straight into a wall? Seconds later, inside the Blue Snake Guild's secret hideout, Simon was practically drooling over a flower, while Oliver spread his arms, grinning like a maniac. Master, check out this harvest. If this didn't save our bank account, we were definitely finished. With this stash, we can jack up the prices, Simon declared. Oliver beamed with greed. For real? We will recoup all our losses. Get the crew to harvest everything. That was when I chimed in. So, gardening is your side hustle now? I smiled, twirling one of their flowers in my hand. They spun around, terrified. How did he get in? Oliver clenched his fists, rage boiling over. Damn it. Were you following us? I stayed ice cold. This flower, the Moonlight Alia. It is a magic booster. Don't play dumb with me. You know exactly what this is. This stuff causes severe hallucinations. Worst case, death. It is strictly banned by the community. Why are you farming poison? They stared in silence, cold sweat dripping down. Simon finally spoke. Are you a Fed? An association agent? I waved my hands dismissively. Nope, not a snitch. Just give me the pure dragon sake, and I will pretend I never saw this little garden. I know you want to sell it at the auction anyway. So, what is it going to be? I crossed my arms, waiting for their choice. Oliver started charging mana in his fists, screaming, the audacity of this brat. Zip! In a heartbeat, I was standing behind him. Mara watched from the bushes, thinking, a fight? She could not hear the dialogue from her hiding spot. I smirked, resting a heavy hand on Oliver's shoulder. Relax. I am not here to bully you. I am here to negotiate. I will pay fair market value. Deal? I simply want to buy the pure dragon sake. Simon scoffed. We can't sell that to you. Seriously? I sighed deep. That sucks. I really didn't want to report you, but I guess the adventurer community needs to hear about this beautiful illegal farm. That was the breaking point, Oliver snapped. He ripped out his blade, screaming at the top of his lungs, Don't you look down on me, you little punk. But right then, I sidestepped the strike like it was nothing. A flash of steel. Call it self-defense. Slash. A clean hit to the jugular. Mara froze in place. One shot. She had never seen a dagger move like that. Simon stepped up, scoffing. Ugh, what an annoying pest. You have got some nerve provoking the locals, brat. But hey, Dead men tell no tales. Right, right. Cold steel slides from its sheath. Ding. The system immediately flags the lethal threat. Target identified. Simon, Guildmaster of the Blue Snake. Floor 2, level 97. Class: Swordsman. Our protagonist merely smirks. I detest wasting precious time. Let us speed run this dungeon fodder. Mira settles on the sidelines, hungry for a front row seat to this spectacle. The two warriors lock eyes, murder in their gazes. Killing intent spikes. Simon lunges. Clang! Sparks shower the air as steel crashes against steel. The main character feels the impact shudder through his bones. This enemy's base stats are in a completely different realm. They recoil, resetting their stance. Then boom! They collide again, in a violent hurricane of strikes. Mira suddenly recalls the whispers from the Hunter forums. That is Jinfree, the rookie adventurer who shattered every record at the initiation ceremony. His battle instincts are god tier, but in terms of raw power, Simon dominates. The duel rages on with ferocious intensity. Our hero backflips, boots carving up the earth. Simon sneers. Does this rookie understand his place? Kid is hopeless. Are you seeking death? A martyr's end? Perhaps some posthumous clout? Our boy stands unyielding. I have zero interest in dying or playing the hero. I have ambitions to crush, and I refuse to quit here. Simon swings wildly. Shut your mouth. Only losers monologue during a death match. You are all talk. The main character blocks the barrage with terrifying ease. Simon falters, sweat forming on his brow. Wait. What is this? The rhythm feels wrong. He never imagined wasting a high-tier cooldown skill on such filth. Simon roars in frustration. Mira gasps, the realization hitting her like lightning. Is he fighting with his eyes closed? His eyelids are sealed tight, yet he parries every strike with absolute precision. Mira's mind reels. Can he sense the mana flow? She has never witnessed a technique of that caliber, and he is not activating any artifacts, so it must be a passive gear stat. Clang. Another perfect deflection. The hero grins. Condition met, system alert. Lucifer's Halo, third skill. Unlocked. Mira shields her vision against a sudden eruption of power. A radiant, holy light crowns his head. What in the world is that? Okay. Listen closely, because here is the secret mechanic. To awaken the Halo's third form, one must grind the hidden stat, spell detection, to a max level of 252. You level it by deflecting fatal attacks in real-time combat. High risk, legendary reward. And just like experience points, the deadlier the foe, the more massive the stat boost. Back when he fought the first Demon Lord, Jinfree farmed enough proficiency to edge close to the limit. The main character smirks. It usually takes weeks, but thanks to this high-level brute, the farming was effortless. Abruptly, his eyes snap open in shock. Schlick! Simon drives his blade through the boy's chest from behind. A fatal rookie error. Never lose focus, you pathetic puppy. You thought you were invincible? You overestimated your worth, kid. It is a big world, and there is always a bigger predator lurking in the dark. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoes from behind Simon. Arms crossed, completely relaxed. So, old man, who is the predator now? Simon freezes, his blood running cold. How is he alive? He whips around in disbelief. How? A skill? An artifact? The hero tilts his head, mocking him. Why the long face? Are you falling asleep on me? Mira senses a glitch in the fabric of reality. Simon stares at the ground. He watches the corpse dissolve into black smoke. Impossible. I felt the steel sever bone. Thunk. A sharp blade erupts from Simon's own chest. He gasps, looking down at his ruin. Wait. He got me? I did not move an inch. What is this? He reaches out, jaw slack with horror. What sorcery did this kid cast on me? He claws at his own face, mind shattering. Mira watches, utterly lost. Why is Simon screaming at thin air? The main character smirks coldly. It is my new toy. Lucifer's Halo third skill. Fantastic illusion. He whispers the judgment. Did you not say the world was a big place? System specification. Skill 3. Fantastic illusion. System effect triggered. Hallucinations active upon eye contact. Cooldown is 72 hours. Steep price. He mutters to himself. Then, he glances over. Oh, it's you. Enjoying the show? Mira recoils, caught off guard. I knew I wasn't stalking you. She stammers, face flushing. I was tracking them. Official association business, she adds quickly, voice rising in defense. Perfect. Then you can bust them for the illegal Moonlight Alia farm. The MC waves a lazy hand, already turning to leave. Have fun with the paperwork, detective. He decides the cleanup is officially her problem. He strides away in silence, cloak swirling. Suddenly, he freezes. Smack, his fist hits his palm. That's it. The most crucial detail nearly slipped my mind. He snaps his fingers. System interface. Open. Pop up. Goblin Thief Glove. Rank A. He slides the dark leather onto his hand. The system chimes instantly. Item. Goblin Thief Glove. Description loading. Effect. Steal one item from any stunned enemy's inventory. Jackpot. A wicked chuckle escapes his lips as he looms over Oliver's unconscious body. Sorry, not sorry, buddy. Consider this a service fee. Yoink. He lifts the prize into the light. Pure S-rank dragon sake. Beautiful. This belongs to Daddy now. With this bad boy, the second demon lord is toast. Just hang on a bit longer, Mom. A chill runs down his spine. He turns. Mira is stepping up, locking eyes with him. Her gaze is intense, unblinking. He shoots her a sharp look. You got beef? This loot is 100% legit. She squeezes her eyes shut, exhaling a long sigh. Nope. No issues here. I bet it's totally above board. Glad we agree. He shrugs and keeps moving. All right then. I'm out. Mira watches his back as he exits into the light. During the entire brawl, he didn't trigger a single artifact resonance. And looking at the kid, I can't identify a specific class skill either. So, what in the world was that flashy technique earlier? Maybe it's that floating creature hovering over him. If he's using banned hacks, that's a massive red flag. But, no, that's not it. It wasn't just some gear I've never seen. Jinfree. That rookie is definitely built different. Scene change, second floor, Second Life tavern shop. Our MC steps up to the rustic entrance. Okay, it's showtime. He checks his inventory. With this pure dragon sake, snagging that secret piece of gear will be a breeze. Suddenly, the door flies open. Bam! A guy storms out, screaming his head off. Does he think sucking up will get him anywhere? Legendary blacksmith. My foot. Just a cranky old lunatic. As the patron stomps off, our hero watches, eyes narrowing as he analyzes the situation. Figures. This blacksmith won't give you the time of day without a king's tribute. He steps inside, flashing his most charming smile. Yo, old-timer. Whoosh. Instinct takes over. He instantly holds up the bottle, blocking a flying hammer and screwdriver aimed right at his face. Clang. The tools deflect harmlessly. The smith grumbles. Great, another pest. Tover growls. Quit disturbing my workflow, kid. Beat it. You can't afford my rates anyway. The MC thinks to himself. Yep. Hasn't changed a bit. Hey, you can't just waltz in here. Ignoring the shouting, the protagonist leans casually against the doorframe, unfazed. He grins. Just hear me out. He raises his hands in surrender, but Tover cuts him off, screaming to keep his name out of his mouth. The MC flashes the bottle. Shame, and here I brought this top-tier booze. Tover freezes mid-rant. How did a scrub like you get your hands on pure dragon sake? His eyes bulge. Hand it over and get lost. Thwack! Tover kicks him sharply in the shin. The MC winces. Ow! What the hell? Chill out, old man. He holds the bottle high out of reach. Tover starts jumping like a desperate child. Put that down. Give it here. Internal monologue. Usually the walkthrough is simple. Hand over the sock, get the smith wasted, and boom. S-rank gear acquired. But he is not just playing the game. He is playing four-dimensional chess. He pulls another ace from his inventory. System prompt. Shining Stone. Rank B. Behold the rare drop from Phryna, obtained after the catastrophic Demon Lord raid. Tover gasps, his eyes widening in disbelief. What is that? Cut to the forge's table. Jin pours a shot of strong liquor. Drink up, Jin commands softly. Tover begins to weep uncontrollably. My late wife. She loved this stuff. Especially when warmed up with a shining stone. The protagonist nods with practiced empathy. Exactly. In truth, he has heard this sob story a million times in his past life. He refills the cup. He just needs to keep the script running. This is the key. This triggers the secret hidden event. Regular sake might get you S-rank gear, sure, but he knows the hidden meta. Combine dragon sake with the warmth of a shining stone to craft the legendary tier gear. Tover wipes snot from his face, wailing into the air. I was such an idiot. If I had just listened to her, my wife would still be here. Jin thinks, if I don't stop him, he will rant all night. Fade to black. The next morning brings triumph. Tover grins, pointing proudly at the divine rice wine. I made this. The gear belongs to Jin now. Jin grins, eyes gleaming. Thanks, old man. Now he sees why they call this blacksmith legendary. Secret gear number 3. Secured. System alert. Armor Skanda boots. Rank. Unknown. Stats. Dexterity plus 20. Durability. 5,000 out of 5,000. Skill 1. Free movement. Passive effect. Player ignores all terrain penalties. Skill 2. Lightning speed. Active skill. Teleportation. Range. 100 meters. Limit. 5 uses daily. Skill 3 is currently unknown. Unlock conditions are unmet. The protagonist nods, inspecting the loot. Satisfied. Sweet. Let's roll. Speedrun mode. Activated. He is about to blitz the second floor's nightmare zone, Grace Castle. But before the clock starts ticking, Tover chucks a flask through the air. Catch. On the house. System ping. Item. Non-alcoholic heated sake. Item name. Taste of Legends. Rank A. Brewed by the legendary blacksmith himself, using rare dragon ingredients. Effect. Instant application. Status. Very warm. Massive stat buff. Tover jabs a rough finger toward the ominous gate outside. You are really doing this? Soloing an S-rank dungeon? Jin just nods comfortably. Yep. Thanks, old man. He steps out, leaving the forge's warmth behind. Tover watches him leave, eyes narrowing in respect. The kid has got to be a beast. But he better watch his back. The Ice Demon Lord plays dirty. Cut to the towering frozen gates of Grace Castle, second floor, S-rank territory. Other players stream in. They are bundled up in heavy furs, while our boy stands there, starting to shiver immediately. Brrr, freezing my tail off. Time to crack open old man Tover's parting gift before hypothermia sets in. He pops the cork. Down the hatch it goes. A satisfied sigh escapes his lips as magical heat floods his veins. Oh yeah, that is the stuff. System log. Status applied. Very warm. Duration. 100 minutes. Nice, he thinks. Who needs a heavy parka when you have got magic booze? Suddenly, the peanut gallery behind him starts murmuring. Yo, look at his fit. Is he trying to freeze to death? Disrespecting the mountain man. And what is with that weird halo? Total noob behavior. 0 winter gear. Must be broke. Probably couldn't even afford the resistance elixir. The system alerts him to the trash talk. Jin rolls his eyes, salty about the commentary. Rude much? Mind your own business. He checks the time remaining. 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 45 seconds. Jin glances at the countdown ticking away in his vision. Got to hustle. This S-rank dungeon has a strict 2-hour death clock. If that timer hits 0, it is a forced teleport. And the penalty isn't just a slap on the wrist. Say goodbye to half your golden gear. He has eaten dirt enough times in this game to know that stinging pain. No way is he grinding for cash and loot all over again. He steps forward, senses flaring. Heavy magic density lies ahead. The grounds surrounding the Demon Lord's fortress are swarming with desperate players, but our hero must reach the boss chamber first to claim the legendary Ysera's Fang for his elixir. Ahead, a squad is pinned down by the oppressive gravity of the zone. I can't move my legs, one gasps. We are too slow. Time is running out before they even catch a glimpse of the gate. But suddenly, boom, a massive shadow eclipses their path. It is a level 82 canicula. The adventurer raises his weapon, his voice cracking in terror. Are you kidding me? We are dead. We will never make the castle in time. He spins toward his frozen teammate. Cast a shield, you fool. But his partner is not listening. The mage is staring skyward, eyes wide. Above them, our main character drifts past effortlessly. Hands in his pockets, he is literally walking on air. Absolute dominance. System check. Flight skill activated. Passive. Free movement. The entire map is his playground. Suddenly, from row R2, level 82 beasts lunge at him mid-air. He casually draws his blade. Sorry boys, I am on a tight schedule. Slash, slash. He carves through them like they are nothing but air. Gore and monster chunks rain down on the stunned party below. Their jaws hit the floor. Wait, isn't that the squishy rookie from earlier? The guy with the halo? He is floating. Is he a vengeful ghost hunting bad players? Terrified, they clasp their hands in prayer. Even a random monster next to them joins the prayer circle. Ding. A system notification interrupts his flow. The hero grimaces. If this interface pings me one more time, I am going to shatter the window. Moments later, the ominous silhouette of Demon Lord Ormond's fortress looms ahead. He descends. Made it. 5 minutes flat. A new personal best. But as he glances down, his blood runs cold. What the? It is Mira. Walking openly toward the main gate like she owns the place. What is a heavyweight from the League of Eight doing in a dump like this? She is hunting for secret loot. If she tries to steal my prize again, I will not show her any mercy. It makes no sense. An elite player like her should have cleared this zone eons ago. Mira raises a hand, tracing the glowing runes on the massive doors. She calculates her move. Rumors spoke of an intruder daring enough to enter the castle. A suicide mission, given the Demon Lord is home and the 2-hour death penalty applies to everyone. But, whoever she is tracking, he might just be the exception to the rule. Crash! The main character watches in awe as Mira obliterates the reinforced gate with a single blow. Okay. That was terrifyingly impressive. System alert. A player has breached the Demon Lord's castle. He shadows her immediately. A classic League of 8 power move. He inspects the wreckage. Incredible. She completely incinerated the magical locking mechanism. That seal usually takes hours to pick. Talk about a free carry. But his luck is about to run out. He spins around. Monsters are closing in. Time to vanish. Skill 2. Lightning speed active. Range. 100 meters. Limit. 5 uses daily. In the blink of an eye, he dissolves into the ether. The beasts collide with empty air, clutching at a phantom while he rematerializes safely at the inner gate. The system pings. Current location. Demon Lord's castle. 9th floor. Corridor to the frozen room. He pumps a fist. Yes. The skill dropped him exactly on target. Next destination. Floor 10. The Demon Lord's private chambers. But first, he has a date with the mini-boss guarding the ice chamber. A wicked grin spreads across his face. Time to test out the new shadow boots. Let's set a speedrun record. Scene shift. Demon Lord Ormond's Annex. 7th floor. The frozen room. Agonizing screams tear through the frigid air. Terrified victims cower against the ice, hands raised in hopeless surrender. One teammate stammers, terror choking his voice. Master, please, how can you do this? We are a team. But the system HUD flickers crimson above the killer. Garuda. Timer. 1 hour, 26 minutes, 7 seconds. Garuda levels his blade, cold as the dungeon ice, at the trembling man. How? Because you are wasting my time. The Garuda swordsman, guild master of the Blue Snakes, swings his blade in a vicious, unforgiving arc. You dare make me wait? Splat. A critical hit echoes through the hall. The system updates instantly. Garuda updated timer. 2 hours, 42 minutes, and 36 seconds. He grits his teeth in annoyance. Does this cover the loot I missed because of you morons? Or the cash? The next victim presses his spine against the ice wall, shivering and sobbing apologies. Listen closely, Garuda sneers, looming over him like a reaper. A worthless life is a sin. The useless have to die so they can finally contribute something to me. He slashes without hesitation. Down goes another one. Garuda updated timer. 4 hours, 21 minutes, 58 seconds. He swings his bloodied weapon toward the next adventurer in line. No, please, master. I don't want to die. I am begging you. The plea falls on deaf ears. Slash. System update. Garuda timer. 8 hours, 7 minutes, 13 seconds. He smirks, wiping his blade. Pathetic. Your lives are barely worth a few extra hours. He glares at his subordinate. Is this the whole haul for today? It is not enough. The lackey stammers, sweat pouring down his face. Sorry, boss. I am recruiting as fast as I can, but the next batch needs time to get here. Garuda points the tip of his sword right at the lackey's throat. You want to take their place then? I will find more, right now. The subordinate screeches, scrambling away in the opposite direction. As he runs, his mind races with horror. Killing players extends the timer. Just how many months does he plan to stay in this dungeon? How many have to die? Back in the room, Garuda broods. That bastard Simon. Ever since the 8th floor mistress caught him, everyone has been headhunting high rankers to crush our guild. Let them try. Even if they track me down, I have the time advantage. Grace Castle is the perfect hideout. Meanwhile, back at the main keep's 9th floor, inside the frozen room, the main character performs a mid-air backflip, dodging a claw swipe before countering with a lethal slash. He soars higher. Aerial combat is totally sick, he thinks. This gear is next level. But something nags at him. What was that magical spike earlier? Felt like it came from the second Demon Lord's penthouse. But that energy in the annex, that felt way more dangerous. It is bugging me. He shakes it off. Eyes on the prize. The Demon Lord comes first. He dive bombs, landing a crushing blow that shatters the ground. He spins around, scanning the carnage. Nice. That was the last one. Time to handle the mini-boss. Suddenly, the door creaks open. The main character instantly shoots up, sticking to the ceiling shadows. He watches the intruder Mira. Right. That is the signature. A magical aura stronger than the Demon Lord himself. She nearly busted me. How is she that fast? Below, Mira scans the empty hall. Where are the monsters? Weird. Suddenly, boom. 2 level 92 snow golems manifest right behind her. She glances back, unimpressed. Mini-bosses spawning already? She whispers, summon Sylph. A shimmering wind spirit materializes at her back. From the ceiling, the main character's eyes widen. A spirit summon? Only top-tier mages have that kit. Mira extends a hand, mana condensing in her palm. Sorry, she whispers, her voice cold as steel. I don't have time to play. Raw power explodes from her, shaking the very air. Crack! A devastating electric shockwave rips through the golems, incinerating them instantly. The main character stands frozen in awe. She just annihilated 2 mini-bosses in a single breath. It is not just strength. She exists in a dimension of power he cannot yet touch. Mira casually dusts off her hands and turns to leave. Before her, the magical staircase begins to form from thin air, a path that only reveals itself when the Guardian falls. The road to the Demon Lord awaits. Mira ascends without hesitation. I must leave no stone unturned, she thinks, eyes narrowing. Next target. The Annex. From his hiding spot, the main character releases a breath he didn't know he was holding. She is definitely hunting a specific prey. Phew, dodged a lethal bullet there. It seems she has no interest in the boss room today. Suddenly, she whips around. Paranoia spikes like a fever. She swears a gaze was burning into her back. Silence. Just my imagination, she mutters, shaking it off. The mission is the only thing that matters. Meanwhile, our protagonist arrives at the colossal obsidian gates. Ormod's castle, the main keep. Floor 10. The ominous corridor that leads straight into the jaws of the boss room. He places a palm against the heavy iron and shoves. The doors groan open to reveal a living nightmare. Adventurers. Or what is left of them. Skewered on massive ice spikes like twisted frozen trophies. There, lounging on the throne with a predator's grin, sits Ormod. Been a hot minute, hasn't it? System alert. Behold the second Demon Lord, Ormod. Level 100. Special ability. Death's Peak. A nasty 20% stat reduction for any fool brave enough to enter his domain. Ormod sneers, looking down from his pedestal. What kind of stray dog has wandered into my kennel this time? You will look exquisite. Added to my collection. The main character scans the room of frozen corpses with a tactical eye. No magic signatures detected. They are all gone. Wait. One spark of life remains, flickering weakly on the ice. The survivor gasps, blood frothing. Run! Too late. Razor-sharp icicles scream through the air toward the protagonist's face. Just like the game's opening mechanic, he thinks, completely unbothered. But after that brutal battle with Helbris, he knows the truth. These bosses can deviate from the script at any moment. Ormod reaches out, eyes glowing with malice. You pests have zero talent, but you taste divine. Dark energy swirls around the Demon Lord like a gathering storm. He cackles, the sound chilling the bone. Business is booming today. You make number 10. I haven't feasted this well in ages. He licks his lips, hunger incarnate. The man impaled on the ice trembles violently. The spiritual pressure is crushing him. We were idiots to challenge a monster like this. Ormod snaps his fingers toward the hero. Dinner time. Whoosh. The protagonist blurs out of existence. System alert. Skanda boots. Skill 2. Lightning speed active. 3 charges remaining. A bloody gash rips open on Ormod's cheek. The laughter dies instantly. The survivor's jaw hits the floor. How? How is he that fast? The main character casually digs a finger in his ear. You talk too much. That didn't even sting. Ormod laughs it off. Ice frosting over the wound, sealing it in a heartbeat. Feisty for a snack, aren't you? He smirks. Fine. Let's call this a warm-up before the main course. Ice rains from the ceiling like jagged missiles. Boom! The smoke clears to reveal a massive frozen mountain dominating the room. Impossible to dodge. He is finished. Suddenly, a chilling presence manifests right behind the throne. A blade drives cleanly through the Demon Lord's chest. System skill. Centipede. 1. Keen gaze. Weak point struck. Triple damage. Ormod drops to a knee, wheezing for air. What the hell? I didn't even see him move. That is not natural speed. He must be buffed by an external source. The main character stares down at him, decked out in 3 pieces of secret gear. This guy is a joke. But I need to wrap this up properly. Can't kill him just yet. Need to force him to summon the Ice Tokamara first. He charges in for round 2. Ormod drags a corpse forward, using the dead adventurer as a rotting shield. He cackles, a sound of cruel desperation. Bet you can't strike me now. Sure, the hostage is already dead, but heroes are supposed to be soft. At least, that's what this trash thinks. Cat got your tongue? Suddenly, the ice puppets jerk into the air. The survivor watches in absolute horror. His fallen comrades are twisted into zombies. Ormod snaps his fingers. Kill him. The frozen dead swarm the main character. This move wasn't in the original game. It's escalating just like the legendary Helbros boss fight. The artificial intelligence in this world. It's evolving. Ormod's eyes shift to the survivor clinging to the wall. Oh, look. A stray rat. He charges a blast of dark magic. Found you. The main character blurs past, a flash of steel chopping Ormod's hand clean off. He points at his own chest, mocking the demon. Hey, eyes on me. Ormod screams, rage exploding. You cursed brat. System alert. Deadly poison applied. HP is draining at 10 points per second. Desperate, Ormod roars to the heavens. Summon. Ice Tokamara. Boom. A level 99 Ice Tokamara materializes. The main character stares it down. Finally. It took forever to bait that ultimate attack out. He lunges straight at the beast. Ormod laughs maniacally. A suicide run. Is he too scared to think? Then, the notification pings. Target eliminated. The level 99 Ice Tokamara shatters instantly. Ormod gawks at his destroyed summon, jaw on the floor. The main character checks the loot window and grins. Bingo. Acquired. Ice Tokamara's Fang. But he checks his timer. The centipede buff is dropping below 500. The clock is ticking against him. Timer check. 493 out of 1,500. He looks the demon lord dead in the eye and, with zero hesitation, drops the bomb. Sorry, buddy. I can't play with you anymore. The demon rages in confusion. What are you? The main character just glances at his weapon. The system chimes in. Prerequisites met. A holographic window pops up right in his face. The third centipede skill is finally unlocked. Centipede of unknown rank. Strength rating 66. Duration 493 remaining. First skill. Keen Gaze active. Deals triple strike damage on weak spots. Second skill. Speed passive. Boosts agility 10 times over, but that only kicks in at death's door. However, skill 3. The text shifts from unknown to active. Meanwhile, Garuda is busy taking out the trash. One of the survivors crawls out, hand extended, begging, "Master, please." Garuda just picks his ear, completely unbothered. Looking bored, he sighs. You guys are so loud. Nice scenery here, but this daily slaughter grind is getting exhausting. He lazily points a finger at the survivor to deliver the final blow. But suddenly, whoosh, a massive gust of wind blasts the area. The weapon is ripped right out of his grip. Mira steps out of the shadows, radiating power. So, this is where you've been hiding. Master of the Blue Snake Guild, Garuda. He stares at her, genuinely shook. She steps closer, reading his criminal record like a grocery list. Murder, human trafficking, fraud, hoarding contraband items. The list of sins goes on forever. And right then, the wind spirit sylph is chilling, hugging her from behind. Mira scoffs at him. Killing your own minions just to stay off the radar? Pathetic. She snaps her fingers, summoning water spirit Undine, fire spirit Ifrit, and wind spirit Sylph. The whole elemental squad appears behind her, aura blazing. Garuda is sweating bullets. Spirits are top-tier entities, and she just summoned 3 at once? He stammers, "Who are you? Did the community send you?" She flashes her badge. League of 8 orders. I'm taking you in to the adventurer community. But back at the main event, the main character checks his blade. System confirms. Conditions met. Centipede skill 3 is live. He thinks, I've been waiting forever for this moment. The demon lord screams, completely losing his mind. Don't mock me. You're just an animal. I won't let you eat me. I am going to shred you apart until there is nothing left but dust. The creature hunches over, channeling an overwhelming surge of energy into his spine until crack. Colossal wings of glacial ice explode from his back. He launches into the sky, cackling like a maniac as he dives straight toward the protagonist with killing intent. It is always more entertaining to watch you vermin suffer from high above, but in the blink of an eye, the main character is floating right beside him. You know what? You're absolutely right. The view is spectacular. A cold smirk plays on the protagonist's lips as he locks eyes with the shocked demon. Especially when I'm looking down on a piece of trash like you. The demon spins around, his face twisted in fury. Silence. I have had enough of your arrogance. Vile dark energy condenses in his palm, forging into a massive, jagged ice trident. His internal monologue screams in despair, but outwardly he swings the weapon, roaring that he will slaughter anyone who dares block his path. Yet, the main character weaves through the onslaught effortlessly, dancing like a phantom. Skill activated, Centipede. Third form, Melting. The system flashes a warning, breakdown imminent. The blade instantly liquefies into searing magma, a fluid weapon capable of shifting into any shape at will. Duration: 48 hours. The protagonist analyzes rapidly. A sword that melts and reshapes on command? Combined with my martial arts, the potential is literally infinite, limited only by my own imagination. The demon laughs maniacally, shouting, "Keep dodging, little rat. I will make your death slow and excruciating." But before he can finish his villainous monologue, terror strikes his eyes. The main character is already winding up, rocketing straight at him like a human missile. The demon raises his trident to block, but it's too late. Gate of 1,000 Poisons unleashes, slicing the creature cleanly in two. The protagonist lands, thinking, that has to be a new speedrun record for a Demon Lord kill. System update. Second Demon Lord Orid. Defeated. Congratulations, player. Dungeon cleared. Time remaining. 1 hour, 21 minutes, and 35 seconds. A satisfied smile crosses the main character's face as the monster dissolves into light. Excellent. Another time record shattered. Just then, the survivor kid stares at the protagonist, trembling in pure disbelief. Is he alive? Did he just solo a demon lord? Suddenly, the system chimes in. Richard, time limit expired. Poof. With a soft sound, the kid vanishes into thin air as the main character watches him go. He will likely respawn back in the city safely. Good. At least he survived. Now, time for the loot. System report. Item: Ice Chimera Fang. Rank: S. Description: a fang acquired from the legendary Ice Chimera. A usable crafting ingredient. The protagonist studies the holographic window. Okay. That is a solid drop. Now all I need is the ancient red soil. Once I secure that, I can finally brew the cure to save Mom. Suddenly he yells, "What the hell?" as the ground beneath him begins to shake violently. Meanwhile, Mira is going all out against the guildmaster. Garuda grins, dodging her strikes with insulting ease. "I see you have got some fight in you, girl." She screams the command, "Breath of fire." The spirit Ifrit blasts a flamethrower stream straight at Garuda, but he parries it aside with a casual swing of his sword. Mira doesn't flinch. Eyes dead serious, she points her finger forward. Torrential wave. The spirits swarm in for the kill, but Garuda's blade cleaves through her ultimate defense with terrifying precision. Watching from the shadows, the main character analyzes the scene. Is this the level we are dealing with? That guy's blade work is legit. He is definitely not just some random chump. Could that be the guild master? The hunter known as Garuda? The man casually slings his massive sword over his shoulder. You want to come out and play? He expected a challenge from a legend of the Eight. Major letdown, he scoffs, hoisting his weapon high. If you are going to come at me, you better put some back into it. Raw energy crackles around his blade as he charges forward. Whirlwind strike, he roars. The impact seemingly dices Mira into ribbons, leaving the protagonist watching with wide eyes. Garuda rests a hand on his hip, completely unimpressed by the carnage. That's it? Man, what a total snooze fest. These spirits? Mere parlor tricks. But a voice sliced through his arrogance. He is utterly clueless. He cannot even fathom the massive abyss separating our power levels. Garuda froze, eyes darting wildly across the area. Who dares say that? Suddenly, he spotted Mira, perched like a predator on the second-floor railing. Garuda, the disgrace of the Eight, whipped around, jaw hitting the floor. How? How are you even breathing? He thought it was a mirage, she scoffed. Exiled from the community, only to choose this pathetic life of crime? Perhaps he needs a lesson on how to truly destroy an enemy. She unleashed a cataclysmic wave of energy. Garuda gasped, panic flooding his mind. That resonance. Impossible. She is chanting the summons for a heavenly spirit. Terror seized him. A fourth spirit? Unheard of. And the floor. It is drenched in water, a fatal combination. Wait! Stop! He shrieked. Her eyes were absolute ice. Did you stop when your victims begged? Divine command. In a split second, elemental fury skewered him. A blood-curdling scream ripped through the air before he collapsed into a broken heap. Mira landed gracefully beside the body. A fitting end for trash. The protagonist gulped hard. Damn, she is absolutely terrifying. Note to self, never provoke her. Suddenly her gaze snapped directly to his hiding spot. Enjoying the show, Jin Woo? He stepped from the shadows, rubbing his neck with a nervous chuckle. Busted. She sensed me instantly. He shrugged. Look, I wasn't trying to stalk you, I swear. She waved a dismissive hand. You stayed out of my way. We are good. She had walked in his shoes once before. He paused. Wait. The mission. So, that guy really was the master of the Blue Snake Guild? She brushed past him, tasting the mana in the air. I do not feel the Demon Lord's presence anymore. You handled him? He nodded. Impressive work. Congrats on the win. Anyway, I am on a tight schedule. Catch you later. Fate, it seemed, would cross their paths again. She vanished into the distance. Later, at the Adventurer Society, Garuda was rotting behind iron bars. Nyx beamed at the report. Mira really came through. We got him. Stellar performance, Mira. She accepted the praise calmly. The Blue Snake Guild is finished. This will send a loud message to every criminal syndicate out there. She nodded, satisfied, but Nyx noticed the distant look in her eyes. Something on your mind? It is not about the mission, she admitted. But there is this one guy. An adventurer. I just cannot get him out of my head. Nyx blinked in surprise. Meanwhile, Jin Woo materialized at the teleporter, scanning the horizon. Level 3 reached. He shielded his eyes from the glare. Once I take down the Demon Lord here and snag that final ingredient for the panacea. But first, priorities. The system pinged. Weapon, centipede. Rank, unknown. Strength rating, 66. Durability, 299 out of 1,500. He gripped the weapon, frowning. If I throw hands with the third lord using this scrap, it will shatter instantly. Durability is trash. Time for an upgrade, he smirked. The fourth secret weapon. A bit later, on the third floor. Central City, Third Ward. The Flying Dragon Hotel. The receptionist glanced up at Jin Woo. Welcome. Need a room for the night? He stepped forward with a knowing smile. Yeah, a single room. Specifically, the third one from the north, fourth from the west. The clerk's eyes went wide. Code accepted. Understood. Hope you enjoy your stay. Descending the hidden stairs, relief washed over him. Thank God I memorized that cheat code from the special event. Back on the fifth floor, the scenery shifts entirely. An arena materializes from the darkness. A system window fractures the air. Alert. Third floor. Unknown. Dungeon rank? Unreadable. Welcome to the Underground Fight Club. The boxing legend himself, Mayweather Inouye, turns slowly. A predatory grin stretches across his face. Oh, fresh meat? Get your ass in the ring, kid. I will show you what real pain tastes like. The protagonist's eyes narrow, analyzing the data. This guy hasn't changed a bit since the beta. I used to think he was just a generic NPC, but make no mistake, that dude is a beast. Snagging that secret gear is going to be a nightmare, but Jin is ready. Suddenly, the announcer's voice booms through the hall. Today's main event, the undefeated Titan, Inouye, versus the total amateur, Jin Free. Fight start. In the red corner. Towering at 184 centimeters and a massive 127 kilograms. He is batting a perfect record. 108 rounds, 108 knockouts. The boxing god himself. Inouye. And in the blue corner, standing 173 centimeters and weighing 68 kilograms, the dark-haired, blue-eyed rookie, Jin Free. The rules are simple. No weapons allowed. Pure skill only. The winner is decided after a 3-minute round. Score points by smashing those invisible hitboxes on your opponent's body. High score takes the gold. Or, the first to hit 100 points triggers an instant win. But watch your footing. If you hit the mat even once, it is game over. Fight. The bell rings, and Inouye launches a massive haymaker right out of the gate. He is coming straight for our boy Jin with killing intent. Jin drops into a guard, mind racing. This guy's speed is insane for a tank build like that. The announcer screams. Lightning jabs from the champ. The rookie is on the ropes, but he holds his ground. Jin parries another strike. He has the cheat codes. He knows Inouye's AI always targets the high-value point zones early in the match. Speed does not matter if I can read your mind. Boom. The commentator yells, this kid's got moves. He is dancing around the champ's death blows. Jin sees his opening now. A crisp right hook. He fires. Inouye blocks, but the system pings. Time check. 2 minutes and 27 seconds. Jin Free, 1 point. Inouye, 0. The crowd goes nuts. First blood to the rookie. The champ blocked it, but Jin still snagged a point. Inouye scoffs. Really? He thinks that 1 point matters? Cute. Jin fires back internally. Not a chance. You let me have that one. Do not sleep on me. Bring the heat. The champ grins. Okay, now he is interested. My turn. Inouye unleashes hell. The kid has Eagle Eye active. Sure, but his stamina bar is trash. Give him a minute. He will gas out. Inouye rains down blows. Jin keeps his guard up, barely hanging on. I cannot attack now. Gotta turtle up. Let him rack up points if I have to. See, this dungeon is rigged. It is a scripted loss event. Inouye's stats buff up insane amounts. With every single point the player scores, Inouye roars like a beast. He is losing patience. He backs Jin into a corner. System update. 1 minute and 38 seconds left. Jin, 1 point. Inouye, 43. The champ is going berserk. Using endless combos, he traps the newbie. This is it. Inouye lands a crusher. He is running on fumes. Jin creates a shell in the corner, tanking hits. Winning is not the point here. I am going to lose the match, but I will win the war to unlock that 4th gear slot. The mission is simple. Survive 3 minutes. Suddenly, the boxer blinks. He lost track of Jin. The rookie lunges from the blind spot. Inouye is shocked. How is he still moving after that beating? Jin connects. System clocks at 57 seconds left. Jin, 9 points. Inouye, 51. Jin swings again. Inouye thinks he is fighting back. Huh? Haven't had this much fun in ages, but I am still the king. Focus. Inouye fires back. The system screams a warning. Jin hits 13 health. Inouye sits comfortably at 68. Jin sees the glove tearing through the air, but it is too late. A brutal uppercut smashes into his jaw. Boom. The champion connects with lethal force. Is the rookie unconscious? No. He remains standing on trembling legs. What kind of monster is this kid? Time is melting away like wax in a fire. Who is taking the victory today? Inoue glares at him with predatory eyes. Not bad, rookie, but you are finished. He bounces on his toes, preparing the execution strike. I am ending this right now. But suddenly wait, what is happening? Jin slams a fist right into his face. A perfect counterpunch. Neither fighter yields an inch of ground in this clash of titans. Inoue wipes blood from his lip, a maniacal grin stretching across his face. The kid actually managed to tag me. Fascinating. Jin grits his teeth, eyes burning with defiance. You finally understand. I refuse to go down. The bell rings. Time is up. The match is over. The red corner racks up a staggering 97 points. The blue corner trails behind with 49. The system finalizes the winner. 0 seconds remain. Jinfrey holds 49 points. Inoue dominates with 97. What a brutal brawl. I cannot wait to see his next evolution. Inoue stands tall, puffing out his chest in triumph. I have to give credit where it is due. Jinfrey is the first challenger in history, the first to ever last the full 3 minutes in the ring with a monster like him. Boxing is a conversation from soul to soul. And this kid? He possesses the burning spirit of a true warrior. Take this, the champion insists, shoving the gear toward him. Consider it a gift. You are going to need it. The main character snatches it without a second thought. Do not mind if I do. As he wraps the mystical cloth around his bruised fist, realization strikes him like a lightning bolt. Bingo. That makes the 4th secret piece of god-tier equipment secured. The system interface glitches into view with a holographic hum. Item acquired. Spiritual bandage. Rank unknown, but the stats are absolutely insane. Power boosted by 150. Durability maxed out at 5,000. The first perk? Fire punches. It is a passive buff that transforms his hands into literal flamethrowers, doubling his damage output in an instant. However, there is a catch. It drains 1 health point every single second. But the second skill, counterattack, is a total game changer. It mirrors whatever damage gets thrown at him. It does not just mirror the attack, it reflects the pain back 3 times harder. There is a third skill hidden within, but that bad boy is locked behind specific conditions. A heavy beat passes. The protagonist stares down the dark path, eyes gleaming with ambition. New toys equipped. It is showtime. He is deep in the ghost ruins, the 3rd floor of a deadly S-rank dungeon. Danger level is critical. As he strides forward, his mind races with tactical calculations. This place is a ghost town. No trash mobs, just one target remains: the demon lord. Kill the boss. Clear the dungeon. Sounds simple, right? Dead wrong. The spawn rate for the jackal is a miserable 0.1%. Most adventurers wander these halls until they burn out, searching endlessly for a target that never appears. Just endless rubble and 0 leads. It is a psychological trap designed to crush you physically and mentally before the real fight even begins. But our main character? He does not have time for hide and seek. He clenches his fist in determination. Let us speedrun this nightmare. If the boss refuses to show, he will force him out. He scans the desolate area. Come out, wherever you are. There. Buried in the sand, near a crumbling pillar. Found you. He smirks. It is an ancient coffin. He hauls it out of the dirt with a grunt. He puts on a show of respect, clasping his hands together in mock prayer. Sorry to disturb your nap, buddy, but I am on a tight schedule. Sarcastic gratitude? Check. He bows slightly before unleashing chaos. Creak. The lid pops off. Boom. Blinding light explodes from the corpse. A pure energy orb pulses inside. It is a dormant soul. Wakey wakey. He releases the seal. Whoosh. The orb shoots into the stratosphere like a flare gun, and the protagonist tracks its trajectory. System alert. Skill spell detection triggered. The radar goes crazy. A massive mana signature is incoming fast. A predator's wicked grin stretches across his face. Gotcha. Suddenly, the earth right in front of him disintegrates into nothingness. From the choking dust, a terrifying figure takes shape and rises. Boss alert. The 3rd demon, Lord Jackal. The main character locks eyes with the beast. They do not call the ghost ruins the Tomb of Spirits for nothing. The ancient lore runs deep here. Jackal's voice booms like a thunderclap. Who dares disturb the grave? Status check initiated. Level 150. Ability, Scales of Justice. The protagonist sizes him up. Jackal is not just a monster. He is the guardian of the dead. This is not a random encounter. It is a court-martial. You mess with the graves, you get the warden. Jackal points a jagged, accusing finger. Sinner, you will atone for this disrespect. With your life. Exactly as planned. The fastest way to summon the boss is to become a wanted criminal. I am Jackal, the beast roars, posturing dominantly. Judge of the vile, guardian of the souls. Prepare for judgment. The system hums frantically in the main character's ear. The spiritual bandage is active. Strength plus 150. He is ready to brawl. Durability holding steady at 5,000. Jackal raises his golden scales high. Justice. The air itself warps. He has unleashed scales of justice. Suddenly, the protagonist feels a wrenching, magnetic pull. His very soul is literally being ripped out of his avatar. Your spirit is trash. Jackal spits in disgust. I shall purify it for the heavens. The hero drops to one knee, gasping for air. Judgment. Guilty. The soul slams back into his body, but the catastrophic damage is done. The system flashes crimson. Warning. Soul defilement detected. All stats slashed by 30%. That is a massive nerf. Now, die for your sacrilege. The demon lord screams, but the main character, he is smiling. He wanted this. The debuff was merely the entry fee, the price of skipping the hours of tedious searching. 30% stat reduction? Small change for a speedrun. Time to end this before he pulls any more tricks. Jackal fires bullet sign. Rounds of dark energy strafe the ground, tearing up the earth. The protagonist weaves through the barrage. Cheap illusions will not work on a boss of this caliber. He realizes he has to do this the hard way. Pure brute force. He squares up against the Titan. Another volley of dark bullets screams toward him. The hero sidesteps, launches himself into the air, and pulls that flaming fist back. He swings. Clang. Jackal summons a barrier, Aspis sign, stopping the punch cold. The main character rebounds, skidding violently across the sand. He wipes sweat from his brow. Okay, that 30% penalty stings more than I thought. He is losing momentum. Suddenly, ping, a holographic window pops up. Incoming call. Amelia. Amelia, is Mom okay? He is distracted. Jackal unleashes another hellfire of bullets while his guard is down. He dances through the deadly rain. Not talk now. He has to crush this boss like yesterday. Jackal charges a massive black vortex, aiming right for his head. No more holding back. The hero's eyes narrow. A system alert pops up. Spiritual bandage, activated. Jackal's eyes widen. He is totally shook. What is that blazing inferno wrapping around this guy's hands? Stats update. Strike power, doubled. But there is a catch. Health points are draining by 1 every single second. He thinks, fire punches? Let's go. He throws a haymaker and the interface flashes. Skill 1, fire punch passive. Flames consume his fists, cranking his attack stats up by 200%. But that health drain is ticking away like a time bomb. Jackal skids to a halt, dusting himself off. Okay, it does something, he admits. But got to be real with you. Those flames look kind of goofy. The protagonist levitates, eyebrows raised. Oh, really? The demon lord has heard enough of this nonsense. Jackal snaps, his patience vaporizing instantly. You talk too much, human. Dark energy begins to surge overhead as he charges up a massive attack, deciding right then and there to silence this pest permanently. Jeffrey's instincts scream a warning. Danger incoming. In a heartbeat, Jackal unleashes his signature move, Night Meteor. A tangent-sized fist of condensed energy materializes from the void, rocketing straight toward our hero with apocalyptic force, blasting him backward and shattering the ruins behind him like a house of cards. Jackal smirks, reveling in the destruction. How does that taste? Behold the power of an invisible strike. Jeffrey drags himself from the debris, his mind racing as he analyzes the hit. He has never seen that attack pattern before, just as he suspected. What is up with these lords? They are evolving, moving far more complexly than the game's artificial intelligence ever did. Suddenly, his pocket vibrates. It is his sister calling again. Seriously, Amelia? Now? He grumbles, fighting the urge to scream. Give me a break. He scrambles back to his feet, leaving the demon lord completely baffled. You survived that? Jeffrey shoots back a cold glare. I don't need your commentary right now. That hit was soft. Jackal scoffs at the audacity. Bold words for a walking corpse. Jeffrey drops into a low combat stance. He calculates the numbers rapidly. Fire Strike doubles his damage output, but his health points are draining fast. He needs to speedrun this boss fight or he is finished. Suddenly, the phone rings a second time. Are you kidding me? The distraction costs him. An invisible force slams into his ribs. He grinds to a halt against the pavement, a sinking feeling hitting his gut. He has no choice but to bail. In a flash of light, he vanishes into thin air. Jackal roars in fury. Where did he go? Across the ruins, our hero rematerializes and swipes the call open. Amelia, what is wrong? Why the spam calling? But before he can finish, Amelia's scream pierces his ear. Jeffrey, where are you? He tries to de-escalate the panic while scanning the battlefield. Chill, chill. What is the emergency? I am a little tied up. It is Mom, she sobs, her voice breaking. She crashed. The healer says she is running out of time. Tears are pouring down her face on the other end of the line. You need to get here. Now. Just then, Jackal looms over him, his shadow swallowing the hero. You think this is a game? Stop running. Jeffrey spins around. Damn, found me already. He yells into the receiver one last time. Okay, I am on my way. Jackal growls, disgusted. Robbing a grave and thinking you can just walk away? Have some shame, human. The demon lord launches another night meteor, but Jeffrey flickers out of sight and teleports instantly behind his enemy, his fist blazing with infernal fire. Sorry about this, Jeffrey says, his eyes cold, but I have places to be. It ends now. He unleashes a barrage of fire punches, but Jackal catches the strike with a single hand. Pathetic. You think that little spark can take me down? Jeffrey grins wickedly. Nope, but despite the demon lord's arrogance, those fire punches are secretly stacking massive internal damage. Jackal fires off Night Meteor again. Jeffrey weaves through the attack. Fire punches doubles my strength. Time to stack the deck. He activates Spiritual Bandage, Skill 2, Counterattack. The skill clones the incoming strike and returns it to sender with triple the power. Jeffrey closes the distance instantly. Counterattack. Engage. He lands a devastating blow, sending the demon lord rocketing backward and smashing into the cliffside with earth-shattering force. That, Jeffrey says, dusting off his hands, is double my attack plus triple your Night Meteor. Game over. A system notification pops up. Defeated Demon Lord Jackal, level 150. Loot drop incoming. Massive XP and 3 million gold obtained. He also secures Jackal's S-rank soul and ancient red soil. Got the materials I need, he thinks. Now I have to book it home. Moments later, at a village on the edge of the first floor. Inside the residence, Jeffrey bursts through the front door, breathless. Amelia. He scans the room frantically. Mom. His sister rushes to his side, panic in her eyes. The healer shakes his head, expression grim. It is the final stage of mana deficiency. Those ominous black spots confirm the worst. She has slipped into a deep coma. Jinfrey stares down at the bed, his world trembling. Mom. The healer continues his bleak report. Her blood pressure is plummeting. Her remaining magical power is fading into nothingness. Her heart cannot take much more of this strain. Even the top-tier healers of the capital would call this a lost cause. He looks with pity at the devastated family. Amelia stands there, her eyes swimming with an ocean of tears. She leans over the bed, sobbing her mother's name in agony. Jinfrey places a steady, heavy hand on her shoulder. It is going to be okay. She is not dying today. He wipes her face gently. Dry those tears. I am going to fix this. The healer stares at him, completely baffled. Excuse me? Amelia looks up, a glimmer of desperate hope in her eyes. You can save her? Jinfrey checks his internal status window. He had dumped every single stat point he ground for into this specific build. Intelligence, 145 out of 250. Synthesizer, class skill. Level up. Alright, let us cook. He combines the legendary ingredients in the system interface. Grade A ancient red soil, the lethal Dakamara ice fang, and those precious high elf tears. Boom. And double S-rank panacea materializes out of thin air. This item is absolutely broken. A glitched artifact of god-tier power. Just one sip could purge any illness known to man, and fully restore every single status effect instantly. He stares at the glowing vial, adrenaline spiking through his veins. I actually pulled it off. The panacea is mine. The healer's jaw practically hits the floor in shock. No way. I have seen illustrations of this in the ancient archives. Is that seriously the legendary panacea? Amelia. Jennifer. It is the real deal, he confirms, voice steady with triumph. He shoots a quick, apologetic look at Amelia. My bad for the secrecy. I promise I will spill the tea on everything later. He rushes to his mother's side and gently lifts her frail body up. The synthesizer class boosting his intelligence was the key all along. Now, he can craft god-tier items like it is nothing. He had cut it razor thin, burning precious time grinding for skills and materials, but he made it just in time. With a steady, trembling hand, he trickles a few drops of the golden elixir into her mouth. Please, he begs, silently to the heavens. Come back to me. The universe holds its breath for a heartbeat, and then, her eyelids flutter. Her eyes fly open, scanning the room wildly, and she bolts upright. What is happening? Amelia shrieks, Mom, and tackles her with a desperate, crushing hug. She squeezes back, totally disoriented by the sudden wakefulness. Amelia, what is wrong? Then her gaze locks onto him. Jinfrey? He chokes out a soft sob. Is she okay? Panic flickers in his eyes despite the success. How is she feeling? Slowly, the mental fog lifts from her mind. She was starting to remember everything. She has been stuck in that bed for ages. How? Amelia wipes her eyes, her voice trembling with relief. Mom, everyone was terrified for you. If Jinfrey had not fixed it. She freezes mid-sentence, eyes going wide. Jinfrey cured me? How is that even possible? The healer steps forward, raising a hand in reverence. It is true, madam. Your son created a miracle, a literal panacea. She blinks, processing the words. I am cured? A panacea? You do not just find those lying around. Her eyes narrow dangerously at her son. Jinfrey, you did not go and become an adventurer, did you? He flashes a nervous, guilty smile. It is all good. I am just happy you are back. Not good, she yells, the aura of a mother emerging. He flinches. Mom? She points a trembling, accusatory finger right at his face, her voice rising in pitch. Jinfrey, you left so abruptly. You abandoned your mother and sister to run off and play adventurer without a word. He throws his hands up defensively, sweating bullets. Okay, abandoned is a strong word. Zip it. I do not want to hear it, she screams. Survival instinct takes over immediately. He drops into a perfect, disciplined squat on the floor. Yes, Mom, she was not done with him yet. You are just like your father. Ever since you were a kid. The healer grabs his coat, shooting Amelia an awkward grin. I am going to head out now. Amelia turns to the raging woman, trying to play peacemaker. Mom, please breathe. The crisis faded into relief. Jinfrey had saved her. He mentally cheered, marveling at the sheer, broken power of the panacea. His mother clutched her chest, the terrifying heat within her finally dying down to a gentle ember. I understand, she sighed, her voice dropping to a whisper. But, Jinfrey, what if something terrible happens to you? If that happens, Mom, he began, trying to comfort her. I am just glad you are alive. She cut him off, sharp and fast. But listen to me. Do not dare return to this house until you have slaughtered every single demon lord plaguing this world. Understood? She pointed a trembling but determined finger at the exit. Amelia's jaw hit the floor in shock. Mom, seriously? The protagonist stared at her, unable to process this sudden shift in attitude. Shouldn't we have a heartwarming welcome lunch first? Oh my God, she yelled, frustration peeking through her worry. I have been his mother for years. I know what he needs. She reached up, cupping his cheek with a sudden, heartbreaking gentleness. He has the exact same determined look in his eyes as your father did. You are chasing something massive out there as an adventurer, are you not? He sat across from her and nodded. She shifted to sit beside him. Okay then. You better finish it. I am healthy now. We will be fine here without you. But you owe me 2 solemn promises. First, you call me every single day. I need to hear your breathing to know you are safe. He nodded firmly. Okay, I will call. Her eyes narrowed into a glare. Second, you are absolutely forbidden to die. Okay, he vowed, his voice steady. I promise. She smoothed his face one last time, memorizing his features. One more thing. She pulled him into a crushing, desperate hug. Thank you, son. We will be waiting for you. He stepped out the door, swearing on his life to return victorious. As he walked, his mind shifted to the heavy burden he carried, the magic deficiency syndrome. It was a terminal curse where monsters drained a human's mana until nothing remained but a husk. He got lucky with the legendary panacea this time, but millions of others were still suffering in agony. If he could just annihilate the demon lords and build a new world from their ashes, the disease would vanish forever. But there was a glitch in this game's logic. Historically, killing them never stopped the monster waves. Was there a missing piece to the puzzle? Perhaps an 8th demon lord lurking in the deepest shadows? A hidden boss that even he had not reached yet was likely the true key to salvation. Sometime later, on the 3rd floor, inside the central Colosseum area, the domain of the legendary 3rd warrior, Olympia. The protagonist weaved through the roaring ocean of spectators. Boom! A voice echoed across the arena. The 11th competition to crown the strongest adventurer is live. It is showtime at Olympia. The crowd went absolutely feral. The protagonist plugged his ears. The raw energy here was totally overwhelming. The announcer continued, his voice amplifying the hype. Adventurers from the 1st to the 7th floor, everyone is welcome to throw down in this ring. But here is the catch. The level cap is set to 150. All stats are scaled down to match a fair playing field. However, there are absolutely no limits on class skills or equipment. The main character shoved his hands in his pockets. To crush the demon lords, he needed to level up fast. The 1 billion gold prize was sweet, sure, but the real players were not here for mere cash. They wanted the item that breaks all limits. The double S rank class transfer guide. It was time for the preliminaries. The voice boomed again. We are measuring raw magic and attack power right now. Only the top 8 will advance. Listen up. Place your hand on the magic circle to log your score. Moments later, the verdict was in. The rankings were ready to be displayed to the world. The system window flashed. First place, 1,190 points. Second, 133. Third, 12. The crowd screamed in excitement. Then the system reported Jinfrey's score. Rank 189 out of 20. 189.72. He stared at the score, his soul leaving his body. Panic began to rise. Dead last. He gritted his teeth in humiliation. He knew the synthesizer class had trash tier magic stats, but he never expected it to be this pathetic. Level 150 implies power. Yet, here he was, scraping the bottom of the barrel. Then, the announcer's voice cut through his despair. It is time to move on. Next up, raw damage output. The objective is simple. Obliterate the target with everything he has. Our protagonist scans the machine. His magical aptitude might be trashed here, but physical destruction, that is his absolute playground. He knows this is where he can rack up a legendary score. Channeling every ounce of energy into his fist, he mentally roars. Fire punch! That is an instant double damage multiplier. But he is far from finished. He stacks a counterpunch right on top. Triple damage locked in. Then, the ultimate finisher, Night Meteor, a 6-fold damage multiplier. He swings, and a terrifying rumble quakes through the entire stadium. Silence falls. All eyes snap to Jinfrey, jaws hitting the floor at the sheer devastation he just unleashed. The host stammers, barely thanking the crowd before reading the scoreboard in disbelief. Jinfrey takes the throne at rank 1. Ryuta Factor slides into 2nd place. Janice Samaran takes 3rd, followed by Lindsay Mistal in 4th, and Sheba Flag rounding out the top 5. The arena explodes with thunderous applause, and our MC finally exhales. He was sweating bullets after that earlier magic disaster, but he managed to clutch the victory. Now, with the combined scores tallied, the host reveals the Elite 8 advancing to the finals. It is officially crunch time. Jinfrey's name is glowing on the board. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the noise from behind. It is Mira. She corners him instantly, accusing him of stalking her. He flinches, visibly rattled. How on earth did she track him down here? She shoots back with zero patience, demanding to know why he is haunting her every move. He flips the question right back at her, but she is fixated on one thing, that punch. She suspects he used a forbidden artifact to cheat, and demands the details immediately. The MC hears her internal monologue loud and clear. With an awkward, disarming grin, he deflects, asking if she is also gunning for the class change manual. That freezes her in her tracks. Her eyes ignite as she admits it. Upgrading her class is the only way to shatter her limits. Jinfrey realizes the truth. She is operating incognito. Since the finalist names are public, she must have registered under an alias to stay off the radar. In this bracket, she is fighting under the player tag, Lima. The host's voice booms like thunder, signaling the start of the final showdown. It is an 8-way battle royale bracket. The grand prize? 1 billion gold, and the legendary class change manual. The MC runs the numbers. If they both survive the quarterfinals, they are destined to clash in the arena. This just got interesting. The announcer screams the first match, Jinfrey versus Lindsay. Mira tosses a sarcastic, good luck before walking off. He notes the fake vibe but ignores it. Stepping into the ring, the spotlight blinds him. The crowd buzzes with curiosity. A potion master in the finals? It is unheard of. Then come the jeers. People scream that the machine must be broken, calling the results a total scam. Suddenly, someone points out the bizarre halo floating above his head, triggering a tidal wave of mockery while his opponent sizes him up. Lindsay Mistal, top-tier alchemist and master of the Silver Guild. He smirks at the foolish potion master standing opposite him. The audience shifts all their hype to Lindsay. Rumor has it, this guy crafts his own impenetrable gear, a literal walking tank. Everyone is betting the house on the brute's victory. The bell rings, starting the match. Lindsay sneers. Is this weirdo potion master really his first hurdle? Talk about a free win. This is going to be a total snooze fest. But the second he blinks, Jinfrey vanishes into thin air. Before Lindsay can even process the shift in air pressure, Jinfrey materializes inches from his face. A fist wreathed in flames unloads a devastating haymaker, and he does not stop at one. Jinfrey unleashes a machine gun barrage of strikes, targeting the skull with ruthless precision. Crimson mist sprays across the arena floor. Jinfrey winds up for the finale, a bone-shattering hook that sends a tooth spinning through the air. The impact turns Lindsay into a human cannonball, launching him across the ring until he craters into the concrete wall. A pin-drop silence falls over the stadium. Thousands of mouths hang open in disbelief. Then, pandemonium erupts. The shockwave of gasps hits as even the commentator loses his mind, screaming into the mic about this impossible upset. Lindsay is out cold, lights extinguished before he even hit the ground. Jinfrey scratches his head awkwardly, dropping the killer aura. He wonders if he maybe went a little too beast mode on the poor guy. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Mira's eyes narrow into a calculating gaze. She is dissecting those flame-wreathed gloves, trying to deconstruct his secret technique. Jinfrey is declared the winner, but there is no time to rest. The second battle is already queued up. It is Mira's turn to step into the limelight against Edison Sats. A skeptical murmur ripples through the spectator stands. Toxic whispers fill the air, claiming this coliseum is a boys-only club. Mira ignores the misogyny, her expression cold as stone. Jinfrey thinks to himself that idiots seem to be a global constant in this game, no matter the universe. The fight commences. Her opponent, a creepy old man, reaches out with a lecherous grin, daring to call her beautiful. He makes a disgusting offer to throw the match, if only she lets him hold her hand. Repulsed, she wastes no time. She instantly summons her guardians. Syl and Efri materialize from the ether. Efri unleashes a torrent of dragon fire, and the old creep shrieks as he is instantly toasted to a crisp. The audience is left paralyzed. The crowd goes silent as this woman absolutely annihilates her opponent in seconds. The announcer screams her victory, and even Jinfrey has to raise an eyebrow. She made that domination look way too effortless. Instantly, the mob flips the script, chanting her name like she is a descended goddess of war. The rest of the bracket matches fly by in a blur of violence. Finally, the fourth bout wraps up. The semi-finals are locked in. It is going to be Mira versus Jinfrey in the opener, followed by Ryota Factor taking on Janice Samaran. Jinfrey shoots a sharp look at Janice. That guy gives off a completely different spiritual pressure. He looks far more seasoned than these other rookies. Definitely on Mira's level, perhaps even touching the realm of God tier. It is showtime. Jinfrey and Mira step into the arena, greeted by a deafening roar from the masses. She shoots him a confident smirk, dripping with swagger. She teases that this is his last chance to forfeit. He just shrugs it off. No thanks. It is the perfect time to find out the truth. Let us see which one of us is the real predator. Boom. She summons Efray instantly. Jinfrey drops into a low combat stance. The crowd is eating up every second of this tension. Jinfrey grimaces. Fighting one spirit is a headache. But the summoner is not done yet. Undyne and Kieran materialize right next to her. Jinfrey breaks a cold sweat. Why is she summoning 3 at once? A 3 versus 1 handicap is absolutely insane. A fan in the stands screams that they have never seen a summoner pull that off. Mira grins, her eyes locking onto her target. She admits she knows he is actually cracked, so she refuses to hold anything back. Jinfrey does not flinch. Suddenly, Undine triggers the offensive. Dragon Wave unleashes a massive hydro cannon. A high-pressure water jet tears across the stage like a laser. He sidesteps just in time, but Mira does not let up. Lightning begins to crackle. Kieran's thunderbolt slashes through the air, missing Jinfrey by mere inches. He eyes the spirit warily. That attack speed is no joke. A blinding flash nukes the arena floor, leaving a smoking crater where he just stood. Jinfrey gulps. That was way too close for comfort. If he had not moved, he would be toast. Then Efri roars, launching a blazing fireball straight at his face. He spins around, slamming his fiery fist directly into the projectile, dissipating the magic on impact. Mira clicked her tongue in sharp annoyance. The main character roared, "Yo, are you legitimately trying to kill me right now?" Mira remained silent, convinced this guy was an absolute lunatic. Yet, his skill was undeniable, so she dared not let her guard down. "You are far more desperate than you appear," she scoffed. "Maybe I overestimated you," he chuckled, shaking his head with a smirk. "You need 3 bodyguards just to handle me? Perhaps I was wrong about you, too. It is a good thing your little pets have terrible aim." The spectators began to cheer wildly for Mira, betting their fortunes on her victory while hurling insults at Jinfrey. The negativity washed over him. A voice screamed from the stands, accusing him of being a pay-to-win player who bought his rank. Absorbing the venomous hate, he let out a heavy sigh. He tried to maintain his zen, but these non-player characters were getting under his skin. Meanwhile, across the arena, Mira thought the Colosseum attracted plenty of wannabes, but this guy was on a whole new level of irritating. As a cold smirk touched her lips, the main character realized she was completely looking down on him. "Let's end this," she signaled, triggering Kieran with a divine command. A streak of lightning tore through the air toward him. He dashed to the right, but Unine blinked into existence instantly, cutting off his escape route. While charging a spell, he glanced back to see Kieran blocking his 6. Fighting a trio of spirits simultaneously was proving far more troublesome than he had predicted. There was not a single opening to counterattack. He could only keep sprinting to survive. His blood began to boil as adrenaline spiked through his veins. Mira kept the pressure relentless. He shot a glance at her, noticing she was holding Efrit back. She knew he possessed a hard counter for fire attacks. Was she planning a cheap shot, while the others kept him distracted? The best defense is a good offense. He triggered his skill and vanished into thin air, leaving Mira bewildered. Where did he go? Boom. He materialized inches from her face, fist cocked back with a grin. Checkmate. But then, he froze. A Crimson System notification flashed before his eyes. "You have triggered Mira's trap." She pointed a finger toward the heavens. Storm wind. She had summoned Sylph the moment his guard was down. She had baited him perfectly, and now the wind spirit was diving straight for the kill. He looked up in sheer panic, realizing she had used her own body as a lure to set up the 4th spirit for a blindside attack. A blast of hurricane-force wind slammed into him with devastating power. The audience leaned in, eyes glued to the rising dust cloud. Mira thought, there is no way he walks away from that. But as the smoke cleared, Her jaw dropped in disbelief. He was still standing there. Despite tanking a massive hit, Jinfree held his ground firmly. The stadium erupted into chaos as he simply coughed, clearing his throat. Okay, you almost got me. If not for his lightning speed, it would have been game over. Skill active, 3 charges remaining. Mira tensed up instantly. Suddenly, the main character launched himself at her, screaming, "We are not done yet." Watching him close the gap, her mind raced. She did not know it was possible to chain skills with 0 cooldown like that. Does this guy have infinite mana? She snapped her hand up desperately. The fire spirit Ifrit was unleashed to intercept, body blocking him instantly. Knuckles collided with a deafening thud, and the raging inferno fizzled out like a wet match. Mira clocked the situation immediately. Having nullified the heat, Jinfree flashed a cocky grin that screamed, "Yeah, I read you like a book." He landed a flurry of strikes, but she just laughed it off. She screamed that his little combos meant absolutely nothing against her defense. He knew fighting fire with fire was a zero-sum game here. It was time for Plan B. He wound up for a massive haymaker psych. Jinfree strips off his gloves and whips out a hidden dagger. He hits her with a wicked smirk. "Hope you like poison. Your defense is useless here." He bypasses her spirit guardian and rushes the summoner. Mid-sprint, he triggers his melting art. The blade liquefies in an instant, morphing from solid steel into a writhing metallic centipede. The creature coils around her, shattering her rhythm completely. The construct is unstable. He has mere seconds before it dissolves. It is go time. Jinfree snags her with the metal whip. He hoists her high into the air, the coils tightening with crushing force. The grip is absolute. She cannot breathe, let alone command her spirits. She is thrashing, gasping for air as the darkness closes in. Jinfree exhales sharply. Talk about a buzzer beater. The centipede form was seconds away from timing out. The referee makes the call. Mira is out cold. Jinfree takes the win. He sheathes his weapon and catches his falling opponent with practiced ease before she hits the deck. Smooth execution. The arena erupts into thunderous applause. Mira wakes up salty, muttering about the bitter taste of defeat. He blinks, shocked. He expected rage, not resignation. Instead, she swallows her pride and gives props where they are due. She admits his skills are top tier. He tosses her an antidote vial, downing one himself to prove it is safe, and walks off like a boss. She accepts the loss and the cure in silence. Mira watches his retreating back with complex eyes. That kit is something ordinary summoners cannot even dream of. Jinfree is officially a threat level, severe. A system notification flashes for the main character. Mira eyes his gear with burning envy, while he just cracks a crooked smile. She runs the math. Teleportation, flame arts, martial fists, and a weapon that shapeshifts? A loadout like that is unheard of. It defies all logic. She is dying to know the specs, but the clock is ticking. Semi-final match number 2 is live. Ryuta and Janna step into the ring of fate. Ryuta grins, promising to make this a quick speedrun. Janna shoots back. "I cannot wait." The bell screams, signaling the start. Jinfree is chilling in the dugout when the crowd roars. He spins around just in time to see Janna drop Ryuta in a single, devastating hit. It is over in a heartbeat. That guy is a legitimate swordmaster. Jinfree locks gazes with his next opponent. A chill runs down his spine. Sensing a lethal aura, the announcer grabs the mic to reveal the finalists for the main event. In Corner 1, the Alchemist of Destruction, Jinfree Van Raid, the man who packs a punch nobody saw coming. And in Corner 2, Janna Samrion, the Reaper deleting opponents in milliseconds. The grand finale has arrived. Before the bell, Mira shouts from the sidelines, "Do not die out there." He snaps back, telling her to zip it. The crowd goes feral, but inside the ring, it is dead silence. No trash talk, just cold, hard business. Janna blitzes forward. He begins siphoning massive energy right out of the gate. He declares, "It is game over." Jinfree merely smiles in the face of danger. This guy looks ice cold, but his aura burns like a raging inferno. Mira watches from the stands, realizing these two are monsters cut from the same cloth. Jinfree knows he cannot drag this out. He triggers his third skill. The forbidden art, worthy of his title. System alert. For 3 minutes, every single stat receives a double multiplier. The catch? If he does not secure the win within 3 rounds, his spirit bandage vanishes from existence. To unlock this beast, he had to spam the first 2 skills to their breaking point. It is the ultimate buff, but the penalty for losing is catastrophic. High risk, God tier reward. Round 1, stats doubled. Round 2, stats tripled. Round 3, quadrupled power. Janna draws his blade, the steel singing as he dares him to come get some. The Swordmaster activates a rush skill, closing the gap instantly. Jinfree is shaken, but his body moves on instinct. He backflips a split second before impact, but Janna sticks to him like a shadow. He is right back in Janice's face, raining down a torrent of blows. Cold sweat breaks out over Janus as he realizes the terrifying truth. He recognizes this movement pattern. This guy is not basic. He has undergone a class change. We are looking at the upgraded adventurer build. This is elite tier access to broken skills and stat ceilings that defy the laws of this world. Jinfrey weaves through the deadly combo and aims for the legs, slashing the empty air where ankles used to be. Janus creates distance, then snaps back like a rubber band, lighting up his fist for a pyro smash. Too slow. Janus activates an Axel buff, dancing back and looking at him like trash. Is that it? You are moving at a snail's pace, brother. Jinfrey remains silent, recognizing this godlike velocity is exclusive to the Swordmaster meta. Standard tactics will not suffice here. Suddenly, the system intervenes with a chime that shakes the soul. Round 1 complete. Round 2 active. Stats tripled. Let's go. Janus clocks the power shift instantly and charges in, grinning like an absolute maniac. It looks like my opponent finally grew a spine. But a little backbone is not enough. Janus smirks, mocking the desperate effort. Faster, maybe. But compared to me, you are frozen in time. He snaps into a counter, blinking into existence mere inches from Jinfrey's face. Tragic, he taunts. You never even saw it coming. Boom. The impact sends Jinfrey skidding violently across the arena floor. Up in the stands, Mira gasps in horror, but the main character just heaves a heavy sigh. This enemy is far tougher than the scouting report suggested. Suddenly, a blinding flash rips through the stadium. Janus levels his blade, channeling raw atmospheric energy for a named skill. Pure light condenses at the tip of his steel, then fires. The beam tears past Jinfrey, obliterating the arena wall with a deafening crash. Only godlike reflexes saved him. Jinfrey vaults high, hovering momentarily above the terrified crowd before landing back in the kill box. He realizes something terrifying. That was not just raw power. Janus is unleashing top-tier swordsmanship, the kind of elite techniques warriors spend decades mastering. The stakes just skyrocketed into the stratosphere. The crowd is split down the middle. Half are screaming for the brute force of Janus, while the other half bet on the underdog potion maker. Mira clenches the railing until her knuckles turn white. She knows Janus has the chops for the legendary League of Eight. He is the real deal. How are you going to survive this, Jinfrey? She whispers. Just then, the system chimes again. Round 2 complete. Ding! Stats quadrupled. Jinfrey locks in. This is the final round. It is do or die time. No second chances. He triggers Fire Strike. Janus flinches, sensing the aura shift immediately. The predator just became the prey. Mira leans in, eyes glued to the action. The next hit decides it all. They launch into a head-on collision. Janus activates his skill, confident in the kill. Checkmate. But Jinfrey ghosts him, appearing directly behind Janus's exposed back. The main character lunges inches away from landing the finishing blow, but Janus twists away at the last millisecond. Jinfrey pivots instantly, swapping to a dagger mid-motion. Janus's eyes go wide. A weapon swap in the middle of a combo? Before he can process, Jinfrey casts Melting, transmuting cold steel into jagged chunks of ice. Is that poison mixed in? Janus hesitates. Fatal mistake. While he is confused, a flaming fist slams squarely into his solar plexus. Oof. The breath leaves Janus's body. Gotcha, Jinfrey shouts, claiming victory. But Janus is not folding that easy. Roaring in anger, Janus swings wildly. Do not mock me. Whoosh. He hits nothing but air. Jinfrey vanishes again. Janus spins frantically, searching the ground. But his opponent makes a fatal error. He forgets to look up, where Jinfrey hovers like a descending god of war. This is the secret weapon. A brand new skill unlocked from that brutal deathmatch with the class-changing adventurer. Third skill, Great Dragon. The pressure alone cuts the air like a blade. Infinite crushing damage. Cooldown, 96 hours. It is a tactical nuke in skill form. The trigger is pulled. Violent cyclones begin to swirl around Jinfrey's legs, gathering momentum. Janus feels the atmospheric pressure drop and finally looks up in pure horror. A colossal dragon made of sheer wind manifests, diving straight for him. Janus scrambles to escape, but it is useless. You cannot outrun a hurricane. Crunch! The dragon slams him into the arena wall, embedding his body deep into the stone. The crowd goes deathly silent, craning their necks. There is no movement. The referee waves it off. The contestant is unconscious. It is all over. The brutal gauntlet has finally ended. The winner is Jinfrey van Raid. The main character punches the sky, adrenaline pumping through his veins. Thank the gods the clock did not run out. If that buff had faded even a second earlier, he would have been toast. While Jinfrey soaks up the glory and the roar of the crowd, Mira turns away. Her eyes burn with determination to grind until she stands on his level. The announcer's voice booms, crowning him the champion of the 111th tournament. The loot drops. 1 billion gold and the item everyone covets. The legendary class change guide. It is a massive payday. The scene shifts to the S-class dungeon ruins of the Lebanon altar. Jinfrey is vibrating with excitement. He has been grinding his life away for this specific moment. The system prompt pops up. Use class change guide? He pauses. 99% of players would click yes instantly. But Jinfrey knows a cheat code that everyone else missed. He selects no. The system panics. Are you sure? The item will be destroyed. He smirks and hits confirm. Suddenly, a hidden, glitched window appears before him. The system makes a counteroffer. Jackpot. The gamble paid off. The guide vanishes, replaced by something far rarer and infinitely more powerful. It is an Easter egg found only in these ruins. A reward for those brave enough to reject the standard path. The manual reformats into a piece of gear. The commemorative pendant. Rank, unknown. Intelligence stats plus 700, and a skill attached, battle record. The ability allows him to steal the class of anyone he defeats. Jinfrey grins. This is absolutely broken. No more fixed roles. He can shapeshift his class to counter whatever enemy dares to stand in his way. He gets their skills. He gets their strengths. This is total adaptability. It is the ultimate trump card. With the pendant secured and the third demon lord dusted, he sets his sights higher. Next stop, floor 4. He steps up to the portal room, determination in his eyes. A bead of cold sweat rolls down his temple. The 4th floor is not for the faint of heart. It was not like any map he had ever loaded into before. This continent was known as a notorious meat grinder for players. Taking a deep breath, he steps into the portal. Boom! Welcome to the 4th floor. But instead of a dungeon, it is a straight-up luxury resort. He spawns onto a pristine beach, swarming with high-level adventurers. Some dudes are shredding the waves, others are chilling on deck chairs. They are flexing for the ladies, and the rest are pounding tropical cocktails. But Jinfrey is not buying the chill vibes for a second. His gut screams danger, an entire continent disguised as a massive tourist trap. It is the ultimate distraction, a place designed to make you drown out the PTSD from battle. The only vacation spot where survival is still entirely on you. And that is the hook. Players get addicted to the soft life, quit the grind, and effectively retire from the game right here. As he cruises the shoreline, a girl flags him down. She asks if he is flying solo. He eyes her up suspiciously. Who is this random? Her aura screamed danger. He glanced at her ears, distinctive. Was she from the Seawolf clan? She introduced herself with a mischievous grin. The name was Kukuru. She claimed to be the ultimate local guide. She promised she could open any door in this region. She was mastering the King of Thieves class, a high-tier rogue specialization unlocked only after the class change. Her marine lineage granted her a natural dominance in the water. She asked to form a party, but Jin shut her down instantly. Ice cold. Undeterred by the rejection, she lunged forward and snatched his wrist. She tried to drag him to her secret spots, but Jin stood like a statue. He had no time for games. She tugged his arm like a petulant child, then suddenly froze. She glared at him, as if he were the annoyance. She announced she was leaving, just a quick tap on his shoulder to say goodbye. And just like that, she was gone. She sprinted away, leaving Jin staring at her dust cloud in confusion. A strange encounter, but he shrugged it off. It was time to grind. But before he could start, he opened his inventory menu. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull. The spiritual bandage. It was gone. He gripped the holographic window, roaring. Where the hell is it? Then, the realization hit him like a truck. That sketchy girl had played him for a fool. Meanwhile, Kukuru strutted down the beach, grinning from ear to ear. That guy looked like a total rookie, yet he was carrying god-tier loot. This heist was going to make her rich. She was too busy celebrating her victory. She didn't see the woman ahead until she slammed right into her. Kukuru scrambled back, bowing apologetically. My bad. You okay? The woman turned around. It was Mira. But before she could speak, a furious roar tore through the air. Jin was charging toward them like a raging bull seeing red. Cold sweat instantly broke out on the little thief's forehead. Mira blinked, shocked to see Jin here. But her instincts screamed that something was wrong. She started to ask what was happening, but Jin ignored her existence completely. His predator gaze was locked on the pickpocket. Kukuru tried to run, but Jin was faster. He caught her wrist in a vice grip, handed over. She immediately played the innocent victim. I didn't do anything. Jin snarled at her lies. But just as he demanded the truth. Splash! An icy drink drenched Jin's head. Mira stood there, looking thoroughly unimpressed. Seriously? Mira deadpanned. Bullying a kid in broad daylight? Let her go. You're crushing her wrist. Jin gritted his teeth and released the thief. But Mira wasn't finished. He tried to explain the theft, but a piercing scream cut him off. Clank. The ominous sound of rattling metal chains filled the air. Shackles clamped around Kukuru before she could blink. Bandits swarmed in, stuffing the struggling girl into a burlap sack. Before they could escape, Jin stepped forward. Hold it. That girl owes me. The thugs turned, smirking like they had just won the lottery. You are the real jackpot. Jin narrowed his eyes. How did these scrubs know who he was? Mira understood the situation immediately. Adventurer hunters, she whispered. The Kongu Guild. Scum who rob and kidnap players on the fourth continent. Stalkers. Had they been following him since the tournament? Were they after his gold? Then it clicked. He remembered these clowns from his old gaming days. The leader grinned, revealing rotten teeth. He figured it out. We are professionals, kid. Don't even think about running. He signaled his crew. Bag him. Strip his gear. Whoosh. Chains flew through the air, aiming to bind Jin tight. But Jin vanished into thin air. The thugs panicked. Grab the girl, the leader barked. She is a tournament semi-finalist with pockets full of gold. Meanwhile, high above the chaos, Jinfrey lounged casually on a tree branch. A playful smirk tugged at his lips as he gazed down. Look at you. Famous enough to attract kidnappers already? Mira let out a sigh that carried the weight of the world. Can a girl not catch a break for 5 minutes? Even on a relaxing vacation, trouble clung to her like a shadow. Then, the name clicked. This was that notorious trash guild everyone whispered about. Eyes narrowing, Mira finally decided to join the dance of destruction. But as she unleashed hell on the mob, a shadow sneaked in, snatched the bag containing Kukuru, and vanished into the void. Witnessing the theft, Jinfrey exploded into motion, chasing the thief with desperate speed. Suddenly, a mountain of muscle slammed into his path like a fortress wall. Jinfrey skidded to a halt, stuttering for the giant to get lost. Then, the cold reality of the situation crashed down on him. They might look like jesters, but their pressure was real. These were elite adventurers from the savage fourth continent. Fighting them barehanded was nothing short of a suicide mission. Meanwhile, Mira had already obliterated her opponent with a dazzling spirit assist. She shot daggers at him with her eyes. Why are you just standing there? Wreck him already. He scratched his neck, an awkward laugh escaping him. I would love to, really, but that girl swiped my entire gear set. Without warning, the thug lunged, swinging massive iron chains like a whirlwind of death. Jinfrey danced through the strikes like a leaf in the wind, while Mira screamed over the noise. So, what is the plan? I am going after her, he roared back. Do you have a spare weapon on you? She blinked, looking at him as if he were speaking demonic. A weapon? Like what? A glass potion flask? He snapped, his patience fraying. Have you ever seen a synthesizer beat a boss down with a glass bottle? Just show me your stash, she sighed, defeated by his logic. Muttering curses about his attitude, she swiped her hand and popped open her glowing inventory window. She forwarded the display, and honestly, the contents sent a chill down his spine. She was a hoarder of the bizarre. There was a cursed witch's staff pulsating with dark energy, and a shield forged in the depths of the underworld. Items of legendary tier, yet completely useless for her class. It was total weirdo behavior. Meanwhile, his opponent, who had been politely waiting, finally snapped. Stop wasting my time, the thug roared, his aura flaring. But Jinfrey ignored the killing intent. He had spotted the perfect toy. Mira gasped in horror. Hey, that is thief class only. It is useless to you. But Jinfrey just smirked. I got this. He activated his pendant, and boom. A flash of light signaled an instant class switch to thief. Even his outfit morphed into stealth gear before her eyes. Mira's jaw hit the floor. Did he just use a class change scroll? Impossible. The compatibility gap between classes should be too huge to bridge. Before her brain could process the miracle, he snatched a piece of fabric from her inventory. Relax. I will return it. Judging by this gear, you are a serious collector, he noted. Flustered, she stammered in protest. That is just a wrapping cloth for premium sake tasting. She did not care about the theft, but a rag was not a weapon. What kind of gambit was this? He quickly tied the corners, forming a makeshift sack, and smirked. You have no idea what this artifact really is, do you? He shoved his hand deep into the magical pouch, commanding her to witness the magic. With a grunt of effort, he yanked out a gargantuan spiked knight demon club, an A-rank beast with 104 attack power, crafted from the indestructible armor of a hellish ogre. It hits with the force of a runaway truck. Mira screamed. No way! I did not know that rag had a summoning feature. Armed and dangerous, Jinfrey turned the tables. He launched himself at the thug like a cannonball. The club connected with a sickening crunch, smashing into the enemy's face and shattering the iron chains instantly. He landed gracefully, dusting off his shoulder. Man, I wasted way too much time on that fodder. Where did they run? He spotted a town on the horizon. Hey Mira, mind if I keep using this beauty? But she was not listening. Her eyes were glued to her floating inventory window in sheer terror. Panic began to set in. My muscle axe. It is gone. Jinfrey froze in his tracks. He knew that hollow feeling of loss all too well. Must be that thief's handiwork, he said, his voice grim and sympathetic. His gaze instantly turned ice cold. We need to retrieve our gear. But Mira was already a blur of motion, sprinting toward the town. Hey, where's the fire? Where do you think? She screamed back, not breaking stride. I'm getting that axe. That collection is my soul, it matters more than breathing. Meanwhile, deep within the shadows of the hideout, the thugs returned to the guild, presenting their prize to the boss. A rare beastman capture, Kukuru snapped at them. Let me go. But the vice master only laughed, eyes gleaming with greed. We're going to be swimming in gold with this one. Agreed. His brother nodded solemnly. This was the turf of the Kong Guild, ruled by the notorious Bajura brothers, the vice guildmaster Io, and the guildmaster Anjo. Anjo leaned forward, his grin widening. The main target had been located. The bait worked. A minion reported, "We'll haul him in any Seiko." Boom. The heavy door exploded inward in a shower of splinters. Mira stomped into the hall through the smoke. Hey thief, hand over what you stole. Joffrey stepped over the debris, looking exasperated. Did you really have to nuke the entrance? I don't do obstacles, she spat, her aura flaring. Door or person? If it blocks me, it moves. Kukuru's eyes went wide with shock. The guards outside. Where are they? Mira smirked, looking the villains up and down with pure contempt. Those losers? They're probably fish food on the beach by now. Now, hand over the girl, or say goodbye to your health bars. Suddenly, her instincts screamed. She snapped into motion. She leaped sideways, barely dodging a high-level spell blast. It was Io, stepping forward with arrogance. Barging in like you own the place? He scoffed, dusting off his robe. Terrible manners. His brother, Anjo, narrowed his eyes dangerously. Well, looks like we missed our hunt, but the prey came to us. Consider the deal sealed. It was a classic ambush. Joffrey felt the killing intent saturate the room. The chaos was about to drop. Mira instantly clocked their identities, the Bajura brothers. Their rap sheet was already trending as the #1 nightmare in the community. The duo stood there, totally unbothered. They knew the score. Massive bounties on their heads, and she looked like a walking ATM smelling of old money. She gave off the exact same vibes as their primary target. Io didn't waste words. He waved a hand, launching a barrage of wooden tentacles. Joffrey barely sidestepped the lethal roots with a clutch jump. Damn it! He wanted to ghost the situation, but the fight was on. There was no turning back. Mira didn't hesitate. To her, this trash guild was past its expiration date. Sylph, you're up. She blitzed the oldest brother with wind-enhanced speed, striking hard. Thud. 0 damage. He was camping behind a massive, impenetrable earth fortress. Mira realized her mistake too late. Wind spirit against earth magic. It was a useless matchup. Ao just cackled. He taunted her, his voice dripping with malice. Those weak hits wouldn't even scratch my brother's defense. But right at that second, Joffrey vaulted over the wall, dive-bombing toward Anjo. Hey, nothing personal, buddy, but you're blocking my path. But before he could land the hit, Io blindsided him with vine whips. The impact sent him flying backward until crack. He slammed violently into the stone wall. Io lost it, laughing his head off. He pointed a finger at the fallen warrior. Total joke. Anjo sneered, unimpressed. This guy is the top adventurer? You've got to be kidding me. Both heroes gasped for air, trying to reboot their brains. Kukuru began to spiral into panic. The Bajura brothers were notorious for trafficking, torture, and murder. Cruel wasn't even the word for them. Joffrey turned all his rage onto Mira. He snapped. Wow. Absolute dream teammate right here. If you hadn't gone full berserker mode, we wouldn't be in this mess. She shouted back, veins popping on her forehead. What are you yapping about? If your attacks weren't so weak, this would be over already. But mid-argument, the air suddenly got spicy. Fireballs incoming. They noticed the searing heat at the absolute buzzer boom. A cataclysmic explosion tore through the chamber. Smoke and debris filled the air, leaving nothing but a smoldering scorch mark where our heroes had stood. The dust settled. The guild members, the thugs, and a terrified Kukuru peeked out from cover. The Bajura brothers smirked, savoring their victory. Those idiots are toast. They barked at their minions to sweep the area. Grab every coin and let's go. Kukuru trembled violently, his body locked in sheer paralysis. The weight of the situation crushed him. They were dead, and he blamed himself. But amidst the rubble, a minion kicked the ash and frowned in confusion. Boss? There are no corpses here. Where the hell did they go? Suddenly, a voice dripping with venom whispered right behind the brothers. I told you to secure the loot first, the MC scolded. Stop bossing me around, Mira snapped back. The Bajura brothers spun around, their faces pale with shock. How are you two still breathing? The MC sighed, looking at the villains. Aren't you tired of these clowns yet? Oh, absolutely exhausted, Mira scoffed. As a distinguished member of the Adventurers Alliance, I can't just let them walk away. They've completely tanked the reputation of the League of Eight. It's embarrassing. The MC face-palmed, groaning. He begged her to just stick to the plan for once, but she ghosted him completely. Ignoring his words, she commanded Undine to launch an attack, sending the MC into a fury. Undine surged forward, unleashing a massive water dragon, but Unjo reacted instantly, slamming up a defensive wall to block the torrent. Mira clicked her tongue in annoyance. Summoning Ifrit was risky, but it was do or die time. She began the incantation to call forth the fire spirit. Smack! The MC slapped a wet starfish right onto her face. Hold up. The mood shattered instantly. Don't summon him yet, he ordered. Hand over the cypress incense, the toad oil, and Ifrit's fire breath. She ripped the slimy starfish off her face, her eyes blazing with rage. Are you serious right now? Are you trying to rob my entire inventory again? Relax, he replied smoothly. I'll make it up to you with something special. That piqued her interest. Reluctantly, she handed over the rare materials. If you scam me, I'll never forgive you. Deal. The MC triggered his ability. Class change. Alchemist. His outfit morphed instantly. Mira blinked, her brain struggling to catch up. First a synthesizer, then a thief, and now an alchemist? What kind of broken, bugged-out system is this guy running? He popped a crafting skill, combining a charred wooden sword with the toad oil Mira had provided. It's an A- rank weapon. Adds 10 points to attack. Mira's face dropped immediately. That's it? You absolutely scammed me. Give me my stuff back right now. Whoa, chill out. Wait for the magic. Shift. He changed classes again. High-level swordsman. Active. The weapon in his hand began to mutate violently. Boom. S-rank item. The Sword of Ifrit. Attack power. 149. Enveloped in roaring flames, the blade unleashed a fiery whip capable of piercing the heavens. Mira stared, completely mesmerized by the power. The MC grinned, knowing he'd won the argument. That oily wooden stick totally transforms in the hands of a high-level swordsman. The entire battlefield froze in awe. Kukuru watched with wide eyes. It was a literal miracle unfolding in real time. Even the enemy stood starstruck, staring into the flames until his brother screamed, snapping him out of the trance. The villain smirked, recovering his composure. He boasted that his absolute defense was impenetrable. No matter what arsenal you have, nothing can scratch my legendary technique. Unimpressed, our MC triggered the skill. Earthwave. The ground erupted beneath them, sending a massive mudslide crashing toward the enemy. Timing it perfectly, Mira unleashed a devastating hydroblast. The villain stared at the incoming tsunami, realizing too late that he had walked straight into a wombo combo. A whirlpool swallowed him whole as Mira dropped a cold one-liner. That flashy defense of yours was full of holes, totally useless against a raging torrent. So much for invincibility. Seeing his brother get washed away, Io lost his mind. Screaming that he would rip our heroes into confetti, he launched a barrage of razor-sharp branches. But the MC was already charging up a counterattack, activating a brand new skill. Boom! Hellfire detonates around him. A colossal flame dragon manifests from the void, snapping its jaws forward and incinerating the enemy in a heartbeat. The villain screams in agony as his underlings scramble in terror. They scatter like roaches before a god. From the sidelines, Kukuru watches, trembling. She cannot believe her eyes. The dreaded Bajura brothers were dismantled, as if they were nothing. The squad binds the defeated trash and tosses them onto Kiran's back like sacks of potatoes. It is time to escort the thief out of the danger zone. Mira fixes the girl with a gaze cold enough to freeze hell. She tells her she is off the hook this time. But the warning is clear. If I catch you prowling these hunting grounds again, it is over. Understood. The thief plays coy, humming that she might think about it. Then, she bows, thanking the duo for saving her hide. Jinfrey rolls his eyes. He knows a kleptomaniac when he sees one. Mira ignores the thief's attitude and turns to Jinfrey. She sincerely thanks him for the incredible blade upgrade. She owes him one. As she walks away, a devious smirk curls onto Jinfrey's lips. He heads for the portal, but he is hiding a dirty secret. He switched to the thief class mid-conversation to trigger pickpocket. Success, he swiped a rare artifact right off her person. It is the shark mask. An item that grants underwater breathing and comes equipped with a built-in sonar microphone. It is a disposable tool with a 30-minute timer. Without hesitation, he equips the loot. There is no time to waste. Next target, the fourth demon. Speedrunning this dungeon just got a whole lot easier. The system pings. An S-rank dungeon unlocks the moment he hits the water. Honestly, he was hoping for some overpowered legendary gear, not this goofy mask, but he will make it work. Suddenly, a familiar voice cries out behind him. He spins around. Guess who? The sticky-fingered thief has returned. She is practically vibrating with excitement, screaming, "Master!" She cannot stop thanking him again. Jinfrey realizes his stealth radar failed. He had unequipped his halo artifact. He quickly slaps the halo back on, muttering that the jig is up. "We get it. You are grateful," he sighs. Why are you still here? Are you obsessed with my power? Ding, the system interrupts. Demon respect detected. It turns out Kukuru is not just a fan. She genuinely reveres him as a superior being now. He stares, confused, as she bows deeply. She begs him to accept her as his disciple. Without waiting for an answer, she calls him master again. She suggests they speedrun straight to the Demon King's head. Whoa, pump the brakes. He asks, where is this coming from? If you want to go, be my guest. But you are flying solo. He smirks, testing her resolve. You claim you get it, huh? Let's see if you have the skills to back up that talk. Before he can even finish, she cannonballs into the water, fearless. He watches her go. Intrigued, he slides on the shark mask and heads for the portal. But Kukuru pops back up instantly. She blocks his path with a massive haul of fresh fish. How is this for skills? She beams, clearly fishing for compliments. To get her off his back, he tosses her a good job. The system drops some lore. The Seawolf tribe are absolute speedsters underwater. On land, they are basic NPCs. But in the ocean, they swim 10 times faster than they run. However, they have a stamina limit of 30 minutes. He waves her off, claiming she has graduated. He has nothing left to teach her. Congrats. Now beat it. She gasps, calling him heartless. She has not even started her training arc yet. She scrambles out of the water, clinging to him and begging to be his apprentice. She is desperate for those gains. He looks at her and realizes logic is useless. She is going to nag him into submission. Finally, he caves. Fine, you are my apprentice. But only until we clear this dungeon. Her face beams with excitement, practically glowing. Listen, he snaps, cutting her off cold. I have zero patience for drama. You steal from me, you're dead. This is a temporary alliance. That settles it. She begins to thank him profusely, but he interrupts again. And stop calling me master. One mistake, and you're banned for good. She snaps a crisp, enthusiastic salute. Message received. Space twists around them as they warp through the portal. Seconds later, they materialize in a sprawling underwater palace. The shark mask disguise works perfectly. He instantly swaps his class to summoner. Suddenly, Kukuru's voice booms directly inside his skull. She's losing her mind. Whoa. How did you switch classes that fast? Is that a god-tier artifact? He flinches, then offers a sly grin. Sea wolves have ultrasonic vocal cords. It's basically dolphin telepathy. Ignoring her shock, he casts Summon, calling forth a low-tier beast, Dendon. It looks harmless, but don't be fooled. This little guy generates paralyzing electric shocks. Kukuru's eyes sparkle. She squeals, thinking it's the cutest thing she's ever seen. Jinfrey knew his summoner stats were garbage here, making spirit summoning useless. But this electric beast? Totally viable. He orders Kukuru to go aggro some mobs. She vanishes in a blur of speed instantly. Watching her tear through the water, he realizes she's a walking cheat code against high-speed enemies. He signals Dendon. Get ready. The grind starts now. Moments later, Kukuru returns, dragging a literal tsunami of sea monsters in her wake. A cold sweat drops. She definitely overpulled. But there's no turning back now. It was time for Dendon's extreme power leveling session. Jinfrey gives the green light. The second the school of fish swarms, Dendon fries them with high-voltage shock. Jinfrey dives into the mosh pit, swinging his club like a berserker. He cracks skulls left and right, while Dendon keeps the electric chair running full blast. His damage output is low due to the level gap, but that paralysis debuff? Absolutely clutch. The combo is flawless. Kukuru baits, Dendon stuns, and Jinfrey delivers the beatdown. As a combat pet, Dendon is soaking up XP like a starving sponge. A few kills later, it dings level 18. Jinfrey orders another pull, then pauses. He realizes he's still gripping Mira's club. A stolen weapon. Oops. Shrugging off the theft, he dives back into the slaughter, boosting Dendon all the way to level 21. A smirk forms. At this velocity, hitting max level is inevitable. Suddenly, Kukuru screams, pointing upward. Jinfrey's smile twitches. Hovering above them is a colossal nightmare. An evil kraken, level 175. A tanky monster, sure, but Jinfrey is hyped. He praises the girl's chaotic energy. This giant squid is the zone's mid-boss. Drop this guy. And the Demon King spawns, he explains calmly. Kukuru goes ghost pale, trembling at the info dump. She had no clue until this very second. Before she can process the fear, the kraken snaps. Massive tentacles lash out. Jinfrey sidesteps the smash, putting critical distance between them. He grins, admitting the ambush was a nice touch, but it bought them time. The shark mask has 21 minutes of juice left. He barks orders at Kukuru. We need to sever every single tentacle. She nods, diving straight at the beast to draw its aggro. She taunts the monster, shouting insults. She keeps its rage focused on her, giving Jinfrey the opening he needs. Here's the hack. Each tentacle counts as a separate unit. That means 8 times the XP for a single kill. Since the Kraken is an S-rank dungeon mid-boss, those tentacles are high-value targets. The XP yield will be insane. Dendon blasts a tentacle with an electric charge. It locks up instantly frozen, stiff, and vulnerable. Jinfrey capitalized instantly, shattering the limb with a strike carrying maximum force. His beast's level spiked immediately. Rinse and repeat. Dendon power leveled all the way to 43. Finally, Jinfrey severed the last remaining limb. "We did it!" Kukuru cheered. Jinfrey gave his pet a nod of approval, then signaled the girl for phase 2. Reading the play perfectly, she swooped in to harass the torso. Meanwhile, Jinfrey flanked the creature from the shadows. Dendon hitting level 40 unlocked a game-changing skill. Time for a test drive. Thunderclap. A buff that infuses any weapon with raw, high-voltage electricity. He cast it on his spiritual bandage, turning his fist into a crackling lightning bolt. He launched himself at the Kraken. "Time to summon the boss," he roared. He slammed a devastating haymaker that pinned the octopus to the seabed. Lights out. It didn't even twitch. Kukuru swam over, hyped that the plan actually worked. Did Dendon cap out? Jinfrey checked the stats. Confirmed. Max level achieved. Conditions met. Now for the main event. Suddenly, 3 massive whirlpools tore through the water. The king was here. Jinfrey was ecstatic until the vortexes aimed straight for their heads. He countered with a thunder fist to shatter the current. The water exploded. A booming voice announced that disturbing the sea's peace carried a death sentence. Kukuru gaped in shock while Jinfrey tensed up. It was Neptune, the king of the 4th continent. A level 200 raid boss. And he had a broken passive. Mystical god of the ocean. Infinite health regeneration. Kukuru trembled at the sheer aura he gave off. Jinfrey just smirked. He was confident he could speedrun this fight. Every demon king so far had glitchy AI patterns. Something was off about this world. But he didn't care. He had to nuke him before the trap sprung. He swapped loadouts instantly. Summon Hermit Mage. Kukuru stared, starstruck. "You did the thing again," she gasped as Dendon despawned. Jinfrey smirked. "Not a trick, kid. Mechanics." He thrust his hand out. He closed the gap on Neptune in a blink and unleashed a point-blank lightning nuke. Neptune didn't even flinch. He just raised a palm and blocked the spell cold. Jinfrey scrambled back to reset his range, eyeballing the fizzling mana on his hand. The king cackled. "You're a total joke, kid." He lunged to snatch him up like a rag doll. Bam! Jinfrey warped right behind him. Nothing personal. He slammed a thunder fist into the king's back, making the giant stumble and spin around in a rage. But flash! A blinding spell exploded right in his face. Total blackout. Jinfrey didn't waste the opening. He unleashed a savage barrage of thunder fists, raining blows on the blind tyrant. He shoved the king back and checked his knuckles in shock. What the hell? He threw everything he had, but the damage was barely scratching the surface. "That was awesome, master," Kukuru cheered, but Neptune just wiped the dirt off his shoulder and smirked. "You really think that tickle fight is going to end me?" Jinfrey blinked right in front of him. "I knew you were a tank, but I'm just warming up." He triggered a skill. A massive wind dragon roared into existence, crashing straight into the Demon King. A gut-wrenching scream tore through the water. The ocean churned into a soup of bubbles and silt. Kukuru paddled over, eyes wide. "Did we get him?" she asked. "Not even close." Jinfrey grit his teeth. He needed a nuker. One final, devastating hit to end this. 1 second of hesitation meant failure. If the boss regenerated his health now, it was game over. The clock was a ticking time bomb. The shark mask had 2 minutes remaining. Jin frantically switched his loadout. "Summoner class, engage. Dendon, get out here." He called forth the beast from the void. "Lightning sphere. Paralyze him." This skill boasted a 100% accuracy rate. It was unavoidable. Yet, the moment the command left his lips, a catastrophic whirlpool tore open the ocean floor. The water pressure spiked instantly. This was raw, suffocating power. Even Jin felt a shiver crawl down his spine. Neptune ascended from the abyss like an ancient god, cackling with madness. "You have made quite a mess of my ocean, little boy. Most adventurers would not dream of descending here alone. I commend your suicidal bravery." Suddenly, severed tentacles began to swirl in the violent current. Jin froze. What was happening? The mutilated corpse of the Kraken was drifting straight toward the Sea King. Jin's eyes widened in horror. He had literally just slaughtered that monster. History was rewriting itself. This raid had gone completely off the rails. Right before his eyes, Neptune absorbed the Kraken's biomass, their flesh twisting and fusing together. "Be honored, human. You are the first sacrifice to witness my true ascension." New tentacles erupted outward. One grazed a passing fish, and the creature dissolved instantly into sludge. Jin swallowed hard. Just great. The beast's appendages were now highly acidic. "Focus, Jin!" A tentacle lashed out like a whip. He dove behind a boulder just as the limb crashed down. The massive rock shattered into dust. Master Kukuru screamed as tons of debris buried Jin. Neptune howled, mocking the pathetic end of his challenger. Terrified, Kukuru swam frantically toward the rubble. Crash. Jin blasted the boulders aside and rose from the ruins. Kukuru beamed with relief. "You are alive!" But the king was not finished. "Still breathing? How cute." Jin scrambled to his feet, his mind racing. This was a nightmare. The situation was critical. A single graze from those toxic tentacles meant instant death. And his oxygen tank was running on fumes. No more games. He initiated the fighter class switch. Ding. The system window materialized. Spiritual bandages equipped. Health below 20%. Special conditions met. Ultimate skill unlocked. Blessing of the fighting spirit. A terrifying, golden aura erupted from Jin's body, boiling the water around him. Neptune stopped laughing and squinted. Kukuru gasped in awe. Did he just ascend to a new level? Jin realized the trigger condition. Critical health combined with the bandages while in fighter mode. That last hit nearly ended him, but it granted him the power he needed. Neptune scoffed. Another wardrobe change? What is the trick this time, little fashionista? The king waved a massive tentacle forward. Your disrespect ends now. Die. He swung to crush the insect, but Jin had already vanished. He dodged in mid-water, moving with godlike speed and strength. The buff was insane. Warning. Shark mask expires in 2 minutes. The red countdown blared in his vision. He could not afford to stall any longer. He had to slay the boss before his oxygen and his life hit zero. But how? Suddenly, Kukuru's voice cut through the water. She was swimming straight into the kill zone. Are you insane? Jin roared. Get back. It is too dangerous. She ignored him, accelerating toward the beast. Neptune grinned maliciously. Perfect. I will skewer 2 rats with 1 strike. The death tentacles lashed out. Jin braced for impact, but Neptune blinked in confusion. Jin moved unnaturally fast. Yoink! Kukuru snatched Jin and boosted them both out of range, cackling back at the confused Demon King. Never doubt the velocity of a sea wolf. She was leaving the boss in the dust. The G-force was absolutely crushing. Jin fought the urge to vomit from the sheer whiplash. Behind them, Neptune's face twisted into a scowl of pure rage. The statistics glared at him, cold and unforgiving. Sea wolves ruled these depths as the undisputed kings of speed, and he was lagging behind. A burning frustration ignited within him. He absolutely loathed being outpaced. Kukuru released her grip on her master, chest heaving, but wearing a smug grin. Saved your skin. But could she keep dancing through the king's lethal strikes? She smirked, eyes flashing with confidence. Please. Evasion is my middle name. That was the green light Jin needed. Now, he could tunnel vision all his senses on one goal, bringing down the king. Let's do this. The clock was ticking down, and his lungs burned like fire. The next exchange had to be the finisher. Wait for my signal. We bait him close, then snap back to range. She gave a sharp, determined nod, her eyes locked onto his tactical game plan. Understood. Neptune lunged, abandoning all reason in a blind rage. But Kukuru was already in motion, weaving Jin through the water with the grace of a phantom. In a heartbeat, they put serious yardage between themselves and the Demon King. Neptune whipped his head around, frantically scanning the murky depths. They had vanished. Spotted. A blind spot on Neptune's back. Jin didn't hesitate for a microsecond. Using Kukuru's momentum, he launched a barrage of rapid-fire strikes. Massive tentacles whipped out, thrashing wildly to crush them into paste. Jin clenched his teeth. We are out of time. It was do or die. Jin balled his fist, ignored the looming death, and rocketed straight for the monster's ugly mug. Boom! Full power impact. He rained heavy blows on Neptune's skull, while the king roared that he was going to school this brat. Neptune wound up for a counter-kill, his hand grasping for his weapon. Nothing. He froze. His weapon was gone. Kukuru twirled the stolen axe, grinning like a Cheshire cat. This girl's got sticky fingers. She literally can't help herself. Neptune's jaw dropped. When did you swipe that? He hadn't even felt a breeze. Jin shot her a side-eye. Seriously? Okay. Her kleptomania was annoying, but he had to admit, it just saved their skins. Good job, he grunted, then turned his gaze back to Neptune. He unleashed hell, dumping every ounce of his thunder stats into a devastating combination attack. Mid-combo, he barked a desperate order to Kukuru. Take that axe and haul ass to dry land. Go, that axe heals him. If you don't separate them, I'm going to drown before I can kill him. To the surface? She stammered. Yes. I'll force him out of the water to chase you. Once he's beached, you end him with his own weapon. Got it? Panic flickered in her eyes. I don't know how to swing this thing. Figure it out, Jin roared. Plan B doesn't exist. His oxygen bar was blinking red. He couldn't solo this beast. Kukuru steeled herself, looked up at the shimmering light, and kicked for the surface with everything she had. I'm on it. She burst through the water's surface, gasping for air, clutching the massive axe. Ready when you are. Below, Jin charged his fist with pure, crackling voltage. With a primal scream, he unleashed a thunderous uppercut, launching the Demon King straight out of the ocean. Mid-air, Jin swapped classes. Summoner mode, engaged. Dend! An electro ball. The summon zapped the king the instant he breached the surface. Stunned, frozen, Jin's mind raced. Paralysis lasts exactly 1 second. Make it count! Kukuru, kill him! She heaved the giant axe, screaming as she brought it down with gravity-defying force. Crunch, the blade buried itself deep into Neptune's skull. Critical hit. Fatal. Neptune gurgled a final, pathetic roar before crashing back into the waves. Dead weight sinking into the abyss. Jin broke the surface, gasping for sweet oxygen. The Demon King of the Fourth Continent was history. Ding! The system window popped up. XP rain and fat loot drops. Kukuru's eyes bugged out of her head looking at the notification. Is that all for me? Her balance just jumped by 2,500,000 gold, plus a mountain of XP. She was instantly rich. Total bounty was 5 million, Jin explained, wiping dungeon water from his face. 50-50 split. Kukuru started freaking out. I barely did anything. That's not fair. I can't take this. Jin actually laughed at her panic. Are you for real right now? You steal without blinking, but a fair payout makes you blush? Her face turned beet red. Look, larceny is my profession, she stammered. I pick pockets. I don't assassinate kings. There's a difference. Jin shrugged. Fair point, I guess. Just take the gold, kid. You earned it. He turned to leave. This is where we split. Good luck. WAIT. Her voice went supersonic, practically piercing his eardrums. You can't just ditch me. I'm still a noob. I need to learn from the master. Jin winced, rubbing his ringing ears. God, she was loud. He shot her a glare that clearly said, get lost, and kept walking. She chased after him, fuming. Hey, don't you dare ignore me. Cut to the fifth continent, the fifth garden, and naturally, the little shadow was still glued to his heels. She was gawking at the scenery, totally starry-eyed at the new world. I'm entering sudden death, a survival game, Jin warned, voice low. You sure you want this smoke? Let's go, she cheered, sprinting ahead. Jin sighed. Fine, if she wants to die, that's on her. But then again, her sticky fingers might actually be useful. To crush the fifth Demon King, he needed to win this game and snag a secret item. The game lobby was already packed with players. Kukuru looked at the crowd and licked her lips. So many pockets. So little time. She finally cracked and asked what the deal was with this game, causing him to side-eye her. How does an adventurer not know the basics? She shrugged it off, claiming she just stumbled into this life and couldn't care less about gaming mechanics. He let out a heavy, frustrated sigh, definitely having second thoughts about drafting her. He was about to explain the meta, but a loud, nasty commotion cut him off. Some guy was screaming at a girl, telling her to quit whining and get lost instantly. The outburst drew the entire crowd's gaze. The loudmouth roared that he thought he was recruiting a high-tier elf, but she turned out to be a total bust. A complete waste of space. She had the golden ticket to pick any class, and she went with Alchemist, the most garbage, useless build in the game. Tears welled up in the elf's eyes as she admitted he was right, but the jerk didn't even let her finish her sentence, barking at her to shut her mouth. She was officially dead weight. His buddy pointed a thumb at the guy standing next to him, announcing they'd already scouted her replacement. Panic set in as she stammered that she didn't have a backup squad. The leader coldly told the group he didn't give a damn. If she needed a crew, she could go scramble for one herself. He shoved her hard, calling her an idiot. That's when the MC stepped up casually, asking if she was looking for a party. He suggested she forget these losers and roll with his squad instead. The girl stared at him, stunned, while the bullies flared up, demanding to know who the hell he thought he was. He completely ghosted them, telling the elf that the system required a trio. They were one short, and the clock was ticking. Was she in or out? She hesitated, asking if he was serious about carrying her. He reassured her that they were always down for fresh teammates, then turned to Kukuru for the vibe check. She offered a firm nod. If he was willing to take the risk, she was ready to follow him into hell. Right on cue, the system invaded their vision. A crimson notification blared, warning everyone to lock in their three-man squads immediately. Jinfei turned to the trembling elf, his voice steady. Brace yourself. It is showtime. Hope ignited in her eyes. She wasn't just a reject anymore. She was part of a team. She vowed to crush this game with everything she had. Beside her, Kukuru grinned like a maniac, slapping her shoulder and hyping her up, despite having absolutely zero clue what was actually happening. But the mood shattered. The former captain sneered, mocking Jinfei for scavenging through the garbage to build a squad. He called him trash for picking up their leftovers. He laughed, wishing them luck, surviving the first 5 minutes, and his lackeys erupted in cruel, mocking laughter, making Levin shrink back, the sting of their ridicule cutting deep. But before the insults could continue, the countdown hit 0. The waiting was over. The game was live. A glowing heart icon manifested over every player's chest, their very lifeline. With a final wish of luck, the teleportation sequence engaged. Arcane circles flared beneath their feet, blindingly bright. In a flash of light, gravity shifted, and the teams were scattered across the map to random spawn points. Jinfei's squad materialized deep within a suffocatingly dense forest. Kukuru spun around, eyes wide with feral excitement, asking if this playground was all theirs. But what were the rules of engagement? Jinfei's gaze hardened. He told her to focus, because he was not going to repeat himself. The game was brutal, yet simple. The team holding the most heart badges after 48 hours takes the crown. Lose your badge, and you are eliminated instantly. But here is the twist: enemy badges can be used as extra lives to revive fallen teammates. Kukuru's eyes sparkled with predatory delight. She loved the sound of this. So, the objective was to loot as many badges as possible? That sounded like a blast. She marched forward, eager for violence, while Jinfei decided it was time to test what their new recruit could actually do. Levin looked up, desperate to prove her worth. He didn't waste a second, demanding to know if her alchemy skills were ready for combat right now. She confidently replied that her inventory was stacked with potions. He pointed to a suspicious cluster of bushes in the distance, ordering her to craft an explosive herb and launch it over there. She got to work instantly, fingers dancing as she conjured the volatile plant in seconds before hurling it exactly where he pointed. A massive boom shook the forest. The shockwave tore through the foliage, blasting a group of ambushers hiding in the bushes high into the air. They crash-landed right at the squad's feet, groaning in pain. Dazed, one guy stammered, wondering where the hell that explosion came from. Seeing a pair of boots in his face, he froze and looked up. Jinfei stood over them with a cold, predatory smirk, telling them to cough up their badges. Fate was funny. It was the same jerks who had kicked Levin to the curb just moments ago. Their leader glared up at Jinfei, absolutely livid, demanding to know what his problem was. Jinfei just laughed, asking how it felt to get wrecked by Levin's so-called useless explosive grass. The bully's furious gaze snapped to the elf, warning her not to mess with him. Why didn't she mention she had that kind of devastating firepower? They never would have cut her if they knew. Suddenly, Kukuru blurred past them, a phantom in motion, snatching their badges in a split second. She looked back at Jinfei with a smug grin, checking if she did it right. Even he was low-key impressed, while the men were just realizing they had been robbed blind. Jinfei gave a nervous smile, wondering if she always went from 0 to 100 this fast. Should he be impressed or terrified? The guys were raging, scrambling to get their hearts back, but it was too late. The system initiated their forced extraction. Kukuru watched their bodies dissolve into particles, asking where they were going. Jinfei explained coldly. Since she snatched their hearts, they were dead in this world. Booted back to the lobby, in shame. The mechanics of the game finally resonated with her soul. She shouted praise to Levin for the assist, her body trembling with the electric high of success. He matched her energy instantly, telling her that stealing 3 hearts in a single breath was a masterpiece of thievery. But arrogance flared in her eyes as she vowed to go even bigger. Her gaze snapped to fresh prey, 3 unsuspecting targets standing just a few meters away. She launched herself forward like a fired arrow, completely deafening herself to the main character's urgent command to stop. Kukuru closed the distance, already grinning with victory, but fate had a cruel twist waiting. In a flash of light, her own heart icon disappeared. She stood frozen, her mind unable to process the error, while the enemy players burst into mocking laughter. Jinfei slapped a hand to his forehead, letting out a heavy sigh. This was the price of charging in blindly without a strategy. She spun in circles, panic and confusion written all over her face. The adventurers sneered, asking if she was truly ignorant of the ultimate counter-theft repellent. Her recklessness just gifted them 4 easy hearts. She screamed for them back, but their leader only scoffed. That item was a pricey one-time consumable, but for a haul this rich, it was worth every copper. Kukuru opened her mouth to scream a retort, but the system showed no mercy, instantly teleporting her back to the lobby. The main character scratched his head as she dissolved into pixels. He analyzed the situation coldly. The thief skill was indeed overpowered, which was exactly why the developers balanced it with anti-theft gear. Information and strategy were the only true weapons here. That was the unwritten rule of this world. Right on cue, the enemy trio turned their predatory gaze toward him. They assumed he was just trash left over from the failed thieves' party. A fatal miscalculation. They lunged to finish the job, but Jinfei vanished from their sight like a phantom. Before they could even blink, he stripped them of every single heart, leaving them standing in stunned silence. He looked down at them, noting that sometimes, raw speed supersedes all tricks. He ordered the elf to revive Kukuru so she could witness the aftermath. The enemy's jaws dropped, their brains unable to process their instant defeat before the system kicked them all to the lobby. As they dissolved into digital data, the main character idly wondered why the developers chose such a bizarre design for the heart icons. After retreating to the safety of the woods, they initiated Kukuru's resurrection. The moment she materialized, she slammed her head into the dirt, begging Jinfrey for mercy. She swore on her life not to feed the enemy again. He accepted it, provided the lesson was truly learned. The sun was setting, signaling time to make camp. He turned his attention to Leven. He instructed her to begin crafting. She beamed, thrilled to be of use, as night finally swallowed the forest. As sleep took hold of the party, the death screams of eliminated players echoed through the trees. The main character smirked. The hunting ground was active even at night. At this pace, tomorrow would be a feast of points. When morning broke, he checked their loot stash. Surprise, surprise. Leven had turned the perimeter into a tower defense zone, planting carnivorous traps everywhere. They had been passively farming badges while they slept. Sensing approaching presence, he shook the girls awake. They were out cold, needing a solid minute to reboot their systems. He dryly noted that insomnia clearly wasn't their problem, then signaled toward the tree line. "Company's here. Protect your hearts." The girls blinked, shocked by the sudden intruders. The rival leader clicked his tongue in irritation. His face twisted with annoyance that his sneak attack failed. He had hoped to gank them in their sleep. Jinfrey ordered the girls to stay frosty. Surviving day one meant these opponents were far more elite than yesterday's trash mobs. The enemy trio stepped into the light. One asked if they possessed a detection skill, eyeing their alchemist armor like they were easy prey. But the question was just bait to lower their guard. The leader smirked. He whipped out a deck of split teleportation cards and slammed them onto the battlefield. Game changer. The battlefield shifted in an instant. The main character realized the trap immediately. They were forcing isolated one-on-one duels. Leven vanished, teleported away with the enemy girl. Kukuru was warped alongside another opponent. Jinfrey was left staring down their leader. Divide and conquer, a classic strategy. Their play was simple. Isolate the squad, break their formation, and let the summons clean up the mess. Jinfrey's annoyance spiked. He saw the frown on the main character's face, and the enemy leader took the chance to taunt him. "Worried about your friends? Don't stress. I will send you to the lobby to meet them soon enough." The main character sighed at the cliché monologue. He smirked, noting that his teammates weren't exactly NPCs you could just farm. In fact, it was the enemy team getting sent back to the menu screen. Meanwhile, Kukuru drew her blades, steel glinting in the light. Leven dropped into a combat stance. He knew that losing here was simply not an option. Kukuru became a blur. She started zigzagging, picking up speed until the enemy's beasts couldn't even track her movements. The summoner's eyes widened. She was way faster than he ever anticipated. She was already perched on the tree behind him, shouting down, "I am not fast. You are just lagging." He hurled a knife in retaliation, but she dodged it effortlessly, moving like smoke. She analyzed the situation instantly. 1 summoner, 3 pets. Take out the master, and the minions despawn. That was the win condition. She dove straight for him, aiming her hard steel for a critical hit. But the moment she struck, a barrier flared to life. He blocked it cold, a sneer twisting his face. "You have got speed, sure, but your damage? Absolutely pathetic." Smirking, he threw a taunt her way. Why was she cowering behind that shield? Was she rattled? Without missing a beat, he commanded his feral squad to rip her into confetti. As the pack closed in, she went full parkour mode. She launched upward, defying gravity. She tagged each beast with a precision strike before scrambling up the timber to safety. She hollered down that they would never snag her like this. The dude snapped. Veins popped on his forehead as he screamed at his mindless pets to stop messing around and focus. He barked at them to grab her, but when he cranked his neck up to check the branches, gone. She had completely ghosted him. Kukuru materialized right behind him, whispering that he was lagging. Before he could react, she activated her steel skill. The second he spun around. Boom! A devastating boot to the face. She sent him flying across the clearing like a rag doll. She flashed the stolen heart badge with a savage grin, asking how he liked her combat style now. 1 clean hit. That was all she needed. Badge secured. But the victory lap was cut short. The beast pack encircled her instantly. Wait, what? She scanned them, totally confused. Shouldn't these mobs despawn now that she beat the boss? Unless he wasn't the summoner. She figured he was just some coward hiding behind absolute defense. No time to think. The animals lunged for the kill. She bolted, shouting that this was not in the script. But hey, she had the loot. So a tactical retreat was the only move left. Meanwhile, Leven popped a search herb, scanning for magical signatures within a 100-meter radius. 0 pings. Her opponent had ghosted her earlier with a smokescreen, and Leven had completely lost the trail. Hidden in the brush, the enemy woman watched like a hawk. She figured she was always alert. Once a hunter, always a hunter. Bagging this elf was going to be a quick 5-minute job. Just then, a projectile screamed through the air, aiming straight for Levvin's back from the blind spot. Reflexes took over. She dived behind a barrier plant and hurled an explosive herb right back at the shooter's origin point. Her opponent had to admit, that was a slick move. Even with that insane reaction speed, 0 damage means 0 threat, right? A cold drop of sweat traces Levvin's neck. A sharp rustle behind her triggers pure instinct, and she whips around instantly. The summoner's beast pack has found her. As fangs snap at her heels, she detonates a smokescreen to shatter their line of sight before sliding behind a massive trunk. Thud, thud. 2 arrows bury themselves into the wood, inches from her face. Too close, but she is still untouched. Pressing low to the earth, she realizes this dense jungle is a tracker's worst nightmare. It is absolute chaos. Her opponent knows the elf is slippery, but she cannot dance between arrows and beasts forever, right? But Levin knows something they don't. This terrain was made for her botany magic, and she refuses to fail the squad that bet everything on her leadership. Channeling her mana, she conjures a specialized decoy herb, radiating a scent designed to drive summoned beasts into a frenzy. She raises the aromatic bait high. The beasts snap their heads, locking onto the scent instantly. With a powerful throw, she launches it to the flank, and the terrifying pack chases the bait like obedient puppies. The hunter watches in shock at how effortlessly her mob got played, while Levin smirks. The pests are handled. Now, it is just a one-on-one duel. The hunter chuckles, mocking the elf's confidence. Does she think she is some kind of genius? She claims she can crush her even without the pets. Levin fires back with a grin, asking if that is why she missed every single shot so far. The hunter snaps, barking at her to shut her mouth. Ignoring the rage, Levin begins crafting her next item. She has 0 intention of taking a loss today. She tosses a clump of luminous grass into the air, detonating a blinding flare right in the hunter's face. Blinded and panicked, the woman stumbles out of cover and tumbles down a ledge, landing exactly where Levin wanted her. Levin closes the distance in a heartbeat, ripping the qualification badge straight off the woman's chest. She flashes a sickeningly sweet smile, explaining she snatched the heart while the hunter was still seeing stars. Don't worry. The vision will return in a few seconds. The woman frantically pats her empty chest in horror. As Levin waves goodbye, the hunter reaches out in desperation, begging her to wait. But poof, she teleports to the lobby. Now only the enemy team leader, Julian, remains. He laughs, telling Jin to quit the posturing. His beasts are S-tier quality. Jin's odds of survival are absolute 0. Jin snickers, bored. He tells him to cut the villain monologue and thanks him for the lag time. Suddenly, one of the high-tier beasts steps forward. The leader freezes. He never gave that command. He demands to know what kind of dirty trick Jin is pulling. The terrifying beasts begin nuzzling Jin like he is their long-lost master. Julian loses his mind, screaming about glitches and what cheat skill Jin is using. The main character casually pets the bird on his shoulder, quipping that maybe they just prefer his vibe. A system window manifests in the air. 20 hours of continuous skill usage confirmed. Conditions met. Lucifer's Heavenly Wheel. The skill has ascended to level 3. Ability Evolution. Garden of Illusion has unlocked its next stage. Julian stands there, his jaw practically on the floor. The protagonist points a finger dead at him and whispers a single command. Feast. Instantly, the beasts obey their new master, rushing Julian with lethal intent, but the elite summoner doesn't even flinch. He flips his magic tome open with a snap. Boom! He summons a fresh monster to the field and roars. Charge. This new beast is a titan, towering over the trash mobs they fought before. It starts tearing through the turned enemies like wet paper. Blood sprays everywhere in a gruesome display. Julian gazed upon the slaughter, a twisted grin stretching across his face like a maniac. The beast panted heavily, its body radiating pure, unadulterated killing intent. Julian cackled. Witness the price of betraying your master. But his moment of triumph was shattered in an instant. The atmosphere grew heavy with dread. He narrowed his eyes at the bloody field, his instincts screaming that something was terribly wrong. Impossible. The fallen monsters. They were rising from the dead. The undead army began to encircle him. Julian's arrogance crumbled into dust. How are they still moving? Terror clawed at his heart. He shrieked, "What sorcery is this? What kind of broken ability does Jinfrey possess?" Jinfrey merely smirked, his eyes cold. "I brought the whole squad. Now we are even, are we not?" Julian's mind fractured, unable to process the reality unfolding before him. In a flash, dozens of clones of the protagonist manifested out of thin air. Julian trembled in horror. The split skill? You have got to be kidding me. It felt like a cruel joke. This is completely unbalanced. Driven by desperation, Julian unleashed his final trump card, triggering his summoning ultimate. A rift tore open, birthing a titan of an orc wielding a blade majestic enough to sever the heavens themselves. With one cataclysmic swing, the beast annihilated a massive swath of the clones. A manic smile returned to Julian's face as he watched the copies dissolve into mist. He threw his head back in laughter, his swagger restored. Is that it? Go ahead, summon more of your fake shadows. However, the nightmare was far from over. The dissolved mist began to swirl and reform. Julian let out a blood-curdling scream of pure dread. The clones locked eyes with him. Playtime is over. It is time for your exit. The shadows commanded him to yield. Julian stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. Cold sweat drenched his frame, shaking uncontrollably like a leaf caught in a typhoon. His own monsters were nothing but heaps of gore on the ground. Then, a true horror manifested inches from his face. An eldritch abomination, colossal and terrifying, cast a shadow over his trembling form. Its exposed brain pulsed with a sickening rhythm. Without warning, it lunged to devour him. A final, agonizing shriek pierced the forest silence. The scene cut to Julian, lying face down in the dirt, defeated. Jinfrey stood over the fallen foe, a satisfied smile on his lips. What a magnificent skill. He admired the power of the heavenly wheel art, Game Garden Misty Illusion, a technique that forces mass hallucinations on all targets. Humans, beasts, summoned creatures, none were safe. It was a total hijacking of the senses. The unlock condition: maintaining the skill for 20 consecutive hours. An absolutely insane grind. A feat of endurance only possible within the time-dilated combat of an S.G. Jinfrey crouched down and began looting Julian's pockets. He secured a handful of heart figurines, a bountiful harvest. His thoughts turned to the safety of his squad. Time to regroup. He located the girls, finding Kukuru holding a fistful of hearts, looking incredibly proud. "Praise me! I absolutely crushed it!" she shouted, hoisting her loot toward the sky. Love, the stoic warrior, ignored the boasting and asked, "Is everyone uninjured?" Kukuru was too busy reveling in her victory to hear him. Suddenly, the system voice chimed in. "Time is up. Game over." The S.G. concluded, and a light enveloped them, teleporting all participants back to the lobby. The surviving players buzzed with energy, the adrenaline of battle still coursing through their veins. Emotions ran high as warriors exchanged tales of survival. Our protagonist's team stood at the center of the storm. The rankings appeared on the screen. Third place, Team Dolgo, with 46 hearts. A solid performance. The team cheered, pumping their fists in triumph. They knew they had fought well. Second place, Team Jessica, with 55 hearts. No surprise there, yet the excitement was palpable. The crowd erupted. 55 hearts. They had shattered the previous record of 50. Jessica was truly a monster. She is the Shadow Slayer after all. But if she is second, who claimed the throne? First place, Team Jinfrey, with 108 hearts. The room fell deathly silent before exploding in sheer terror. 108. The numbers defied all logic. The crowd froze in disbelief. A whisper rippled through the bystanders. "Wait, is that him? The guy from the news?" Eyes locked onto Jinfrey like he was a monster. Victory belonged to them. Team Jinfrey secured 100 million credits and the mysterious locked treasure chest. Even for a rank F, this was unprecedented. Back in the shadows, the team regrouped. Levin couldn't believe his ears. "You're seriously letting her keep the entire fortune?" Kukuru snapped back instantly. "I take what I earn. Hand over the cash." She had zero interest in the mystery box. Jinfrey shrugged, his expression unreadable. "Works for me." It was the perfect trade. She needed funding for rare materials. He needed the artifact hidden within. A true win-win scenario. But before they rested, Jinfrey had a request. "Actually, craft one last thing for me." He had farmed every necessary material during the game. Now, he just needed her alchemy skills to fuse them together. They bid farewell to Levin, leaving the awkward tension behind. Night fell over the inn. Kukuru passed out instantly, snoring loud enough to wake the dead. Jinfrey slipped away into the darkness. He swiped open his system interface. He glanced at the sleeping girl. "Rest up, loudmouth." It was time for business. Time to see what the RNG gods had blessed him with. He summoned the rare rank treasure chest. A fortune in the palm of his hand, usually costing millions just to view. No hesitation. He initiated the unlock sequence. The system chimed. Class evolution. Alchemist to summoner. First order of business? Summoning Dendon. The unlock condition was bizarre. Collect over 100 hearts on the SSG network. It sounded like useless clout chasing, but in this world, popularity was power. Dendon charged up an electric orb, fusing it with Levin's creation, the flame-spitting flora. Alchemy rank A activated. The plant emerged, ready to roast enemies with fiery saliva. Next came the ice shooters. These turrets locked onto targets, blasting them with razor-sharp frost. The puzzle was set. Fire, ice, and lightning hit the chest simultaneously. Boom! The system flashed gold. Success. The seal shattered, revealing the legendary left hand of the destroyer. Rank: unknown. Jinfree gripped the artifact, a dark smirk forming on his lips. Another piece of the puzzle secured. He inspected the stats. Attack and defense, plus 50. Durability, a massive 7,500. Force, plus 1. And the active skill, Super Push, a glorious ability to launch enemies away. Scaling with the user's power level. Skills 2 and 3 remained grayed out, classic hidden conditions. He'd have to unlock them later. With the new gear equipped, his power surged. He was ready for the raid. But one annoying little detail held him back. Kukuru, the girl who treated death-defying missions like a walk in the park. Lunchtime, the next day, she was already pressing him. What's the play? New dungeon run? Jinfree forced a smile. He needed an excuse. He needed time to think. The truth? He couldn't babysit her in an S-rank death trap. She struggled with basic mobs. High-tier monsters would eat her alive. We need special training, he declared. Kukuru froze. Training? Cut to the dense wilderness. Jinfree pointed to the horizon. He pulled up his system window, marking a danger zone on Kukuru's HUD. Farm materials from that mountain peak. Her jaw dropped. The quantity was insane. Jinfree kept his cool. Trust me, it's essential loot for the next run. Then comes the final condition. Stealing is absolutely forbidden. Kukuru lets out a horrified shriek. Have you lost your mind? She cries. Gathering that manually will take an eternity. Jinwoo cuts through her complaints cold. Refuse, and the training deal is dead. Game over. We part ways right here, right now. He turns, tossing a casual good luck over his shoulder. Panic grips Kukuru. He's serious, desperate for the items. She caves. Fine, I'll do it, she screams in frustration. Just stay right there. As she storms into the brush, Jinwoo sticks his tongue out at her retreating back. So naive, he mutters, watching her figure vanish into the shadows. Finally, freedom. Time for some hardcore solo grinding. Right on cue, the system chimes. Arrival at the 5th continent. S-rank dungeon. The air warps as the teleportation portal roars to life. He steps into the magic circle's glow. Don't hate me, Kukuru. This is for your own survival. In a heartbeat, he crosses the threshold. But his feet don't hit solid ground. He is plummeting from the heavens. The wind roars deafeningly in his ears as an insane vista opens up below. A blue window flashes. System update. Welcome to the 5th continent's S-rank zone. Location: the Sky Island. A literal floating continent suspended in the clouds. The raid begins in freefall, and survival starts with the landing. Suddenly, another player screams past him, sobbing in paralyzed terror. What is happening? The rookie shrieks, flailing wildly. I didn't sign up for this. Clearly, this dungeon eats amateurs for breakfast. Even with preparation, survival is a gamble. Nearby, another falling player bursts into arrogant laughter. Idiots! Who comes here without a parachute? He deploys his chute, shouting, Feast your eyes on a perfect landing, losers! Jinwoo remains silent, eyes narrowing. He watches the man's expression shift instantly from smug confidence to sheer horror. A swarm of aerial nightmares materializes from the clouds, circling the slow-moving target. Unhinged jaws and razor-sharp teeth dive-bomb the parachutist. No! Stop! He screams. The monsters only roar, tearing him to shreds mid-air. Jinwoo notes the grim lesson. Parachute or not, only pure skill can save you in this hell. Leaving Kukuru behind was absolutely the right call. Meanwhile, safely in the forest, Kukuru hoists a giant mushroom overhead. Tears stream down her face. I finally found one. Back in the sky, Jinwoo scans the approaching threats. The flying beasts lock onto him. He raises his arm, the bracelet humming with power. Target locked. A blinding magical flash erupts, triggering a chain reaction that forces the creatures to self-destruct. System check. Item: left hand of the destroyer. Active skill: super knockback. A skill that literally blasts enemies out of existence. Jinwoo smirks. Secret item? No, this feels like a cheat code. But the warm-up is over. He thrusts his hand forward, commanding the wind itself. Skill: stream of fast wind. Jinwoo closes in on the levitating isle hovering above the sea of clouds. The system immediately flags the zone, the island of destruction and creation. Inside the temple, the space is distorted, packed with bizarre geometric cubes. Touching down, Jinwoo feels a brief rush of relief. He has finally arrived. He steps toward the mirror to claim the prize. But before he can even blink, a horde of shadowy beasts with glowing crimson eyes materializes at his 6. Temple security is active. Intruders are dealt with by the locals. As the lead creature snarls and closes the distance for the kill, the protagonist doesn't even flinch. He casually waves a hand, triggering the super knockback. Boom, one blast, and the monsters are instantly plastered against the stone walls. They are reduced to nothing but a gruesome mess, dripping slowly to the floor. Is that it? He wondered. Adjusting his halo, his gaze locked back onto the enigmatic mirror. He stepped closer. Inside the glass, a bizarre stone figure stared back at him. But this was no ordinary reflection. It twisted reality, showing the exact inverse of the world. Jinwoo flinched. The reflection didn't just move. It spoke. The figure cracked a sinister smile. The seal on the glass had finally broken, triggered by the slaughter of the guards. His eyes darted to his wrist. He understood the puzzle. It demanded the left hand of the destroyer. Without wasting a breath, he made his move. He clenched his fist with enough force to crush bone. His hand passed through the glass like water. The mirror recognized the destroyer's relic and answered the call, offering up the ultimate counterpart, the right hand of the creator. A blinding pillar of light erupted. It solidified into a magnificent golden bracelet, studded with vibrant red and green gems. The system chimed. Item acquired, right hand of the creator. Rank: unknown. Its purpose fulfilled. The mirror faded into silence. As Jinwoo equipped the artifact, a savage grin spread across his face. He finally possessed the ultimate duel set. The left hand of the destroyer paired with the right hand of the creator. Destruction and creation, united. The set was complete, and the system unveiled the stats. Attack and defense skyrocketed by 50 points each. Durability? A massive 7,500. But the real prize was the skill. Super Attraction. It forcibly drags targets closer based on his level, capped at 5 uses per day. The second skill remained locked, waiting for conditions to be met. Jinwoo scanned the horizon. The grind wasn't over yet. One stage remained. The heavenly dragon awaited him. The dungeon keeper of the 5th continent. The demon Bahamut. The beast descended, blocking the sky with colossal bat-like wings. It fixed a terrifying glare on the hero. It growled, voice like thunder. It had been eons since a human dared to trespass here. Jinwoo threw his arms wide. His halo glowed with divine light, ready for war. The monster sized him up, then lunged. Razor-sharp talons slashed for the kill. Jinwoo just smirked. This demon was trying way too hard. Just like always. The HUD flashed the enemy's details. The 5th demon, Bahamut. Level 250. Class, Lord of the Skies. Special passive, Airborne Dominance. While flying, its stats buff by 25%, while debuffing the enemy by the exact same amount. The monster sneered. Have we met? It hissed. It never forgot a face. Jinwoo beamed back, masking his thoughts. He didn't have an opening yet, but he knew the drill. Like every demon before it, this boss was about to unleash something nasty. Right on cue, the demon channeled dark energy, condensing it into a massive sphere of destruction. Roar of dark flame. Chaotic magic flooded the chamber, racing toward him like a tsunami. Jinwoo stood his ground, eyes locking onto the void. Skill activate. Gust of swift wind. A surge of speed electrified his nerves. He moved so fast the monster was left dazed. He seized that split-second glitch in the demon's defense. He snapped his right arm forward. Time to test the right hand of the creator. First up, Skill 1. The magnetic pull with the 5-use daily limit. Super Attraction. He roared, locking onto the demon. The beast shuddered, completely caught off guard. Was this human seriously manipulating gravity itself? Jinwoo clenched his fist with terrifying pressure. Flames ignited, swirling violently around his knuckles. Fiery fist, he shouted, slamming into the monster with the force of a meteor. The demon countered with an inferno of rage, but instantly realized its fatal mistake. It was shackled to the protagonist by an inescapable magnetic force. Jinhui didn't hesitate for a single heartbeat, flashing across the battlefield. Reaching the apex, he unleashed the dragon god's whirlwind, a devastating lateral strike. The kinetic energy materialized into a terrifying new avatar, cloaked in pure magic. The demon could only watch in horror as Jinhui commanded this spectral summon to pulverize his enemy. He observed the brutal beatdown until, abruptly, the entire chamber was swallowed by a suffocating cloud of battle dust. Visibility dropped to absolute zero. He blinked, startled, as a menacing silhouette slowly emerged from the haze. A heavy silence descended, broken only by the demon's cutting voice. Not bad, kid. But the praise was merely a prelude to a sinister encore. Jinhui froze, mind racing. He realized the stat disparity had widened to a staggering 50%, bolstered by that sky-high passive skill. In a blur of motion, the monster teleported directly above the solo fighter. It charged a blinding crimson sphere. Don't die on me yet, it mocked, unleashing the dark flame dragon bomb. Trapped in a swirling vortex of chaotic streams and tasting the bitter blood of defeat, Jin Hui grit his teeth and roared, triggering super knockback. The demon scoffed at the desperate maneuver. You think a pathetic love tap like that is enough? Jin Hui remained silent, his hunter's eyes locking onto every micro-movement of his predator. The beast mercilessly unleashed the dark flame execution, burying the protagonist beneath a suffocating shroud of annihilation magic. Jin Hui stood there, trembling. The demon rained down cataclysmic blows, but suddenly, the rhythm felt wrong. The monster glanced down, a haze of confusion clouding its predatory gaze. Jin Hui had triggered a defensive ultimate, weaving a shimmering gravity barrier around his body. Even the demon had to give respect. He had tanked the fatal damage using gravity manipulation at the very last second. But let's be real, that shield was a temporary fix, not a solution. Tired of these games, the monster invoked the legendary Heaven's Roar. Massive waves of magical energy surged toward the protagonist, like an apocalyptic tsunami. He threw up his hands in a desperate guard, just as the blinding flash detonated. Jin Hui leaped clear of the kill zone, screaming in pure, unadulterated frustration. This opponent was far stronger than his calculations predicted, and it wasn't showing any mercy. But suddenly, Jin Hui froze, eyes going wide. Ding. The system flashed a glorious golden alert. Conditions met. Unlocked. Left hand of the destroyer. Followed immediately by right hand of the creator. Feeling an ancient power surge through his veins, he realized the tides of fate had just turned. He slapped his hands together. This was it. Jin Hui grinned savagely and yelled, "Black Vortex!" Instantly, a swirling singularity of magic manifested between his palms. The demon recoiled, completely stunned. What was happening? Did that tiny orb just inhale his entire artillery barrage? The protagonist announced with absolute confidence, "Everything you possess, throw it all at me, because it is all landing right here. Behold the legendary skill, Destroyer's Left Hand." It was a literal black hole designed to devour enemy fire. The monster couldn't process the reality. Had he really nullified absolute destruction? The beast froze, mind reeling. How was this even possible? Jin Hui smirked. "You look a little spooked, buddy," the monster snarled back in defiance. "I fear nothing." With a sonic boom, the beast teleported right into the protagonist's personal space. But then, the shock finally hit him. Magic crackled inches from his eyes as Jin Hui frantically covered his head in a feint. The monster taunted, unaware of the trap. "What's the matter? Glitch in the system? Think your little toy can stop a fist?" Jin Hui realized instantly the demon was testing the limits of his defense. The monster gloated, arrogance dripping from every word. "We dragons are simply built different. Our physical might is renowned for a reason," Deeth roared, striking the ground, but Jin Hui had already vanished. The demon blinked at the empty air, completely baffled. Did he actually teleport? Sensing a killing intent, the beast whipped around, but it was already far too late. From the blind spot, the protagonist was locked, loaded, and ready to fire. He aimed a swirling sphere of magic directly at the demon, unlocking the second skill set while simultaneously channeling the first. He stared down the sights, his mind visualizing the ultimate combo. One hand channeled the devouring black hole, while the other prepared to vent every ounce of absorbed energy. The system pinged urgently, creator's first hand active. Skill 2 engaged, white hole release mode. Seizing the moment, the protagonist roared the incantation. Spiral of wrath. Pure, primal terror flooded the monster's eyes as the devastating blast connected. It realized too late that was its own power reflecting back. The roar of heaven itself. But before the thought could form, the demon's voice shattered into a scream of absolute agony. Jin Hui landed a catastrophic critical hit. A heartbeat of silence passed, before the demon's shrieks tore the air apart louder than before. Gasping for breath, the beast spat out a single word. Cheap. Just a cheap imitation. But Jin Hui grinned coldly. "Are you sure about that?" He lunged forward once more. "What is happening?" The demon panicked. The protagonist only laughed. "Fake or real? Let's see if you can survive your own attack." Amplified 3 times over, he slammed into the beast with a tsunami of blazing fire magic. The demon crashed into the earth, let out one final, pitiful roar, and went limp. The protagonist clenched his fist in victory. The system announced, "Defeated. Level 250 demon." A glorious flood of rewards and experience points cascaded into his inventory. Cut to later. A high-stakes meeting at the Adventurers Association, League of 8 HQ. A voice broke the heavy silence, apologizing profusely for dragging everyone away from their critical matters. Half the squad was missing, with 4 members currently deployed on missions. But several top-tier heroes graced the table. One man leaned back, telling the president to drop the formalities. "Just give the order, boss, and I am there." That was Wei Deng, League of 8, class, shield bearer. The woman across from him rolled her eyes. "You are always so intense," she teased. I only showed up because my schedule was clear. Anyway, let's cut to the chase. That was Maria Jenny. League of 8. Class, Saint turned healer. Also present was Ma Goldland. Another League of 8 heavy hitter class, Summoner. She sat stone-faced, silent as a statue. Nyx smiled darkly. Let's begin. We have picked up some disturbing chatter. Wyatt raised a skeptical eyebrow. Is this about the Bandit Guild drama again? Or do we have a monster problem? Nyx shut that theory down instantly. Dead wrong. This isn't on the guilds, and it sure as hell isn't connected to the monsters. Maria shot him a confused look, the other guild members mirroring her unease. Nyx didn't waste time. He revealed the contents of a cryptic message they had just intercepted. Intel they just snagged, flagging a terrifying black ghost sighting from yesterday. Meanwhile, our main character was chilling in the city, absolutely buzzing with adrenaline, fresh off stomping the boss of the 5th continent. Loot secured. Stats skyrocketed. Life was good. Next stop, the 6th continent. But then, it hit him. Training her was going to be a monumental drain on his time. Yet, before the complaint could fully form, a memory surfaced. She had been wading knee-deep through dungeon filth, clutching strange creatures and farming every necessary tool with grit. Snapping back to reality, a chaotic disturbance ahead caught his eye. Pushing through the sea of bodies toward the giant display screen, he called out, "Yo, what is the drama here?" The crowd fired back instantly. "Wait, are you a seeker too?" The news dropped like a bombshell. The portal to the 6th continent was bricked. Total blackout. Even the original game code had never glitched like this before. In the background, the League was in a heated debate, while Nyx revealed the grim stats from the last 2 weeks. Reports were flooding in about black shadows and pitch-black fog consuming everything. The protagonist scratched his head, already over it. How long were they going to be stuck in this lobby waiting for a patch? When was the fix coming? Suddenly, the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. Something was wrong. He smirked, locking eyes on the empty space ahead as a dark silhouette coalesced out of thin air. This was definitely not human. Nyx took a casual sip of coffee and continued his lecture. This was not a demon or a standard mob, but a predator that struck without warning. And that very predator was now looming, mere inches from our hero, who watched the scene with ice-cold focus. No one knew the origin of these entities. All they knew was that they posed an existential threat to the server and the world itself. A gut feeling screamed a warning, just as glowing red eyes ignited in the shadows, piercing the gloom. Nyx's voice cut through the tension. "We need to move now before this spirals into chaos." But it was too late. The red-eyed anomaly was already mixing with the unsuspecting conquerors. Our hero froze, his jaw hitting the floor as he witnessed the nightmare unfold live. Nyx continued, admitting they were flying blind on the enemy's identity. But inaction was not an option. These things were walking disasters. Meanwhile, the magical shade drifted toward the protagonist and cracked a twisted smile. Joffrey stood paralyzed, hunched over as the shadow suddenly expanded. It towered over him like a skyscraper, and panic erupted. What the hell is that? A monster? How was a mob spawning right in the city center? The beast tore its way out of the shadows, letting out a bone-rattling roar. Our hero stared, his brain working overtime. What was this thing? It felt familiar, like déjà vu, but this definitely was not in the game's database. What kind of glitched event was this? The square turned into a stampede as civilians scrambled in terror. One panicked player tripped, hitting the pavement hard and shrieking for a savior. The beast raised a lethal claw, aiming to strike. Instinct took over. The protagonist flared his mana, knowing it was do or die. He triggered his super knockback skill, conjuring a volatile sphere of magic, and blasted the monstrosity backward. The fallen player scrambled up and bolted, not even pausing to say thanks. Classic. Our hero analyzed the enemy. Was this a solo impossible raid boss? Monsters simply did not spawn in safe zones. The creature extended its claws again, weaving a sphere of green energy that locked onto Joffrey. Joffrey threw his arms up in a desperate guard. He cracked one eye open just as the impact hit, launching him screaming as the force sent him flying. He skidded to a halt, mind racing. What just happened? Did that thing just cast sphere destruction? That technique. It belongs to the fighter class. How is a mindless monster using adventurer arts? The beast spun around, its predatory growl echoing at the scattering civilians like a wolf cornering helpless sheep. Terror seized him as realization struck. "Stop!" he screamed, lunging forward in a desperate bid to intervene. But he was a split second too late. Suddenly, a gale-force shockwave blasted through the area. Boom! From the dust materialized an armored skeleton, hefting a colossal greatsword with terrifying ease. The shadow beast froze, baffled by the sudden appearance of this unmoving, undead sentinel. Deciding to gamble, the monster lunged and faced instant retribution. A flash of cold steel, then a spray of crimson. The skeletal warrior cleaved the beast into ribbons before its wretched body even hit the pavement. As the demon's remains splattered across the asphalt, our hero stood frozen, his jaw practically on the floor. That monster was history, and standing right beside the undead slayer was none other than Nyx. The protagonist recognized him instantly, his eyes locked on the unfolding spectacle. Nyx amplified his voice with mana. "This zone is a hot spot. It is too dangerous for civilians. Form up behind my unit and evacuate." His unit was a literal army of skeletal reapers. The crowd stared in paralyzed fear until the truth dawned on them. These monsters were Nyx's summons. They were safe. The protagonist smirked, witnessing the overwhelming might of the League of Eight firsthand. Genfrey finally put the pieces together. This man was firmly allied with Mira. Nyx turned to our hero, flashing a charismatic grin. "This is thanks to you. 0 casualties today." He offered his gratitude, but Genfrey waved it off casually. "Skip the pleasantries. We need to identify what that nightmare fuel actually is." Nyx swiped open his holographic interface, his eyes darting across the streaming data. "Give me a second for a system scan." Suddenly, his comms crackled to life. Wyatt's voice cut through the static. "Target acquired at 0.0 to 1. Then, Mira chimed in. "Sector W4 locked down. Target in sight. My trigger finger is itching." Another channel opened up, confirming Point Stu is secure. "We have eyes on it." Nyx nodded, logging the intel. "Copy that. Looks like everyone is invited to the party." Genfrey blinked, gears turning in his head. Something. That was the official classification? Wait, so that monstrosity wasn't a solo act? Nyx barked orders into his headset. "All squads, wipe out the remaining hostiles." He cut the feed and turned back to Genfrey, dropping his real name casually. "Now, where were we?" Genfrey stiffened. "How do you know who I am?" Nyx let out a low chuckle. "Buddy, you are way more famous than you think. Your exploits are viral. Ever consider going pro? The League of Eight has a spot open for you." Genfrey just stared, his brain buffering, before he awkwardly scratched his neck. Hard pass. Thanks for the invite, but I prefer the solo grind. No guilds, no rules." Nyx sighed, though his practiced politician's smile never faded. "Mira hyped you up. She said you weren't like the other loot chasers." Nyx's sharp eyes scanned Genfrey's loadout, and looking at that gear, she wasn't lying. He extended a gloved hand. "Let's make this official. I am Nyx, Vice President of the Adventurers Association." He beamed, radiating a dangerous, overwhelming charisma. Genfrey looked down, his heart rate spiking involuntarily. Vice President. That meant he was a heavy hitter, the strongest in the entire league. As they gripped hands, a massive shadow eclipsed them. The monster was reforming from its remains. Both men spun around, adrenaline surging. Yet, Nyx didn't even flinch. "Intel warned us about their regeneration stats," he said calmly. "My elite squad is top tier." He cut himself off, locking intense eyes with Genfrey. "Listen, these things, they aren't your average dungeon trash. We call them somethings. No origin story, no data, just massive, unknown variables. Yet amidst the chaos, one terrifying certainty stood clear. If we fail to stop them now, humanity faces total extinction." Suddenly, the tide turned as reinforcements swarmed the battlefield. The collision was instantaneous. Steel flashed in a deadly blur, hacking the demon into bite-sized chunks before the beast collapsed, twitching in a gory heap. Genfrey watched in horror as Nyx's voice dropped to absolute zero. "If you see one, kill it instantly. Show zero mercy." Genfrey studied him, his mind calculating every variable. He knew Nyx had the DPS to handle this enemy, but Genfrey's inner monologue raced with realization. So, this is the apex predator, the ruthless leader of the strongest faction. Confidence, overwhelming power, and his class. Necromancer, an S-tier mage who commands the armies of the dead. Meanwhile, at Sector N, another unhinged abomination lunged, its jaw snapping straight for Wyatt's throat. He barely tanked the hit, his signature shield groaned under the impact, holding the line by a thread. The beast roared, thrashing wildly, desperate to shatter his guard, but Wyatt peeked over the rim, analyzing the data. "Impressive stats," he thought. "This monster is punching way above the average level cap. Time to return the favor." Wyatt triggered his ultimate mirror spell. The damage bounced back, slamming into the monster with a shockwave, but the beast didn't flinch. "Tough guy, huh?" Wyatt grinned, completely unfazed. "But you can't break this defense." He braced his stance. Skill. Shield strike. Boom! A devastating counterattack exploded outward, dealing damage equal to his total defense stats. The monster shrieked as smoke poured from its cracked hide. It crumpled to the ground. Eliminated. Wyatt tapped his earpiece, cool as ice. Durability test complete. Get me the president. Cut to point 4. The monster was still standing. Maria squared up, radiating danger. A cigarette dangled loosely from her lips. You foul, glitchy mess. Trying to ruin my world? Or maybe defy it? Either way, you are getting deleted. She stood tall, an aura of holy menace flooding the battlefield. And snap! Gravity shifted instantly, lifting her high into the air, hovering like an avenging angel above the beast. She hefted a massive, ornate cross and swung down with a terrifying, ecstatic grin plastered on her face. Die! Splat! Dark blood sprayed across the terrain as the creature smashed into the dirt. System alert. Skill-activated Prayer of Power. It grants a random weapon based on faith. According to the prayer's rules, the worse the odds, the godlier the loot drop. Maria smirked, ash falling from her cigarette as she sneered at the corpse. Go to hell. You wasted 5 precious minutes of my life. Meanwhile, back at the main site, Jinfrey nodded. I get it now. So, the nothingness glitch isn't fixed, and the portals are bricked everywhere, not just on the 6th continent. Nyx's expression turned grim. Bingo. Jinfrey's mind raced. There was no nothingness in the original game code. He recalled a vague rumor about a deleted file. I never saw them in my playthrough. But if these entities are real, does that mean the secret item is finally spawnable? The one legendary loot drop I could never obtain. Nyx ignored him, checking the kill feed from his squad. Looks like we are done here. Nyx radioed back, his voice steady and commanding. Impressive work as always. Clean sweep. The protagonist blinked, thinking it was mission accomplished. Was the boss fight really over this easily? Suddenly, Mira's voice crackled over the comms with a grim update. The target has ghosted us. Nyx froze. Mira, the heavy hitter of the squad, letting a mark slip away? That didn't add up. He kept his cool, signaling copy, then demanded the sitrep. Is she compromised? I need a full, detailed report, now. Mira, tracking alongside her spirits, responded that she was green. The target bailed, but I have a spirit locked onto its mana signature. I'm tracking something moving fast toward point S5. Nyx confirmed he read her loud and clear and was en route to the rendezvous point immediately. Copy that, Mira replied. The protagonist locked eyes with Nyx, a determined fire in his gaze. I'm riding shotgun on this one. He needed visual confirmation on the anomaly immediately. Closed dungeons were a festering nightmare, and he had to measure the mana density before it was too late. Nyx paused, weighing the odds, then gave a sharp nod. Understood. Going in blind against unknown stats is a death wish. We can use the extra firepower, but out there, my command is absolute. Mission priority is survival. No heroes, no casualties. Jinfrey flashed a confident thumbs up. Loud and clear, the squad mobilized. By the time they reached coordinates S5, the hunt was already in full swing. Mira and her elemental spirits surged forward, closing the distance on the fleeing beast. Stop running, you coward, she roared. Have some dignity. What kind of monster flees from a challenger? There is no escape from me. Boom. Maria flashed into existence directly in the beast's path, severing its only lifeline. She smirked, effortlessly twirling her staff. Forgot how to fight? You're wasting my precious time. Wyatt stepped up beside her with a casual shrug. Hey, nobody's perfect, right? That's why we move as a unit. We cover the blind spots. The team tightened the noose, surrounding the demon. Right on cue, Nyx and Jinfrey arrived on the scene. Impeccable coordination, Nyx noted. Mira opened her mouth to report, but then her eyes locked onto Jinfrey. Her expression twisted in disbelief. What is he doing here? Jinfrey scratched his head, offering a sheepish grin. Just tagged along for the ride. Let's save the interrogation for later. Nyx cut in sharply. Focus. We need to analyze the target immediately. Mira pointed at the creature, dropping a bombshell. Get this. It talks. A heavy silence slammed into the squad. Nyx studied the creature, his mind racing. Speech? From something that barely registered as a demon? This changed everything. Jinfrey froze. A system window flashed crimson in his vision. Warning. Massive hostile force detected. Fall back. Now, he screamed. The girls whipped around, confusion written on their faces. The monster let out a guttural, triumphant laugh that shook the air. More meat for the grinder, it bellowed. Let the swarm feast. The team stood paralyzed, the horror of the situation hitting them like a freight train. Suddenly, the sky rained nightmares directly upon them. Maria gripped her staff until her knuckles turned white. Mira, light them up. Mira didn't hesitate. Spirit art, Ifrit's flash. Her spirit guardian surged forward. A shockwave of pure flame exploded outward, blasting the falling monsters into the dirt. They screeched in agony before turning to ash in the inferno. As the clearing smoked, Maria casually dusted herself off. Well, that was underwhelming. Total trash mobs. Mira shook her head in frustration. I can't believe I hesitated just because that thing opened its mouth. Nyx looked grim. A monster speaking human language. That's not a glitch. I didn't think they were capable of intelligence. The difficulty just spiked. It implies organized intelligence. A heavy silence settled over the squad as the gravity of the intel sank in. Suddenly, Jinfrey's head snapped up. Huge monospike deep in the forest. There's something else out there. The team stared at him. How could you possibly track that? Wyatt asked, suspicion narrowing his eyes. Jinfrey stammered, caught off guard. But Nyx stepped in smoothly. The rookie has special training in sensory magic. Trust his read. Jinfrey blinked, surprised by the save, as Nyx shielded him from the interrogation. We can't lose the trail, Nyx ordered. Jinfrey, take point. Jinfrey stepped into the lead immediately. He navigated the dense forest, effortlessly guiding the squad through the labyrinth of trees, straight to the source. They broke into a clearing, where a glowing magic circle pulsed ominously on the ground. The mana density in this place isn't just high, it's absolutely suffocating. The protagonist muttered under his breath while Nyx deciphered the glowing script. These runes. They're bridging multiple dimensions. This is the handiwork of a Sage-class entity, no doubt. Mira crossed her arms, her expression grim. At least we've confirmed one thing. They aren't just stealing adventurer skills. The protagonist's expression darkened, shadows veiling his eyes. It aligned perfectly with the forbidden intel from his past life. If his instincts were correct, these monsters weren't just beasts, they were evolving, leveling up exactly like players, which meant the difficulty setting just skyrocketed. They weren't in a normal dungeon anymore, this was nightmare mode. Nyx flashed a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. As long as we stick together, we'll survive. Especially with such a talented rookie on the roster. Maria raised a skeptical eyebrow at the remark. Skilled rookie? Wyatt snapped his fingers, realization dawning. Wait, is Jeffrey that viral sensation from the news? Maria smirked, clearly amused. So, the rumors are true. Mira remained silent, her gaze fixed on him, completely unreadable. Let's move out, Nyx ordered. A sudden chill raced down the protagonist's spine like ice water. He couldn't pinpoint the source, but something about this guy. His aura felt wrong, terrifyingly wrong. Without warning, a warp portal tore open. It swallowed the squad whole and spat them out into an alien zone. One teammate scanned the surroundings, confusion written on his face. Doors. Nothing but wall-to-wall doors. An endless, maddening corridor stretching into infinity. Wyatt stepped to the front, shield raised. I'll take point. Everyone, stick to my 6. Maria turned to the protagonist, eyeing the newbie with intense focus. Hey, rookie. Trust the shield bearer, follow his lead. And don't worry, I've got your back. He blinked at the unexpected support, giving a firm nod. Ahead of them, Wyatt marched to the central door and gripped the cold handle. He threw it open and stepped into the abyss. A quick scan revealed nothing but a void. Empty space. Click. A mechanical sound echoed through the silence. Before a single muscle could twitch, the door behind them slammed shut. Separated. The rest of the team was cut off on the other side. Maria screamed, panic clawing at her throat. What the hell? Heavy iron bars crashed down, sealing the entrance instantly. From the other side, Nyx yelled, Yo, you guys good in there? Jeffrey lunged for the handle, rattling it violently. It didn't budge. Locked tight. They were officially trapped in a kill box. Wyatt tried to mask his fear, claiming they were fine, but his mind raced. This wasn't part of the plan. Suddenly, a bell tolled ominously behind them. They whipped around. A presence had materialized out of thin air. Where on earth did that thing come from? The team outside watched, helpless and confused. Wyatt shouted over his shoulder, voice booming. Target confirmed. Initiating combat sequence now. Turning to Jeffrey, Wyatt barked a command. Stay back. Let me handle this beast. With a guttural roar, the tank charged forward. He slammed his shield down. Blinding magical energy flooded the room as he lunged. The monster shrieked in pure terror, before being absolutely obliterated by the strike. The creature collapsed, its form dissolving into black smoke. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, analyzing the fading particles. That mob was roughly level 150, right? And Wyatt just deleted it. With a single hit. The guy wasn't just a tank, he was a powerhouse. Nyx gripped the iron bars, rattling them frantically. What was that explosion? Status report. The team inside yelled back. Voices shaky but clear. We're solid. Something spawned in here. But we took care of it. They tried to lower the tension, to sound in control. But the relief was short-lived. A girl, radiating a creepy aura, materialized right behind the protagonist. Are you the Lost Seekers? She whispered. The boys froze. Slowly, they turned to face her. The spiritual pressure was suffocating, a crushing weight that made the air hard to breathe. Her power level was leagues above anything they had ever faced. Panic clawed at their throats, raw and primal. Wyatt didn't hesitate, instantly deploying his magic circle. Shield strike, he roared. But Jenfrey's eyes widened in horror. Wait, stop. It's too late. Raw mana swirled violently around the scantily clad woman. She giggled, extending a hand as a laser-focused beam of light materialized. Shield shatter, she screeched. Wyatt stood frozen. The realization hitting him like a truck, his defense was useless against a hard counter. Boom! The spell struck him dead on, launching him into the wall with force enough to fracture the solid stone. The protagonist spun around, trembling. Chaos, absolute chaos. The girl looked down at them with mocking pity. Poor little seekers, she mocked. The name is Shabad. A system window popped up, and the numbers were the stuff of nightmares. Level 285. Skills. Hunter's Eye. Shield Break, but the despair deepened. S-rank Swordsmanship. Vital Strike. Fire Arrow. It was an endless laundry list of lethal abilities. Clone Summoning. A-rank Summoner Skills. The protagonist's mind short-circuited. She was wielding high-level sword skills and magic. She was a multi-class hybrid. His worst theory was confirmed. She wasn't just a monster. She was a glitch in the system. And that laugh, she was actually enjoying this. Scared yet? She teased, her voice dripping with malice. Wyatt shook off the concussion, cursing his own carelessness, and threw his arm out to protect Jenfrey. Get behind me, now, Wyatt ordered. Shabad just smirked. Relax, I'm going to eat you slowly. I like to savor the flavor, she purred. Then she paused, spotting a bizarre expression on Jenfrey's face. Is that a smile? You think this is funny? Jenfrey's gamer brain was calculating at light speed. If the rumors were true, there were only 4 named ones in existence. The Holy Four. Legend says if you wipe all 4, you drop a secret weapon that has never been seen before. Legendary loot. But he had to check his greed. Shabad was a raid boss on steroids. This wasn't going to be a walk in the park, she scoffed, annoyed by his lack of terror. You want to die first? Fine by me. I'll chop you into bite-sized pieces so you don't choke me. She gripped her blade and launched herself at him like a guided missile. But before the blade could connect, a translucent barrier snapped into existence around the protagonist. Shieldbearer's Sacrifice. It is a broken skill that lets the tank absorb all damage intended for a target. But there is a deadly catch. If the damage exceeds the shieldbearer's max health, it is game over. Permanent death. Wyatt gritted his teeth, yelling, "We're not done yet," Shabad shrieked in frustration. "You annoying little fly," she screamed. The protagonist stared in horror. Why? Why would you use a suicide skill for me? Wyatt grinned through the agony. Chill out. You're in the League of 8. As long as I'm breathing, nobody touches you. He smirked, and that just ticked her off more. Such big words for such a weakling. Shabad hissed. I always eat the best dish first anyway. Move aside. The real boss fight was just getting started. Wyatt didn't hesitate. He unleashed a fire arrow, channeling raw mana straight at the enemy. The projectile screamed through the air, a blazing comet of destruction. Then he roared, "Shield zone." A blinding wall of light materialized inches from Shabad's face, forcing her to skid to a halt. That skill is the ultimate defense. It negates every attack within a 10-meter radius of the tank. Wyatt grit his teeth, reminding her that Jenfrey was off limits. Shabad screamed back, her rage boiling over. If he craved death so badly, she would be more than happy to deliver it. It was time for him to pay the ultimate price for his arrogance. She triggered Vital Strike, sending her critical rate soaring, followed instantly by Skull Crash to shatter his shield's durability. As Shabad unleashed her skill combo, Wyatt flinched, caught completely off guard, as he desperately raised his defenses. Shabad shrieked that this was no time to be stunned. This wasn't a duel, it was a slaughter. She spammed Fire Arrow again, slamming a searing blast directly into Wyatt's barrier. He winced under the pressure. Was she actually this broken? Her combat power was insane. A split second later, another blazing arrow struck home. Totally bewildered, Wyatt stammered, "What is happening?" The math simply didn't add up. Those nukes should have a cooldown of at least a few seconds. Wyatt's knees buckled as his stamina bar plummeted. He collapsed to the floor, gasping for air. He couldn't help but admire Shabad's overwhelming power, muttering that she had pulled off an impossible comeback. She wasn't useless trash after all. But suddenly, a second Shabad materialized right in front of his face. The double-vision Shabad smirked, triggering the summoner skill. Double. She taunted him, declaring he had zero chance of dodging this setup, and launched a massive, double-sized fire arrow. Wyatt stared down incoming death, his mind racing. Since when could a clone cast active skills? That meant the previous shot came from the duplicate. He was fighting 2 DPS casters at once. That was a nightmare scenario. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light flooded the chamber. Both Shabads squinted through the glare, hearing a guttural scream. Jeffrey stepped in, throwing himself directly into the line of fire to shield Wyatt. Wyatt's jaw hit the floor. He stammered a thank you for the save. Frey snapped back that he already said no sacrifices he needed to cancel the skill immediately. Wyatt shook his head, refusing the order. Geffrey looked at him, stunned. Wyatt insisted he was a top-tier ally. Otherwise, the vice president never would have scouted him. He was part of this squad now, and he would tank every hit to keep them safe. That is what a shield does. He staggered to his feet, his body glowing with renewed mana. He stared down the duplicated enemy while Geffrey's mind raced. These things had 0 reload time. Even with Wyatt tanking, they wouldn't survive this kill zone for long. What was the play here? Geffrey cracked his knuckles, locking in for the fight of his life. Shabad sneered, calling them boring and complaining that she was starving. She suggested they wrap this up, unhinging her jaw to flash lethal fangs. The boys froze as Shabad spawned a third clone. 3 of them? Wyatt panicked. That broke all game logic. You can't summon more than 1 copy. Frey realized the horror if they could all spam fire arrows. Could the copies summon copies too? Infinite division. A literal glitch in reality. Shabad mocked them again, asking if they had cold feet. The duel had barely started. Suddenly, a volley of arrows locked onto Wyatt from 5 distinct Shabad clones. Terror washed over the boys. It was a 5 versus 2 battle now. Outside, the spirit triggered Efri's flash, detonating a fiery explosion against the barrier. He couldn't enter, but he could try to shake the foundation itself. Mira looked defeated, realizing they were completely stuck. Nyx frowned, analyzing the scene with cold logic. Not even a scratch from his undead army's blades. What kind of indestructible door was this? He prayed they were still breathing inside. Inside, Geffrey screamed for Wyatt to get up, begging him not to check out now. Wyatt lay motionless, totally knocked out on the cold ground. His eye was completely obliterated, a crimson pool widening around his skull. Geffrey screamed in pure terror, until a faint, raspy voice broke through. Relief crashed over him like a wave. Wyatt was still alive. He hissed at Geffrey to keep it down. Throwing himself into that arrow storm? It was a calculated move. Wyatt wheezed, a bloody grin forming. He was material for the League of 8, after all. This damage? Just part of the job description. Meanwhile, the clone army glared at them with murderous intent. Geffrey spun around, the cold reality settling in. It was a checkmate scenario. He was completely out of wind blasts, and his right hand hung useless at his side. That insane arrow barrage had pushed them to the absolute brink. Suddenly, Geffrey howled in agony as fresh blood sprayed from his body. The damage link was fatal. The final tick had exceeded Wyatt's remaining HP pool. Wyatt trembled, whispering a broken apology. He should have been a better shield, instead of leaving him high and dry. But giving up wasn't an option. The girls went dead silent, the tension in the air thick enough to cut with a knife. All eyes were glued to the chaos, until Geffrey suddenly froze. Realization hit him like a runaway truck. His own HP was critically low. Struggling to his feet, he looked Wyatt dead in the eye. He needed one last favor. And Wyatt, he was ready to sign off on it without hesitation. Geffrey thanked him for the trust, but Shabbat just scoffed from the shadows. You done with the waterworks? What is this, a soap opera? Cooldowns are over. Reload, Shabbat screamed. End him. Magic arrows locked on from the darkness, ready to fire. They fired straight at Geffrey. Splat! Blood sprayed everywhere, but Shabbat's jaw dropped in horror. It wasn't Geffrey's blood, it was his own clones getting wrecked. Geffrey gripped his blade, his voice dropping an octave into something demonic. It was pure nightmare fuel. Now, it's their turn. He unleashed the centipede rank unknown. Durability sitting at 420 out of 1500. A shattered clone already lay at Geffrey's feet. Shabbat sneered, desperately masking his shock. When the hell did he even move? You feelin' lucky, kid? Just die already. The clones obeyed, channeling every ounce of mana to crush him into dust. Whoosh! Geffrey launched himself skyward, descending on another clone like a predatory hawk. You could see the sheer terror in her eyes. Clean cut, head rolls. Then he activated skill 3. Liquefaction. The blade melted, shifting form like fluid death. The rest of the pack froze in fear. Geffrey stared them down. I told you. Get ready. Playtime is over. The liquid blade danced, slashing through clone after clone in a rhythmic slaughter. Seconds later, silence. Clones gone. Shabbat dead. Ding. System notification. Target eliminated. Level 258 achieved. Loot dropped. Black 4-leaf clover leaf number 1. The item card hovered in front of him. But he didn't smile. He just stared at it. Slowly, he turned his gaze to Wyatt. He approached his fallen friend, gazing down at a face wrecked by battle. With his last breath slipping away, Geffrey brought up the request. Restoring a weapon. Wyatt managed a weak, bloody grin. Say that again. Weapon soul transfer? That's the one-time deal, right? A spark of hope flickered in the darkness. Maybe this wasn't the end. Got it, Wyatt rasped. I'll trust you with it. It's the rule of the wild. When a hero's clock runs out, their weapon, their partner through hell and high water fades away. Unless someone is crazy enough to anchor it with memories, that soul can jump ship via a special ritual. Jeffrey didn't hesitate. He took it all. The memory, the will, the legacy. Crash. The door flew open. Screams echoed down the hall. Nyx was the first one through the breach. "Jeffrey!" she roared. Then, she stopped cold. The air reeked of iron. Bodies littered the floor like broken dolls. And there stood Jin, a silent statue looming over Wyatt's cold remains. Maria's sanity snapped. "Wyatt." "No." Her voice cracked, shattering the silence. "No, no. What did you do? What happened here?" Denial fueled her mana. Light exploded from her hands, a desperate prayer in the form of healing magic. "Hold on," she pleaded, tears streaming down her face. "I've got you. Just stay with me, damn it." Nyx whipped around to face Jin, eyes scanning the rookie's wounds. "You're torn apart too," he gritted out, voice tight. "Talk to me. Now." What went down? Jin couldn't lift his eyes from the blood-stained floor. He blocked it for me. Silence fell over Nyx. He gazed back at the carnage, his mind racing to calculate the cost of this slaughter. The math didn't look good, but Maria was drowning in hysteria. "Get up," she screamed at the unmoving body. "Why? Why would you do that? Sacrificing yourself. You absolute idiot." Her sobs choked her words. "You total moron." Mira stepped forward, her grip firm on Maria's shoulder. "Maria, stop." Her voice was soft but final. "He doesn't need help anymore." The fight left Maria's body. She collapsed, a puppet with cut strings. The rest of the squad stood frozen, paralyzed by the weight of their loss. It was a bitter pill, but they had to swallow it. Nyx finally broke the suffocating silence. "Jin told me everything." He looked down at their fallen comrade. Wyatt was the pride of League 8. "Rest easy, soldier." Mira and Maria locked eyes with Jin. No words were needed. A silent pact formed in the gloom. They hoisted Wyatt onto a skeletal summon, a grim hearse to carry him home. Leaving the bloodbath behind, they spotted the next threshold. "My turn to take point," Nyx announced, stepping into the unknown. He shoved the heavy doors open. The squad filed in, senses sharp. "Weird," Maria mumbled, wiping her eyes. "The door didn't even lock behind us." "Everything looks." Nyx cut himself off, instinct screaming warning. A horde of monsters materialized from the shadows. "Great," Nyx spat. "These freaks just won't quit." "Weapons up." Nyx stepped forward, aura flaring. "Fall back. I'll handle this trash." But Maria snapped back instantly, eyes burning. "Excuse me? I need to blow off some serious steam right now." Mira turned to the vice president, nodding in agreement. Nyx smirked, recognizing the look in their eyes. "You're right, we're all pissed off." Darkness swirled around him as he summoned his undead army. They dove into the horde, a whirlwind of rage and lethal intent. Maria's voice pierced the chaos of battle. "I'll purify every last one of these forgotten souls." Light erupted, scorching the darkness. Nyx covered their blind spots, praying to every god that death wouldn't claim another today. Speed was key. Clear the room. Survive. "Stay together," Nyx commanded. But Jin was distant, staring into the void, lost in thought amidst the slaughter. "Hey!" Nyx shouted over the clash of steel. "You good?" Jin shook his head, expression unreadable. "Not exactly." He watched his squad tearing through the monsters with synchronized ferocity. "I was just thinking, this team is actually solid." Nyx paused, his blade halting mid-swing. "You talking about Wyatt?" Jin froze. A heavy, suffocating silence descended over the battlefield. "Yeah." Because of him, the squad had just lost a heavy hitter. The void Wyatt left was massive. Nyx locked eyes with Jin, his voice dropping to a gravelly low as he spoke the name. The question hung thick in the air. Did the kid blame himself for Wyatt biting the dust? Jin looked shell-shocked. "No," he stammered, hands trembling. He was smiling at the end. Nyx nodded grimly. "Exactly. That's the kind of warrior he was." Wyatt had treated Jin like family, swearing to shield the rookie until his final heartbeat. That wasn't just empty talk. It was a blood oath. And he kept it. Now, keeping his legacy alive was the only move left. Jin stayed quiet, processing the grief, until the squad snapped their heads forward. Nyx clocked the girls, finishing off the last stragglers. The room was clear. "Time to roll," he signaled. Jin fell in line, shadowing the team like a silent ghost. They spilled out into the dark corridor, only to hit a fork in the road. Mira hesitated, eyeing the split paths nervously. "What's the play here?" Splitting the party was a rookie mistake. Nyx knew sticking together was the only smart play for survival. But if they walked into a trap as a group, it was game over for everyone. A total party wipeout. The pressure was mounting, and time was running out. Against monsters of this catastrophic caliber, a single mistake meant instant death. Weighing the deadly risks, Nyx made the impossible call to split the team. It severed their combat power in half, but it was the only path forward. Better to thin the line than risk the entire squad being annihilated by a single trap. Maria immediately pivoted to the rookie, grabbing him. "You are with me," she commanded. There was no way she would be shackled to those buzzkills. She needed room to unleash hell. The protagonist didn't even get a vote in this sudden custody battle of fate. Maria marched into the chamber, her eyes instantly locking onto a massive, grotesque nightmare. Her fingers twitched, vibrating with an overwhelming thirst for violence. The beast lounged upon a throne, sprawling with the arrogance of a king in his castle. Is this a meal delivering itself? Meet Bubeka, the second seat of the Holy Four. Meanwhile, in the shadowed tunnel, Nyx and Mira stepped into their own personal hell. The monster flashed a jagged grin. "Ah, your blood smells like a top-shelf vintage," he purred, eyes glowing. "With power like that, do not bore me. Make this entertaining." Nyx glanced at Mira. "Ready?" They stared down Abed, the third member of the Holy Four. Born ready, Mira shot back without a singular millisecond of hesitation. The team locked in, their battle aura rising to the max as they prepared to clash. Back in the main chamber, the protagonist and Maria sized up their colossal opponent. The bloodthirsty brute gnawed on a bone the size of a tree trunk, while Jinfrey analyzed the data. This monster was leagues above the likes of Shabad. His power level would make a fifth continent demon look like a weakling. They needed a strategy immediately. Suddenly, Jinfrey's senses screamed a warning, his eyes widening as the plan flew out the window. Maria was already charging straight into the jaws of death. What the hell was she doing? That was suicide, but Maria was deaf to reason. With a face twisted in holy rage, she shrieked, "No mercy for the wicked. This is a divine mandate." Out of thin air, a colossal weapon manifested within her crushing grip. She swung it like a bat, closing the distance in a heartbeat while Bubeka blinked in confusion. The room turned white with a thunderous boom. That was the Mace of Obedience. Her unique skill, order, morphed her weapon based on whatever prayer she screamed out. The protagonist stood there, completely rooted to the spot. He watched smoke rise from the crater where the enemy stood. What kind of chaotic prayer was that? Suddenly, Maria halted her assault and began mocking the boss. "Slow down, Tubby. I am putting you on a diet." Bubeka toppled off his throne, hitting the deck hard. Jinfrey watched the spectacle with his jaw on the floor. She was acting like a total loose cannon, yet her accuracy was 100% lethal. You do not get into the Great League of Eight by being weak. Suddenly, Maria paused, looking annoyed. "Damn it, wrong prayer," she muttered under her breath. "If I had summoned the axe, I could have one-shotted him." The protagonist smirked. "Okay," he took it back. She wasn't just intense, she was genuinely unhinged. But the battle was far from over. Bubeka scrambled up, dusting himself off. "Ooh, a feisty one. You are going to make a delicious dinner." He stood tall, drool practically pooling on the floor as he gazed at his next meal. Maria analyzed him instantly. Was his hide just that thick? Or did he dodge at the last millisecond? Looks were deceiving. This tank was fast, and his level was off the charts. Now she understood why Wyatt had been destroyed. It was time to switch tactics. She filled her lungs with holy intent. "Merciful Lord, your humble servant offers this wretched undead filth as a feast for your table. Bon appetit." A sonic boom shattered the air. Maria spun her colossus of a weapon with terrifying speed. The massive blade clipped the protagonist, sending him face-planting into the cold stone floor. "Oopsie, my bad," she chirped. There wasn't a shred of remorse in her voice. "Stay out of the splash zone or you're getting chopped too. Watch your six." Jinfrey gritted his teeth, fuming with annoyance. This girl wasn't just a warrior, she was a walking natural disaster to enemies and allies alike. He couldn't read her chaotic rhythm at all as she catapulted herself toward Bubaka once again. But this wasn't the time to whine. The protagonist realized he couldn't just stand on the sidelines. It was go time. He maxed out his centipede spell output and tightened his grip on his blade. Maria paused, actually stunned as he stepped onto the front lines. "About time you joined the party," she yelled. "Lend me your back," Maria barked. Jinfrey blinked, his brain stalling in confusion. "Excuse M?" But Maria didn't wait for a permission slip. She treated Jinfrey like a human springboard, launching herself skyward to rain holy death from above. Bam! She smashed down where Bubaka stood, sending debris exploding across the room, but her blade struck nothing but floor tiles. A scream of pure frustration tore from her throat. How does something that big move that fast? Meanwhile, our main man Jinfrey was eating pavement, flattened by her heavy launch. He peeled his face off the floor, his head spinning from the impact. This was how it used to be. Wyatt always covered for this psycho. He was her shield. You could see the heartbreak swirling with pure rage in her eyes. Jinfrey scrambled up, watching her rampage. As Maria unleashed a frantic combo of strikes, her focus became laser-sharp. And then, everything clicked for Jinfrey. Nyx's advice echoed in his mind. Honoring Wyatt's memory was the ultimate power move right now. This violence, this battlefield, was her funeral rite for Wyatt. Suddenly, Maria shouted his name, snapping him out of his trance. "Don't come here," she shrieked. "Watch my six." Jinfrey's jaw nearly hit the floor. He steadied himself, realizing she wasn't crazy. She was tactical. They were flying blind against this beast. Double teaming without a plan? That was a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Instead of rushing in like a headless chicken, he switched gears. He would become the shield for this berserker. Maria didn't wait. She launched another aerial assault, her sword arcing toward Bubaka. "Repent, you filth! Go to hell! Amen!" she screamed, like a possessed warrior nun. Bubaka just grinned, his body pulsing with eerie, corrupt magical energy. Cut to side B, Mira and Nyx versus Abadik. Mira wasted no time, screaming, "Kylan, you're up!" Crack! Thunder split the air. She thrust her hand forward, blasting a tunnel of blinding lightning straight at the tyrant on the throne. Abadik looked like he was chilling on a Sunday, legs crossed. He actually laughed. "Oh ho, is that it?" He stood up, waved his hand, and swatted the lightning away like it was a nagging fly. Mira froze, her soul shaken to the core. Abadik stared her down, scratching his head with utter boredom. "That actually felt nice," he mocked. "A pleasant tingle. I feel lighter." Nyx signaled Mira, and she snapped her attention to him, locking in. One look. Total synchronization. Mira channeled Undine and Kylan simultaneously, her hands glowing with dual elemental power. Aqua charge. A massive blue tsunami flooded the room with pure magic. Abadik's arrogant grin instantly vanished. He realized this wasn't a tickle. This was lethal. He was in serious trouble. Boom! Undead skeletons swarmed him from the flanks. Nyx pushed his glasses up his nose, his expression cold as ice. "Tough body or not?" Nyx asked. "Do you really think you can tank this damage?" Abidek cackled like a maniac. "Where is the respect for your elders?" Nyx didn't even blink. "Respect is earned, not given to man-eating monsters." Nyx commanded, "Blood Knight, end him." Abidek's eyes went wide with pure terror. A direct hit. He screeched as a geyser of crimson erupted from his mouth, a gaping hole blown clean through his chest. Nyx pushed up his glasses. "Killing you won't bring the victims back, but you deserve to rot in the abyss for what you did." Abidek collapsed, a puppet with its strings severed. He lay face down in a crimson puddle. The fight was over. Mira signaled the area was clear. "What about the others?" she asked. "Let's regroup," Nyx said. But as they headed for the exit, the atmosphere shifted. A sickening noise from behind. They whipped around. The body was gone. Just vanished. Before they could ask where, Abidek materialized right behind them like a vengeful ghost. He lunged from the blind spot. Steel flashed. Nyx's arm hit the floor. Vice President Mira shrieked in horror. "Delicious," Abidek purred. "Your skills. I want to taste them all." Mira's blood ran cold as she realized the truth. He was using the thief's stealth and resurrection, maybe even the legendary immortal soul. She frantically began casting high-tier healing magic on Nyx's stump. While the magic knitted his flesh, Nyx analyzed the threat. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. "He steals skills from everyone he kills and stacks them," Nyx gritted out. "Stay sharp, Mira. This is his true power." Nyx's eyes narrowed. A system window popped up. Abidek. Skill. Immortal Soul. It's a cheat code. He revives even at 0 health. Thief stealth to hide. Swordsman's rapid strike for instant kills. He is a walking arsenal. They had to put him down for real this time. They locked eyes, ready for round 2. Meanwhile, Maria was still hammering Bubka, landing a nasty headshot. The monster shuddered, glowing with an angry, fiery aura. She paused, watching him charge up. Then bam! Another clean hit, dead center on his face. Bubka just smiled through the bruise. "Nice shot," he taunted. "But is that all you got?" Maria stepped back, absolutely seething with rage. Bubka scrambled back to his feet, radiating pure arrogance. As the brawl continued, our lead instantly clocked it. The mage's Art of Perfection skill was active on the enemy. Dodging wasn't an option. He popped a defensive buff to tank the incoming hit. Maria lost it, shrieking that the beast was just cowering from her nasty assaults. Bubka roared a challenge. "Come and get some!" He shielded his eyes from the blinding pyroblast of Maria's attack. Snarling in annoyance, he swatted her strikes aside like flies. Maria snapped. "You dare growl at me?" The audacity. Boom. A blinding flash allowed her to land a devastating blow, sending the creature crashing down. A ruthless mace smash. Jennifer observed intently as Maria realized she needed one final, earth-shattering strike to put this nightmare down for good. She called on the protagonist for the assist. "You got it," he replied, fueled by rage over Wyatt's death. This beast had to die, but his gut screamed a warning. Something was strictly wrong. The moment they engaged, An insane power surge hit him. It looked like Bubka was on the ropes. But that was a lie. He was baiting them, hiding a trump card. He was clearly plotting a setup, waiting for the perfect opening. As Bubka rose again, he snarled, "Maria, playtime is officially over. You aren't leaving here alive. I'm going to rip you apart and feast on your bones." Right now, our hero freezes as raw power surges behind him. Maria is engulfed in a blinding sapphire aura. "Aqua volley," she screams, unleashing the heavens. A massive torrent of magical water materializes in the chamber. It is a high-tier mage calamity, a literal hydro nuke. Bubka merely raises a claw, pointing at the incoming orb. A twisted grin splits his face. "Time for the prey to get wrecked," he bellows, firing a cataclysmic energy blast to obliterate them. He aims for total annihilation, but suddenly, he freezes, totally confused. The protagonist intercepts the attack with a swirling sphere of darkness, draining the monster's power instantly. Destroyer skill number 2. Black hole. It devours the enemy attack whole. "What the hell did you just do?" The beast shrieks in terror. The protagonist smirks coldly. "So that was your big bad trump card? Sorry, but it's totally useless." The monster stands paralyzed, jaw dropped, his mind unable to process the logic of such a broken skill. "Let him have it," the protagonist roars. Moving faster than the eye can see, he slices the opponent's arm clean off with his new weapon. The beast howls in agony as a fountain of crimson sprays across the room. Trembling, the monster stammers. The prey is fighting back. "But I can fix this." Instantly, his severed limb snaps back into place. It is the healer's healing skill, granting him infinite regeneration. "Everything is set, newbie. Perfection," Maria calls out. "You child of impure flesh." She glows with lethal energy and lunges. The monster panics, his buff failed. He tries to bail, but he is rooted to the spot. Why can't he move? It is Jennifer. She is pouring her magic into pinning the creature, lagging his movements to a crawl. Jennifer teases. "Not a fan of cardio, huh? Where do you think you're going?" The system pings. Destroyer's left-hand skill. Super repulsion pushes targets away. Creator's right-hand skill. Super attraction pulls targets close. Using both hands simultaneously creates a gravitational vice. It locks the target in an inescapable singularity. Maria leaps into the stratosphere, sword raised high, screaming like a banshee of war. As she unleashes her ultimate power, she cleaves the monster clean in half. An instant kill. As the corpse twitches, Maria prays softly, "Lord, accept this offering." Then she sneers at the carcass. "Now go stuff your face in hell, you fat slob." System update. Bubka defeated. Level 29 reached. Loot drop. Black 4-leaf clover, leaf number 2. Maria stares at the card in her hand with disgust. "What is this junk? Where is my gold?" "Just a useless trinket." She tosses the card away, but the protagonist scrambles to catch it midair. That makes 2 cards. He is halfway there. Maria turns to him, amused but sharp. "Something mysterious froze that beast right at the end," she muses. "I guess the rumors about you aren't just hype after all." With the threats neutralized, it was time to bounce. They try to exit, but hit a dead end. Jennifer walked with such swag, the main character didn't question her, but she is totally lost. They need to backtrack to the split. "But where is it?" Maria explodes, rushing Jennifer before screaming at the MC. "Newbie, you're the navigator now." He sighs heavily. Why does everything always fall on him? The air grows heavy with silence, choking them before reality shatters. 1 second they were standing there, the next they were pixelating into the void. Confusion hit them like a truck. The world twisted, dumping them into a cold, desolate chamber before they could even blink. Forced teleportation. Disoriented, Maria scanned the gloom until her heart stopped. This wasn't right. The vibe was all wrong. The vice president. Panic spiked as she spotted them. Nix and Mira lay scattered across the cold concrete, their bodies broken and motionless. Completely unresponsive. Jinfrey didn't waste a heartbeat. Panic surged as he sprinted toward Mira, gathering her limp form into his trembling arms. "Hey, stay with me, don't you dare close your eyes." His voice cracked, thick with raw desperation. Her eyelids fluttered, fighting the heavy weight of unconsciousness. "Jinfrey," she whispered, her voice barely a ghost of a sound. But the moment of relief was shattered instantly. A chilling voice sliced through the air like a blade. "Welcome to the party." Abadek stood over them, an aura of pure arrogance radiating from him as he flashed a predator's grin. "Your little friends were so pathetic, I had to drag them here myself like trash." The protagonist froze. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. Spatial manipulation. The protagonist's blood turned to ice. This wasn't just a simple location change. It was a trap, and they were walking right into the slaughterhouse. Ignoring the overwhelming killing intent, Maria bolted toward Nix, her scream echoing through the empty hall. "Vice President, It was a living nightmare. His hand, it was just gone, severed clean off. Maria, Nyx rasped, pain evident in every breath. Don't move. I've got you. She summoned her holy light, desperate to close the wound. She was mere seconds away from saving him when, bam, something sharp skewered her from behind. Pain exploded through her body, paralyzing the protagonist with sheer shock. Nyx and Mira could only watch in horror as time seemed to slow down. Crimson blood sprayed across the floor, silencing the room instantly. Maria! The scream tore from their throats as she collapsed, hitting the ground face first with a sickening thud. Fear gripped the team like an iron vice. Abedek smirked, turning his back on any concept of mercy. So close, he taunted. But I don't do healing tricks here. He pointed a glowing finger at her prone form, eyes gleaming with malice. A beam of destruction formed. An execution spell, primed and ready to fire. A high-tier mage beam. The protagonist recognized the lethal glow instantly. Abedek wasn't just playing games anymore. He intended to end this right now. Nyx was losing his mind, his voice shredding through the chaos. Maria, talk to me, are you still alive? Through the agony, a faint, trembling voice replied. Sorry. Let my guard down. She choked out, blood spilling from her lips. Shut up. Just heal yourself, Nyx roared, tears stinging his eyes. Focus on survival. Maria tried to channel her mana. She tried to weave the restoration spell to save her own life, but her body refused to obey. She was frozen. Her hands trembled violently. Nothing happened. Her magic was gone. A dark, cruel laugh echoed through the hall. Looking for this? Abedek stood there casually, twirling Maria's signature mace in his hand. Hey, that's mine, she shrieked, eyes wide with disbelief. The protagonist's jaw dropped. He had stripped her gear mid-combat? Impossible. Skill theft usually requires a kill count. Yet, Maria was still drawing breath. How did he bypass the fundamental mechanics? Abedek spun the weapon like a toy, basking in their confusion. Nice weight to it. I think I'll keep it for my collection. He laughed, twisting the knife of despair deeper into their hearts. Give it back. Maria lunged forward, only to hack up a mouthful of fresh blood. The protagonist grit his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. The game mechanics didn't matter right now. Saving her life was the only priority. Abedek rolled his eyes at the display. You guys are such a buzzkill. Stop being so boring. Tell you what, the villain sneered, his eyes narrowing. You want answers? Beat me. You win, you get your little toys back. If you can manage to defeat me, all her skills return. A heavy silence fell over the battlefield. It was obviously a trap, but it was their only shot at survival. The protagonist cursed under his breath. He needed intel on this monster, but time was a luxury they had just run out of. Adrenaline surged through his veins. Screw the plan. He launched himself at the creature with everything he had, desperate to end it in one blow. But mid-strike, his body locked up completely. Abedek merely flicked his wrist, radiating overwhelming pressure. Sit down. A golden barrier slammed into place, sealing their fate. Jinfrey's pupils trembled. That pressure. It was the Emperor's aura. Absolute crowd control. This wasn't just raw power. This was the mark of a seasoned warlord. It inflicted absolute paralysis. But every skill had a cooldown. Nyx's eyes flashed. There was the opening. We already lost Wyatt. I refuse to lose her too. His resolve hardened like steel. Don't you dare look down on us. Shadows erupted from his silhouette, swirling in a vortex of dark energy. Ultimate technique. Shadow Cliff. A beam of pure destruction tore through the air. But Abedek merely sidestepped the attack with terrifying, lazy grace. Weak. He sighed, shaking his head in mock disappointment. Didn't your parents ever teach you to respect your elders? He brushed off their ultimate attack like it was nothing but dust on his shoulder. Respect? Mira spat, her aura flaring into a blazing inferno. Scum like you deserves absolutely nothing. She called upon her spirits, channeling pure, unadulterated rage into a single devastating spell. Triple explosion. Hellfire. She watched with bated breath, praying for destruction. But Abedek, he just yawned in her face. Cute attempt. But let's dial up the intensity, shall we? Level 5 sounds fun. He lazily raised a single hand. The explosion slammed into an invisible barrier and evaporated instantly. Iron Curtain. Total negation. He nullified their strongest combo without even breaking a sweat. His arrogance was heavy enough to crush their lungs. Mira's eyes widened in sheer horror. He hadn't just cast a single shield. He had stacked dozens of layers in a microsecond, a trash-tier skill, rendered invincible by his overwhelming mana pool. Ah, to be young again, Abedek grinned, his malicious intent slicing through the air. You have so much energy to burn. It's quite refreshing. Let's make sure this moment is etched into your souls forever. The atmosphere screamed in agony. as he manifested a colossal iron titan above them. A despairing shadow swallowed the entire team. "Don't worry," he whispered, his voice dripping with venom. "This will make for a magnificent tombstone." Terror clawed at Mira's throat, choking her. Desperate, she rallied her 3 spirits, screaming her defiance. Focus everything on that blade. If they didn't block this now, it was game over. Abhidek simply tanked the barrage, standing amidst the chaos like an unbothered statue of a dark god. Nyx refused to yield. He roared. "Nobody respects a tyrant who threatens the entire human race." Boom! A cataclysmic fireball detonated, drowning the chamber in choking black smoke. Time seemed to stretch as the dust slowly settled. The squad held their breath, praying for a miracle. But Nyx gritted his teeth. It was too early to celebrate. "Stay sharp." Suddenly, a blinding neon blue ripple slashed through the air between them. They whipped around, eyes bulging in total shock. Nyx's mind went blank. "No way." Mira's thoughts raced in panic. "Wait. Is that the Vice President's signature move?" Shadow climb. Abhidek walked out of the inferno without a single scratch on him. In a blink, he was right in their faces, hand extended with mocking grace. He dared them to try and snatch his power. Jinfrey watched the chaos, trembling with frustration at being reduced to a mere spectator. How did that monster steal the weapon? Jinfrey stood paralyzed by the impossible reality. Then, he saw Abhidek glitch out of existence again. Jinfrey screamed. "Dodge!" Mira shrieked, commanding Efra to shield her. She barely deflected the fatal blow by a fraction of a second. Nyx hit the deck hard. Abhidek rose from a predatory crouch, letting out a twisted, chilling laugh. "Oh? You used your own spirit as a meat shield while attacking? Clever. Not bad at all." He had missed, but he didn't care. Mira's voice shook with pure, unbridled rage. She screamed at him to stop defiling her skills. The vile old monster just grinned wider. "I guess I'll be taking that ability next." He began to stalk toward Mira like a wolf cornering a lamb. Nyx saw the death flag instantly. He screamed her name, begging her to run. "Get the hell out of there." But it was too late. The weapon was locked on. Nyx was helpless. His lungs burned as he shouted for Mira, but she stood frozen, paralyzed by confusion. Suddenly, gravity inverted around Nyx. Neither of them understood what was happening. Why were they being yanked backward? A blinding beam of light tore through the room, shattering the very foundation of the floor. Abhidek's staff slammed into the earth with a thunderous crash, pulping the rock. But he hit nothing but air. Mira had vanished into the ether, entering the fray with the presence of a true protagonist. Jinfrey finally made his move with some serious main character energy. He activated his first skill, Super Attraction. Abhidek froze in his tracks. So, the monster mused. The brat has some moves after all. Intrigue flashed in the creature's eyes. Nearby, Nyx gasped, struggling for breath. "Jinfrey." "It was you?" Grateful for the rescue, he looked to his savior. But Jinfrey didn't waste a second. "Regroup and fall back," he commanded. "Get to safety immediately. I am taking this freak down alone." Nyx stared at him as if he had lost his mind and opened his mouth to protest. But Jinfrey cut him off with a sharp revelation. To steal a skill, this monster is bound by 2 absolute conditions. First, he must witness the ability in action. And second, he must draw the user's blood. The truth hit Nyx like a freight train. The injury requirement. It was the missing piece of the puzzle. This creature observes every move within the dungeon. He only needs to inflict a single wound to copy and paste their very essence. That explained everything. It was the sole reason Mira still possessed her skills. She had managed to avoid taking critical damage until now. It meant that a reckless offense was a death sentence. The more they bled, the more godlike the monster became, draining them dry. Nyx processed the grim logic. But Jinfrey's gaze remained steady. If his theory held true, they still held a single trump card. Nyx nodded grimly, realizing they were completely cornered with no other options. But with perfect timing, and using Jinfrey's unbothered demeanor as the ultimate bait, they had a fighting chance. "Okay," Nyx finally conceded. As the leader of the League of Eight, the retreat wounded his pride deeply, but he knew when to tag out. "He is all yours." Jinfrey stepped into the kill zone, radiating absolute confidence. Abhidek smirked, looking down his nose at the audacious challenger. "You really think you can solo me?" The monster scoffed. "How adorable." Jinfrey offered no reply, his stare silent and piercing as ice. Abhidek scanned the boy's magical arsenal, genuinely impressed by the potential before him. Sensing the atmosphere shift, he decided not to take any chances. He activated Emperor's aura instantly. This kid was dangerous. Better to strike first and ask questions later, but Jinfrey was already closing the distance. "Let's clarify the rules of this game," Jinfrey said with eerie calm. "If I end your existence, do all those stolen skills bounce back to their original owners?" Abhidek blinked, caught off guard. "Huh? Well, since I am merely borrowing them while they cling to life." Yes, that is the theory. But I have never died before. Abatic grinned, his teeth sharp as a shark's, so who knows? Jinfrey, however, remained unfazed. His mind raced like a supercomputer. It was down to him and his last standing teammate. Mira was running on fumes. He had to wrap this battle up fast before she collapsed. Suddenly, Abatic launched into the heavens for a devastating dive bomb. But mid-flight, he screamed, "What the hell? Why was the monster panicking?" "Don't worry," Jinfrey smirked as he rushed forward. "I'm not going to bite. But don't you dare sleep on me." Bam! He fired a concentrated magic orb, blasting the enemy right out of the sky. Abatic was hurled back by the massive shockwave, screeching as he tumbled and somersaulted to a rough landing. Jinfrey instantly triggered super repulsion. Abatic's brain scrambled to keep up. First attraction, and now repulsion? The forces were tearing him apart. This kid was a total headache to fight. But that defiance only made his power look even more delicious to consume. With a twisted expression of gluttonous hunger, Abatic fought the momentum, clawing his way up from the dirt. But Jinfrey was not done switching gears. Abatic froze, terror striking his heart as he felt that invisible grip once more. Attraction. Active.